like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
끝에 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자vu 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열흘 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through
I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be
get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พวกมันได้พุ่นกันไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาแผ่ว Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh you punch me All problems are proved in one punch All battles are beat in one punch Put you to sleep with this one punch ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch One day one life one dream one punch If you have one shot better have one punch Eminem said Millie Rabbit I'm the world shark You just catfish Cavity said พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition เพราะลับคือ I'm the best right What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh you punch me
You keep me up all night. Giving it a You keep me up all night. You keep me up, oh my God. You keep me up all night. You keep me up,
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready
can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Oh, hey there. Welcome to VCT EMEA Stage 2. I've been looking back at some of the Masters Toronto highlights and have 3 lessons I'd like to share with you. Lesson 1, Double Initiator is out. PaperX and Fnatic were the 2 best teams at Toronto and did not play Breach, and only played KO once. Since the Teo nerf, Breach's value has been lowered, as seen by its miserable 41% win rate, which hasn't been helped by its nerfs to the stun. KO's win rate has also been low, at only 43%. Dedicating space for these flash agents is a wasted spot in this meta because Euro is extremely powerful and can provide flashes. Double Initiator comps are out, double Duelist, double Sentinel and double Smoke comps are in, much like the ones we saw ran by both PaperX and Fnatic. Lesson 2 is that Sheriffs are the new pistol meta. At Toronto, we saw Genji often buying Sheriffs on pistol rounds and it helped them secure an unreal pistol win rate of 75%. By giving the Sheriff to aimers like Texture and Foxy9, Genji gained both a damage and range advantage over their opponent. Look out for teams during Stage 2 using the Sheriff to secure pistol wins. A new concept I learned from PaperX is something called having fun. My 3rd lesson is having fun results to wins. Forsaken, Boaster and Sufat all showed positive and good vibes for their teams, which helped them secure wins in crucial matches. My question is, will teams without these strong emotional leaders be able to succeed on the road to Paris? To summarize, my 3 lessons are: number 1, avoid playing Double Initiator; number 2, buy the Sheriff more on pistols; and number 3, have fun. And as you can see, I am also embracing this new concept of having fun.
Have missed you. Welcome back to VCT EMEA. Today we kick off Stage 2, where the stakes are incredibly simple. Champions Paris 2025. Hello everybody, I am your host Sue and we're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. Now I'm joined today by some of the most lovable people in our region, the very loyal Billy, welcome back, and Minnie, who for any amount of money will go to Pacific and help them to a trophy instead of us, so welcome back.
I'm my own man, I do what I want.
You betrayed us.
I will take very loyal. That's very kind. I'll take that.
But
I'm happy to be back.
How betrayed do you feel, Billy, that we made it all the way to a final and because of this man, we didn't manage to bring home a trophy?
I'm just glad he's having fun now. He's got a smile on his face. He's happy to be back in the EMEA.
I'm a new man. They taught me some things, you know?
I feel the opposite. I feel like the more you have fun, the more I feel unsettled about things. And speaking of fun, we have new groups. Minnie, things have been shaked up a little bit and some teams will finally play against each other, matchups we haven't seen.
Yeah, I think that it's very interesting going on. I think that Group Alpha to me is the one that I'm more excited for because it's a bit more open. I think that there's every single team in that group can go to playoffs. I think for Group Amiga to me, it's a bit more static. I think for me the narrative there is can Koi, KC and Na'Vi, like which one of those 3 are going to make it to playoffs?
I have to agree with you. I think you have the sort of hard hitters in Omega that we kind of are expecting to potentially see at Champs, and like you say, Alpha is where we think I envision some upsets coming through from that group.
And some of our expectations, Billy, might be changed because there's players we've never seen in Tier 1 before joining us for the first time too.
Yeah, it's super exciting, and to be honest, it's been a bit of roster mania. I've been trying to wrap my own head around it. Like, the amount of teams that have made roster changes coming into Stage 2 is insanity. I think we have 3 only that haven't made them, being KC, Team Heretics and Fnatic. There's been some shift somewhere with the others.
I think that's the fun of being an analyst right now, is that I don't have a clue what's going to click and what's not going to click.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. Sorry, carry on. You're fun now, Mini.
So like, I don't know what's going to click or not click, and so some of the teams that we might have suspected would be, you know, a bit down before might become the dark horse team to kind of take over.
Yeah, and this is pure not cope. 0 out of 10 rage bait coming out of me, because who cares about what happened in the past? All we care about is champions, and it's happening in EMEA in Paris, of course. And some of our teams, one in particular, could potentially lock champions before playoffs. Fnatic, they need to win 4 games, they need 4 points, and they might even need less than 4 points if some of these other teams lose. They're particularly, Billy, praying for Team Liquid's downfall coming into the stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that they could lock it that quickly. Of course, 4 of their own wins, and then if other teams don't do as well, like you say, it could be 2. I think it's insane. And I think as well, like you said, Minnie, when we consider all the roster changes coming into this stage, it really is up in the air for me.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the teams approach things. So if Fnatic do lock early, or look like they're going to lock early, do they shift and look at champions more, or are they going to go for the win in EMEA? I think Boaster mentioned on the podcast, it was like, maybe champs would be more of the focus at that point. And then for the lower teams, it's pretty much
do or die.
You need to win.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Just win.
Yeah, and here's the thing about the points, you know, none of them will be mathematically locked out at any point. But of course, you know, for the teams that want to stay alive, want to avoid relegation as well, Billy, we have to keep a very, very close eye on how Apex and Gentlemates do.
Yeah, for sure. And I am praying that Apex get a win, finally. Like, today could be that day, because of course they're going up against Navi. But yeah, I think for these teams, it is the importance of they have to make champs. That is their ideal situation at this point if they want to stay in the league next year.
They might also be able to do it, Minnie, with a current map pool, because some of the teams haven't had as long as the others when it comes to preparation.
Yeah, I think for teams like Apex, and certainly these dark horse teams or teams that have to win, I think considering the map pool is a very good move. I would immediately go towards the new maps Corrode and Bind as ones that I put into my map pool to get that advantage.
Yeah, I think looking at these new maps that are coming in, I think that for a team that I'm thinking of in particular that this hurts is probably BBL. Of course, Pearl and Split being their most favoured maps. Corrode and Bind, I'm not too worried because they've shown that they can be creative in previous matchups, and I'm looking forward to seeing what sort of innovations that teams come up with, especially with us having a new map coming into the pool.
And I think this also benefits Na'Vi, right? A new map, they could be as weird as they want, and Bind, they've always been good on Bind, so I'm looking forward to what they can do today as well. But let's take a look at Corrode in general, because other regions have already played Corrode. In particular, VCT CN, they played this 2 weeks ago when their season first started. Now, 4 different teams, 4 very different ways of playing this map. Do we like what they brought out? Anything that you think our teams can adopt or avoid?
So personally, I prefer the comps at the bottom here.
Yeah.
Much like in the pre-show, talking about double initiators being kind of out, in my opinion. And I think that will apply to Corrode too. Personally, I don't see that you have to play the 2 initiators on Corrode. I think that Yoru, to me, is probably a must-have. I think that the map is very wide, and Yoru is so strong right now that he can kind of rotate quickly around the map.
I think as well, something that we need to consider is how big this map is, and the only sort of global, like, we need to think about the global utility as well. So I think Astra only being played once is interesting. Like you say, you want to see people kind of move to that Omen and Viper, but I think the Omen and Astra could be strong here as well, genuinely.
I'm all for the Chamber. I mean, we saw Autumn on FPX, Chamber was fantastic, but we have now a lot of players are picking up the Chamber. You know, Alpha, I think, kind of setting that trend as well. So we have a lot of options. We also saw Pacific player, so I'm looking forward to seeing what our teams are going to do on the new map, especially, as I mentioned, with the new players. Because, Billy, even in this matchup of Na'Vi versus Apex, we can welcome some new faces to VCT EMEA.
Of course. I'm looking at Na'Vi first of all, because of course we've got Alexic coming in. This is someone that has been part of VCL East since its inception, and has been playing with Zero Tenacity in VCL Northeast this year. Of course, he's joining Na'Vi. And then when I'm looking at Apex as well, we've got a couple of new players as well coming in, which is really nice to see people getting their shot. Of course, Penny being one of the most memorable ones from Toronto that we've just had, so recent memory for him. And then of course we have Olizera coming in as well, who's recently been playing in VCL Spain. So yeah, it's nice to see these kind of players getting their shot at the big leagues.
And Minnie, also, you know, you spoke about vibes and getting your biceps out. That's the learning from Toronto.
Yep.
Who are the vibe merchants here? Who do you want to see at least to maybe step up?
That's a good point, because I think on Na'Vi they just lost one in Koala. I think Koala was probably bringing the vibes, and it's going to have to be Angel, I think, as a leader, getting his biceps out. No, I think we've seen a different Angel this year. I think he has improved in the leadership. I think, though, he needs to push it further now that Koala's not on the team, though.
I actually think, you know, when he talked about how, like, angry Angel, I think we've seen less angry Angel.
Yeah.
We've barely seen the angry Angel. And I was chatting to them a little bit behind the scenes. You know, you spoke about Alexa coming in, and what was described to me is him and Hero have very similar personalities. They get on, they're very sweet, you know, they come in and they're very keen and looking to make a statement.
Yeah, for sure. And I think when I think about Alexic coming into this league, I do have to bring up Kualanub being the one that has obviously left Na'Vi. They're very different in their kind of approach stylistically, right? We know that Kualanub was exceptional on that operator. However, Alexic, someone that opts to go for a bit more of a rifle play. So for me, I'm looking at how can Na'Vi and Shell help set him up, with them two being the more experienced players and the players that we're probably expecting to be able to set Alexic up.
The thing that impresses me the most by Alexic is his comfort in all the duelists, it seems. Like every single duelist he plays, and even Waylay with the buff coming in, he's got reps on that too. So I think Na'Vi have options here.
How's his opping?
I think his opping's fine.
Yeah, but because
Koala Noob was...
I was going to say he's filling some shoes.
Yeah.
Some shoes. Yeah, we're still confident?
I think in that same respect as well, and not to like disrespect anything with Koala being on Na'Vi, but I think sometimes it did look a little bit disjointed, as though Koala was like trying to entry, but the rest of his team wasn't always able to follow up, which is why I'm looking at Angel and Shao to be able to kind of set Alexic up in the way that I'd hope them to.
And on the other side of this, a lot has changed by Apex. So of course, I caught up with their coach Danito a little bit earlier. It has been a while since we've seen Apex here in VCT EMEA, so I wanted to catch up with their coach Danito. Welcome back, Danito. How are you doing?
Thank you for having me. We're doing well, ready for the game today.
Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since you played on stage. What have you been up to?
I mean, as everyone knows, we had some roster changes that needed to be done. So we spent our time finding our new players and preparing for the stage. So yeah, we're quite excited to be back after 2 months of break. So yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned your new players, because for one of them, Penny, we saw him at Masters Toronto, you know, and now he's come over here to EMEA. What was that process like? Did anything that he did maybe in Toronto that impressed you, that you wanted him on the team?
I mean, we watched closely Toronto games, and Penny was outstanding for the matches with Liquid, because we know that they had so little time to prepare with him, and still individually he did really good. And you know, also like Liquid stuff, we talk with them from time to time, and they recommended, you know, him. And he came here to Europe. We had a little trial with him. We liked him a lot. So yeah, he was a good match for us, not only like in-game wise, but outside of the game also.
And how much time have you had as a full roster?
I mean, we had roughly 2 weeks to prepare for this, so it's not that much, but we worked hard. And we also, with our other new player Olizera, we had 1 month of preparation, so it was just getting him into our system, you know, and getting ready for the match.
And lastly, I know, you know, we saw Penny play many different agents in his career, but there is a role that he excels on, the duelist. So does Batu, of course, your other player. Will we see perhaps some double duelist shenanigans from Apex?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, we're preparing some double duelists on some maps. Of course, I cannot tell which ones, but for sure, Penny excels on the duelist role. So we're happy to have him there. And, you know, if we play the double duelist, Batu will shine there.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
God bless Danito for giving us that insight. Because, you know, some coaches, they don't want to give away too much, but the double duelist, the Penny joining. Minnie, you like this? How big of a win con is this?
Yeah, so the way I set up Apex is that they need a miracle. And they need to take a risk and a gamble, and playing double duelist, I think, is the gamble to take. I'm glad that Danito is saying this. Like, they need to just make their players comfortable and willing to just frag, and they need to just roll the dice on that. And both Penny and Batu are good enough to do that.
I love this. I think, like, we need to remember as well, Apex's star duelist that won Ascension with Apex, of course, left the team to go to Fnatic, Kayak, of course. So I think them being able to lean into these strengths by having Penny there, by having Batu there. Don't forget as well, Batu was initially brought into this team as a Sentinel. I want to see him on something like the duelist. We did get to see him play that Yoro on Pearl twice so far this year. So yeah, I think for me, that's an exciting prospect.
Like the maps Apex won, I think were either by taking a risk in the map select or by playing double duelist. Like one of the maps they won, Batu just had like almost 30 kills on Phoenix. And I think that, yeah, this is just the approach.
I want to see Benny. I want to see Benny pop off today. I'm sorry, I've been sitting on that one.
You had it prepared.
Yeah, I've sat on that one for a week or so. But we don't have to wait too long. We have already waited 60 days since the last time we had our players on this stage. And the good news is that is all about to change, everybody. It is time to welcome all of our players back to VCT EMEA. We are officially back on the stage here in the Riot Games arena, and the stakes could not be higher. Both of these teams, they're aiming for playoffs, they're aiming for champs, and this is going to be a huge map select. We will get Corrode, but map 3.
Yeah, I'd love to see Corrode here. I think both teams showing this early on, showing the other teams, look, we can have Corrode on a map pool. This is good for the long-term overall stage 2 for both these teams.
But they don't have an excuse, right?
Yeah,
they have to be on the new map.
I think as well, like leaving as a decider, like you say, Minnie, it shows that maybe they're not bold enough to pick into it within the first week, but they're bold enough to decide we're happy to float it and we're happy to take it on if it does come our way. So I'm excited to see what we're actually going to see. The first Corrode, of course, in VCT EMEA. But I think the Icebox as well being the first pick for Na'Vi, this is something that we've seen them play recently during that break. They have moved away from what they were running before and have moved back onto that sort of double sentinel, right? We're seeing more Sage being played on Icebox again, which I think is a really nice approach from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Icebox has become a bit of a home map for Na'Vi, it feels like, and I can't stress how much I love the compositions I think they're playing. I think that the map was solved a few years ago and people went off in weird directions, and Na'Vi are bringing it back to basics.
Why are you saying
Stage is good.
Why are you saying people like it was an Angel that was part of that, you know?
It was everyone. I'm calling out everyone. Like recently we see that flare back from like teams like Fnatic and G2 running the Sage, and I think it's becoming a bit more meta, and I expect to see it here from Na'Vi today again.
Yeah, and for Apex, you know, they have footage, you mentioned, Billy, we have seen them play, and also, again, when they're not reinventing the wheel out here, there are tendencies you can pick up on, especially into an IGL like Angel.
Yeah, I think so, and I think I'm excited to see what Apex come out with here, because of course the last time that we saw them play Icebox was in week 1 of stage 1, and it looked as though they were having a bit of an identity crisis, I want to say. They were running the Waylay, they were running the Teho, they weren't really kind of sure of the composition that we're running, but also how they were wanting to play it. So with these new pickups, I want to see what that looks like going into this.
The unfortunate thing for me is that this whole double duelist narrative for Apex probably won't come true on Icebox. It's traditionally not.
Imagine.
Reyna.
If it comes out, like, honestly, they should play. Like they should be playing a Reyna.
You like Payna?
They need to take some kind of big risk. And Reyna is a little bit better than people suspect on the map, and I think that kind of gamble will be good for them in these games.
Yeah, I think so, and I think as well, just to like, before we do get into the nitty-gritty of Icebox and the agents, like to think back of that map view, Sunset as well being played, Apex picking it, they've not played that map this year, of course. So I think as well, it's again me questioning what does their identity look like? Are they going to lean into that double duelist? Do we think, Minnie, that Sunset is a map where they could run that as well?
Yeah, I think they can absolutely run that on Sunset. I think it's fine. It's not the best map in the world for it, but again, it's not about optimizing here. It's not about min-maxing everything. It's about playing something that has a gamble.
Yeah, and just to remind you guys, this is live agent select. Those are hovers right now from Penny and Olazira, and Penny has locked in the Jet. Na'Vi, no changes here from what we expected, but what do we make about Apex's comp?
I honestly kind of like it. I mean, I know that we were kind of wanting to see that double duelist come out, but I think the way in which we've seen Omen being played on Icebox more recently, I think back to Martin on KC, for example, they have been playing Omen as a sort of aggressive second entry type agent. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think this is the closest you can get to a double duelist comp, even though Omen isn't a duelist. It's been more popular in the APAC region to run both the Omen and Jet together as kind of that double duo. Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense. And on the Na'Vi side, no changes from their recent performances running that Sage. I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan, but imagine if it was, you know, Shao playing the Sova at some point, just throwing it in there.
I think he played Sage sometimes back.
He did, yeah, he did.
He was a bit of a battle Sage.
I mean, he can play anything. It's Shao. I am a little bit surprised that it's Batu Omen and Penny Jet. I think they could change it the other way around. Doesn't really matter.
I think what that signifies to me is that we'll see Penny on the entry duelist a little bit more, and then Batu on that second duelist.
Well, we have a new map here, some new players, but if you do struggle with change, don't worry. I am going to leave you in the very safe, very capable, and very reliable hands of Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu.
You've been called reliable.
Yeah.
I think that's a first. World first.
compliment.
Mitchman has been called reliable.
Thank you very much for the compliment, Sue. Yes, it's time to get into this game. We've got new faces down on that stage, Tom, but some that we're quite familiar with. New identities to these teams and hopefully new results for a squad like Apex yet to put up a win here in VCT EMEA.
Yeah, it feels mad because they've had a lot of like sort of good maps that they've shown. They've had a lot of close games, but they were never able to take anything over the line. I'm also excited to see well, I want to say new players, but obviously Penny I feel like has been around for a while, doesn't need so much of an introduction. If you have watched basically Valorant over the last few years, you should know who he is. Ollie Zero, though, coming up from that tier 2 scene, I think is going to be exciting, and the same for Alexic, someone who, I'll be honest, I believe probably should have been picked up at the beginning of the year. Like, it made a good showing when it came to Go Next with someone who had maybe a little bit less consistent sort of numbers than you'd like, but when he's on, he is on. And, well, we saw not too long ago over in Turkey, he had a very good first series and not so good second series. And his best map, I think, was on Icebox, so hopefully he's in for a show.
Well, a lot of promise between these two. This is your first battleground for this best of 3. Sunset up next, and Corrode. If we end up there, I'll be very excited. But first, we'll have to see the trade out of maps, starting with Navi on the defensive side here on Icebox, and the identities between the two shifting between having the Sage on Navi and the Omen on the other side. We'll see how that evolves. As we're already on the attack side, it looks like a net being spread. Noise on the B site, wall there as well, drone sent through. But the idea is to push A. That's been left a little lighter defended with just Angel there. And there was a moment where Navi looked to push mid, but they've halted and started to shift out of that A site. A lot of space for the taking for Apex.
Yeah, they seem to almost have some sort of a read that there's going to be a play towards mid, or eventually starting to aggress through that control. And with Angel already having a little bit of extra information, they're actually not going to play off of that. Just looking to come back and support their IGL. There is an incredibly late lurk going through from Avova. He's going to look to try and wrap round behind everybody. But it's all going to come down to timing. If his teammates can hold off Na'Vi for long enough, this will be perfect. And I think they should.
They've already bought enough. He's got an angle and takes down Hero. Flank protection. Well, traded out for the info, I suppose, but players falling across the board. Na'Vi, barely a spark on their side as Apex cleanly take round number 1.
Yeah, they basically played for just that little wraparound at the end, and I really like it. Just waiting for Avova to get back in on that flank, and he was so patient with his play as well. I feel like a lot of players will just go a little bit early in those sort of positions, maybe not have the same level of faith that he did when it came to his Apex teammates. And the second he finds those couple of kills, I think there's also a lovely reveal that came through as well from Molsey, just to let him know where everybody was. That round was already over. And while for Na'Vi, of course, this is their map choice, as it was said on the desk, a map that, even when they haven't been in the best of form, has still looked pretty good for them. Either it's been victories or incredibly close losses, so you kind of expect them to take this one over the line, but they're coming up against a very different Apex to what we saw last stage.
Oh, that they definitely are. I mean, bringing Penny in as well, someone who's tasted that international stage many a time. More recently as well over in Toronto, but going back to the V1 days as well, this guy has been around a hell of a long time.
Like eating the grass, you know, like footballers and tennis players sometimes they pick up. So he's been eating the stage. Yeah, like if they're like
sanitary.
Yeah, like if a tennis player wins themselves a match, they might like eat a little bit of the grass.
Oh, LEDs in his stomach, perhaps. The microplastics are going off. Ollie Zara, great space taken. This is a problem. Already we're seeing Na'Vi have so many gaps, and this is a low buy round, of course, but if this continues, you will certainly be seeing a quick matchup in favor of that attacking side. But talking about Penny, him up against Alexic as well, certainly to the EMEA stage, newcomers, although Penny obviously playing with an EMEA squad over in Toronto, standing in for Team Liquid. It will be an interesting battle to see evolve, because I think both of these players step onto that stage with some pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, both with a point to prove. I think for very different reasons. Obviously, Alexic has kind of been brought in as like, is this guy going to be able to help save Na'Vi? Because obviously expectations of this org are to be at international events. Like that's been it for a long, long time. They signed the FPX roster back in the day, one of the few Masters winners from EMEA. And yeah, it never really had the same level of success. They've made all these roster changes, signed some pretty big players as well, and it's yet to really deliver. So he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders as a youngster. Come on, another youngster still in the mix. Hero will start this round off.
A solid opening, but again, that gap after they pick off one. Luckily, Ollie Zara's not able to make anything of it, and Hero eventually drops him down before they lose players on that B site. The defense standing ready for this push, as now only 3 players remain on Apex, all in the same angle, and it's Alexic to light up the scoreboard. His first double there, and an in-zone flawless for Na'Vi. That's quite a way to bounce back into this.
Yeah, I want to see this guy succeed. As I said, when watching Go Next, and it was their sort of run through Ascension, they were incredibly unlucky not to at least make it to the playoff stage, losing in, I think, one of the earlier matches in incredibly sort of close fashion. I think they were even the one team that managed to beat Apex. So I think that, again, we've seen some of the other players, like Profek, come through from that roster. And the same for Mini. But yeah, an in-zone flawless. But maybe a round that shouldn't have been. I do feel like that was a little bit of jitters maybe being shown from Olizera.
Yeah, missed shot from Olizera. Avova falling early to a spam through the smoke. Chalk it down to look for Na'Vi. Will they get lucky again, though? Angel's being caught, pushed up close after Shao falls early. And now Na'Vi, a 3 versus 5, they find themselves in the same spot their opponents were at the start of the previous round.
Yeah, and it leaves Alexic completely alone, needing a hero play. And he started off well, 0 damage taken and ahead of the opposition gone. I do like this though from Apex. They're trying to sort of sell the idea that maybe they've gone back, but Na'Vi aren't biting on it. They have gambled 3 players now within this A site, and that's exactly where Apex look to push.
Alexic seems to be very reliable so far! And a 3rd kill on the tally! They're not expecting Ruxic to also be close. And now Malzy's alone, and Hero waiting inside the smoke. A great round for Na'Vi, losing those 2 opening picks on the defense. It's often a death sentence. Absolutely.
I'm not giving the credit to the rest, I'm sorry, but the first 2 go down with, I think it's Shao just doesn't expect the Omen to just TP at the last second. And then it comes down to, okay, let's leave our newfound youngster on the site alone and see what he can do. And hey, 3 kills when the whole squad is pushing up against you. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I suppose not so much a great round from Na'Vi, a great round for
yeah, there you go.
Na'Vi.
There you go.
All thanks to Alexic. Like I said, he'd been reliable so far, but getting a triple in a round like that, that has bailed Na'Vi out of a bad situation and stolen what should have been a good start for Apex. Now the defense, they have to make good on this though. They have to keep building up those rounds. And this time at least, no early aggression punished. Much more normal round at play.
Yeah. Outlaw in for Alexic, of course. Reading into the economy of the opponents, realizing they're not going to have the finances for heavy shields, so he has a chance to farm already with the Blade Storm as well, so if things go a little bit pear-shaped, he has the opportunity. Of course, for Apex, they're going to want to get off to a good start on this attack. It's normally where you see most teams get the majority of their rounds. Hero, though, already aggressive, and it's another freebie. He'll take a bit of damage on the way out, but comfortable in the end.
Yeah, you'll certainly take that kind of a trade. Turret to watch for the mid push later on as well. You still have that orb to cut off info, but Apex aren't going to pressure mid. They're moving straight into this A site, and look at the stack up. There's 4 players here. The Outlaw on the other side of the map. Everybody else ready and waiting for this play. Apex are running into a trap, and it's being sprung. Penny and Malzy, the only ones able to find a glimmer of hope. And that is a great read from Na'Vi as well. Bit of mid-aggression, reset into the full A-hold, and rely on Alexic, who so far has been a safe pair of hands.
Yeah, it is interesting, though, that you've brought in this sort of youngster who doesn't necessarily have that same level of experience. And we're already seeing like a, right, you go hold that whole side of the map and we'll just do the rest. It's like, it clearly shows how much faith they already have in this kid. And I'm excited to see what we're going to get, of course, for the other side of Apex. Definitely not the sort of round they were looking for. That wasn't a low buy, that was a heavy investment. I've not really found anything from it. Blade Storm will be in for Penny.
No charges.
We'll see if he can do anything here.
There's the info. Spots 1 and Drone goes out to clear the other corners. So far when they've pushed this site, there have been a lot of players from Na'Vi ready and waiting. Again, they go marching in, the space open, but a big setup waiting for them as they push deeper. Blade Storm already out of the round. That's a lot of the hope, a lot of the promise for this squad. And look at the position Alexic is in, ready and waiting for this cross. A freebie with a headshot connected, clean as can be. You highlighted the Hunter's Fury there for both sides, but at this point, Not sure that Na'Vi will feel it necessary.
Yeah. I thought maybe they use it just to deny the plant. That's what a lot of teams will do, even in rounds like this, just to make sure that time doesn't tick away. They haven't opted for him. I'll be honest, it doesn't look like they need it. This is very comfortable. I'd be very surprised if Molesy is going to pop his ult for this sort of scenario. He was hoping to try and catch someone off, but hasn't. It will be 3 kills coming through for Hero, and those ultimates really starting to farm up for the side of Na'Vi.
And again, there was a moment of 2-1 where Apex were in that 3v5. It looked like they'd connected all the dots, but it's fallen apart. The early lead no longer to be. Na'Vi up double the rounds, but Rifle's now coming out for that attack side. Hunter's Fury is there, but it's going to be needed. Molesy's going to need to keep it because Hero has the lockdown to play with. They can block off all that space, deny a push, and without that Hunter's Fury, you are not going to be able to do anything about it.
Overthink it. That's my job.
But at least they have that to fall back on. This is a round, though, for Apex that we need to see them connect, or Na'Vi will be running away with this early half.
Well, they're already in a very good spot, credits-wise. Wow, they're going to try and just run through the smoke. Wow, Heroes met them with 3. What a round already from him. Alexic with a missed shot, under a little bit of pressure, but he's going to fake the idea that he's escaped, and Penny's just dashed into a wall. I don't think he's going to get an easier kill than that today. Well, good luck, Molesy. I'm sure you got this one.
Still has that Hunter's Fury at least, you know?
Yeah, shock dart him.
Nope.
Don't.
That's not
That's
him.
the warning shock dart. Soon he'll send it. Well, he doesn't have enough.
Yeah, he already used the first one. That's unfortunate. And wrapped around on by Ruxic. Right now, it's Na'Vi making every play correctly after a little bit of a shaky opener. An in-zone flawless in round number 7. And a 5-2 lead, credit secured.
It does feel like, yeah, it's weird that came out as another in-zone flawless. Like, there have been a couple of them, but ultimately not necessarily ones that we expected. Of course, this is our new boy on the block, Alexic. A few facts for you. He played for Z10. He obviously was with Go Next, who went through Ascension and managed to win the E-Split, and was a former semi-pro footballer. Which is definitely interesting. Weren't you a previous semi-pro basketball player?
Almost, Tom.
Almost. It was very close.
Yeah, my shoes let me down.
Ah, okay. Well, they didn't have an extra few foot on them.
That's outrageous of you to say, Tom. There's a role in basketball called the prodigy, and that was me. I just couldn't quite shoot, and I didn't like to pass, but I had the dribbling down.
Sure. Well, nonetheless, it is going to be that timeout being taken very big. So you can understand why. 5 rounds in a row, and a couple of them haven't been particularly close. I feel like as well, like, obviously you give credit to Hero. He's 11-2, he gets 3 kills. If one of your players is up top and 2 run through a smoke and he gets all 3, that's bad. You should probably have been able to trade that kill, especially the guy up top, who I don't think he peaked until after the 2 that ran through the smoke were dead. Don't want to be overly critical, but that doesn't seem like it was a great play.
Yeah, well, I guess
Vinny's going to break that one down for you, don't worry.
The results speak for themselves, Tom, here. I think your insight goes a long way.
Yeah, you know. Oh, let's see. It's given a bit of a chance for Danito to try and correct the ship. As these 5 rounds, other than, as you mentioned, the one where Alexic kind of helped save Na'Vi, the rest of them have not been particularly close. Already, Hunter's Fury has been popped, I think just off the back of the drone going through, and that's Angel just finding an opener on Molesy. That's going to be that Hunter's Fury gone again for Apex. They do have a few more ults, and well, it seems like Angel has had enough of his youngsters picking up the kills. He's going to get into a more aggressive position.
They're going to walk right into him. Oh, he couldn't even see them! I don't know what gave him the read there. An itchy trigger finger, and he's found the kill as a result. Another stacking up corpses, not even on the B site, just outside it. The spike halted in its tracks, and Olizera, you talk about him as the newcomer, someone with a lot of promise. Well, this will be a play to write his name in the history books if he makes this work. A 1v5 ults online for Na'Vi.
30 seconds left.
And what should now be a 6-2 start coming out of that pause as well.
I like how you said should.
Listen, I've seen stranger things. If this was Sugetsu, I think it's locked in. Let's see if Olizera can fill those boots.
That's a fair comparison, isn't it? The guy who's just joined the league for the first time versus a veteran who's won a Masters. Yeah, you know, if he could do that in 10 seconds, wow, that'd be really good, wouldn't it? Yeah, he's not going to. He's going to die, and it's another in-zone flawless. But, you know, it should be 6-2.
It should be. It should be. And somehow Na'Vi managed to get it across the line.
No idea
in that
how.
5v1.
I like this. Yeah, this. I feel like there was a moment where he went, oh, what if he walked through just then? I'll just shoot just in case.
Evolva's got to be fuming now. That's a couple times we've seen him just taken out of the play when he doesn't see anyone. He doesn't have a read. He's just walking about.
They don't even see him.
Yeah, he's just executed. And 6-2 start. Economy in favor. Ults online for Na'Vi. It's Apex desperately in need of an answer here. Again, at 2-1, hey, they were in a 3v5.
They need a kill. Like, an answer.
Yeah, that's true, man.
Like, there's now been 3 flawless rounds already of the Na'Vi 6.
2 in a row.
Like, it's just damaging. And now they're even... I feel like some of the ults that Na'Vi are using now are just to cycle them. It's like Angel just popped his off the contact of a drone. Now, yeah, a little bit of pressure and they put the Viper's pin. It's because otherwise they're just holding them. And look how aggressive they already are. They've got 2 players in deep space on A. They've got the Viper's pit down on B. Maybe Na'Vi get punished just for how aggressive they currently are, but they have an absurd amount of space.
Still looking to play through the pit. The AWP almost claiming a kill. 20 HP left, and it will be Angel swinging from up top to close that out. 2 players pushed on A, leaves Apex with no other choice. They have to commit to this site. And there is a gap around that side of the pit, but Xiao's watching it, and now it's slowed. Can't quite get through. Hunter's Fury sent through as a last-ditch attempt to deal with this, and it does catch the reveal, but no one's there to execute Ruxic. The pit stays up. Xiao finds one. Spray almost takes Ruxic down, and he will eventually allow that pit to fall with a counter pit in play. He now has the uphill battle. Fighting through, he'll find Penny, but Evova stays alive, keeps that pit in play, but the lockdown will send him scurrying. 5 seconds. That's enough for the pit to fall. He's going to be fighting back into open space with 12 seconds left, with 3 opponents to take down. And again, the choice is to lose the round or lose the gun. Evova out of here. And 7-2 on the board for Na'Vi with at least a rifle saved. And I guess the silver lining here, it wasn't a flawless.
Right. Yeah, that is some real silver lining when you... They used 3 ults in that round? No, I don't think they used the...
2 at least.
Yeah, they didn't use the Blaze Storm, but they did use the Hunter's Fury to try and get an opener. And yeah, then the Viper's Pit, which I think they got 1 kill within. It is not looking good, in case you hadn't already noticed. And Mark, I think starting to see a little bit of frustration. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen a second pause, because these rounds have been so brutally sort of clean for the side of Na'Vi. And don't get me wrong, it seems like, especially Hero and Alexic are just having a whale of a time, but expected this to be a slightly closer game, especially, obviously we're only at the very beginning of the season, but we're talking about teams and whether they can make it to champs will revolve around, okay, not even points, probably more likely that they'll have to actually finish first or second. And for Apex, making it to champs keeps them in the league. Otherwise, even if they have to finish at minimum a top 8, otherwise they are, well, instantly relegated. So this is not a good sign. 7-2 up. Sure, it's not their map choice, but it's more the manner that they've been losing these rounds than the actual result.
Angel's been practicing the shock darts. Almost took himself down with that one.
He's got to give him a chance.
A little early on that, but Penny still gets tagged up. Space taken by Apex. They're on site. It's only Angel to deny. He's up top. Doesn't want to push through that smoke without his teammates being by his side. Now a couple starting to rotate in. Alexic, the 4th man on the site, but the first to find a pick.
He still has an outlaw.
With Evova down. And again, it's the right round forward, that reinvestment after losing 2 rifles. They pick up the outlaw. They know light shields if Apex invest, and they're going to invest with a scoreline that's in play. Blade Storm takes down Batu. Who's covering it? Who's looking? Nobody. It's a sea of isolated islands, but they're all showing up right when they need to. Pressure on though. Defuse could be underway. Jump up from Petty is caught, and now it's Ollie's era. He has to run. He has to flee with the wall, blocking him off. There's nothing he can do. The round won by Na'Vi. There was a moment where it looked like Apex had a chance. 3 quick kills, but Na'Vi still come out on top.
Yeah, definitely the closest of the lot, but when Hero's still alive, I think you don't have to worry too much. 14-2. The guy has come back into VCT EMEA Stage 2
No need
with...
for that. No need for that whatsoever.
Hey,
that's cruel.
Almost.
That's
like,
just cruel.
You know. I don't know. I think that was an average Jonas life.
Someone was giggling requesting that replay. Yeah, and then put the third person in slow-mo maybe? Nah, no, leave the slow-mo this
I like
time.
how you said that's the closest round for Apex, and the replay is Angel messing up a shock dart. Oh dear. Well, 10 seconds in, and 2 players already dead. It is not looking like a change to the tide. It's looking like Apex are getting swept. Alexic. Well, his dash is going to disappear. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to stick around, but plays a little bit safe, still has Ruxic to support. The other players are all sort of fighting in mid, and Penny trying to pressure. He's done well. He's going to take a little bit of extra damage, but they have managed to find a couple of picks. Hero already in position, though, and the team is looking to join him.
Shame that AWP is so far back. For Penny to recover that would give them a real opportunity here with these long-range angles on the retake, and players already filling in that space.
Player standing.
Well, he won't pick up anything but a shot to the head. Hero with a double. He has been on fire so far. Alexic has been reliable. And on the other side, there's not much to report. Apex are looking like they're falling flat in most of these fights.
I like how there was the talk at the beginning of like, yeah, Xiao, he can just play anything. Well, at the moment, he's playing sub. Like, he doesn't need to do anything. He's just chilling. 2 and 5.
Hey, he put that wall down.
That was a good wall. It was a good wall. And he diffused behind the wall.
He did.
He diffused behind the wall,
MVP.
you know? Apex had the lowest icebox post-plant win rate. Don't think it's improving. 9 and 2.
Get out of my way.
The 2 was the first 2.
On the upside, at least they can argue sample size because it's not like they've planted most of the time. So,
great.
The stat might be bad, but hey, there haven't been many post plants.
You really are bringing a lot of silver linings today.
I am. Listen, I'm working on my positivity here.
Okay.
As I imagine Apex are.
Yeah, one of us has to. Well, Bladestorm out. Rifles across the board.
Nice.
A nice opening, but it's very quickly returned. Xiao has the res as well, so it's not even going to last very long. Ruxic has now fallen as well, so they will at least have stopped it becoming an advantage. I wonder, is he deciding who he's going to pick up? Ruxic does have the Viper's Pit, and now with the smoke, yeah, it does make more sense. A little bit more spammable, though. By the way, the plant still hasn't come in, so it's actually not too problematic, especially with Hero on the scene, but he has been put down finally. I think this is his 3rd death.
They're just trying to save those post-plant stats. I respect it. 30 seconds, though. Oh, the Hunter's Fury put through. It's way too late. Those players have moved. Avova gets
Spikes
caught
on the
off.
ground.
Spikes down. 20 seconds now on the clock, and they have to cross over the gap. They won't even get close. The firing squad waiting and put to bed early, 10-2. The game's barely started, but it's looking like it might be over.
Yeah, this is definitely becoming a fairly bleak-looking scenario, but maybe you believe in miracles. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back, folks. 10 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. At 2-1, they were in a 3v5, and I think that's about as threatened as they've looked throughout this series. For Apex, it's not even just about the map, Tom. There's been so many fights where it feels like they have the upper hand. They have the jump. The player's not looking. Their crosshair is, well, maybe not on the head. I suppose that's the problem, but Na'Vi are always given that opportunity to fight back in those battles, and they win every single time from what we've seen in those last 10.
Yeah, it's been a bit whiffy, I'll be honest. There's been a few moments, especially from Olizera, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's your first map in VCT EMEA. Even other players of the team have shifted around, so I'm sure that it's definitely a high-pressure scenario, but there's not really been anyone that I'm going, oh, they're having a great game. Like, it's just been rough. Hero has been far and above the best player in the server. He has died 3 times with 17 kills to his name. So yeah, I do think they're going to struggle at just stopping him from dealing those death blows, and the Turkish duo now sit at the top with Ruxic catching up after the early start from Alexic. But that's about all the story we've got, because even like I think the bit that was most worrying for me is when 2 players push a smoke and there's another player on top of the tube in mid and Hero kills all 3 of them. That was sort of the moment where I go, okay, that shouldn't be happening. Like you've even set up a scenario where that shouldn't be possible. He gets 2, it's more forgiving, but I think the 3rd is ridiculous. We'll have to see. Obviously, we can put it down to first map jitters. We can put it down to maybe this just not the map for them. And hey, you know, at least going in with pistols, they got a higher pistol win rate.
Could double the round wins.
There you go, 52.8.
I think if we pulled up the rifle win rate for this map, it would be 0. A 0 versus 100. So not the best for what comes after these next 2, but hey, some promise here. And I think it's important for them to have that little bit of a flair. So far, they felt individually outmatched in so many of these battles. This isn't somewhere I come in and say, wow, Na'Vi, the calls have been great. Like that 4-man stack up on A that Apex ran into, that was around 1 off of the cerebral element. But then we move past that, and almost every other round was individuals outmatching what was on the other side.
There was a round where 2 players pushed A, took the whole map control. It got to a point where Na'Vi started disrespecting them, and they are a team that the second that happens, the game just feels like it's over until you shut them down. Already, a lot of early sort of posturing from Na'Vi, like playing some of those fights in middle, even sending their jet solo again. It does feel like at times that Alexic is being used as a sentinel, as the rest of the team currently build into an A site, which is very open. Only 1 man there, and that will be Avova. And it does seem like they're starting to make that realization, the rotation coming through, but that's where they could go walking into Alexic.
Well, they've at least got the site control here for Na'Vi plant in. They've left it quite late, but time not going to be a problem. Apex gearing up for a full retake. All 5 players ready and waiting at the gates in just a moment. Some damage dealt already with Olizera on half. Still not that 1 shot to the Sheriffs, which is important, with a few of them brought through for Na'Vi. Already gotten up to the wall. Alexic finds 1 from further away. Time is ticking. They need to get in there, and it's a flurry of frags for Na'Vi until Malzy and Penny can step up to the plate. Hero, 10 HP, most hope, sits with Angel, and they know where he is, but Hero, 13 health, miles away, and it's the Sheriff that puts a nail in Apex's coffin, 11-2. They needed that pistol.
Can't believe you said it, I'll be honest. It mostly sits with Angel when Hero's alive. He could have had 1 HP, and there could be a Molotov flying towards his head, he'd still get 2.
19-3 right now. Like, this is outrageous performance.
Yeah, it has been very, very comfortable, to say the least.
Keep it cool.
You add up the bottom 4 players of Apex, and they're 1 ahead of Hero. And that in round 2 or 3 might be all right, but round 14, not so much. We're already seeing that Outlaw back into play again, and Penny pushing with no real support. They haven't fully invested into this round, so they're still going to try and play the buy round at least, but it does mean that this buy kind of stinks. And while for Na'Vi, they're not even going for the normal, like, oh, let's save a weapon or 2, and then if we lose a gun, we can buy back. There's no point. They're just going to try and win out these rounds, get this one over and done with a move to Sunset. Well, we'll have to hope there's a little bit more. Nice shot, at least, from Batu. even for Apex at this stage, maybe just getting a couple of rounds to get the confidence going might be better than just being blasted as they have.
Oh, they're going to have to hope for that. Not in this one, though, unless Batu keeps going like that. Nice little double from him, but they've still got a lot of powerful weapons to face off against, and it's not a battle that they're favored in. 12-2. 10 rounds in a row needed for Apex. Now, listen, I've seen it before in the previous half.
Yeah, here.
But
12 rounds in a row.
It's now 12 in a row, exactly.
Exactly. 10's not even that much.
10, that's a portion of what their opponents just found. You could say it's anyone's game.
No, I don't think you can.
I'm not sure why you would, but you could.
You have free will. Could say that sentence.
You have free will. Those
you would be wrong.
Could be said.
You can. You could say whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe you shouldn't, but you could.
Oh, my bad.
Well, 12-2. Alexic only has a sheriff in this round. That's a positive. That's something. Na'Vi are actually playing it relatively safe with their economy and not throwing everything into this round. Or they just think they can win the round anyway. One of the two. Probably the second.
Might be the latter, yeah. Yeah. The way things have gone, I think you might be spot on. Apex, a team that have experienced nothing but losses. I think it's 7 losses in a row when it comes to VCT EMEA. 10 overall for Na'Vi. I mean, they're not the best of spots, but 4 out of 10 wins. They've tasted victory. Apex still hungry for that. And the drone, it is going to spot one waiting outside. It's the Killjoy, though. This could very well be the lurk.
That's a little bit unlucky because they are posturing to eventually go towards this A site. But spotting Killjoy almost tells you the opposite. There's likely that this will be a lurk. They haven't budged, though. Keeping 3 players on this side of the map, Na'Vi is ultimately going to be walking into the heaviest stacked and where the weaponry should favor Apex at least versus this man here. That's why he's going to take contact, look for that initial fight, already spots a couple. The time too low for Na'Vi to make any other decision. They will have to keep going this way.
Chips in the night and mid, it all comes down to that. And they're going to lose Ruxic. Now this battle much more uphill with 12 seconds on the clock. These kills need to come in quickly, and it's all Apex. 8 seconds on the clock, and the Sheriff is the last man standing. An in-zone flawless for Apex, but it's only a 3rd round.
It's the beginning.
All right, calm down.
This is their moment. The time to turn the tide.
You sound like
Apex.
Taco on Nuke.
Did you win?
No,
No.
of course not.
You never know. If they do now turn around, I'm just going to clip that bit on its own, none of the rest.
Yeah, perfect.
Just hope that no one on Apex is watching the VOD. But hey, energy's still high. Oli Zera get himself an extra couple of kills. There is still a purchase. Xiao now going to be onto an SMG, which also might be fine. We've been in the backpack for a lot of this game, but going to be looking at Hero. Alexic and Ruxic, they have been the 3 to really dominate the fight so far. Angel's been doing all right as well, to be fair. 10 and 6. See, he can go positive.
Man, those shock darts have been something else, huh? That one right there, though, it does actually land. It deals a bit of damage.
Oh.
Penny still lurking around, finds one. Alexic down, jump up on the box, punished as well.
Okay.
Penny, he's here, defending the site. Not quite alone, but you'd think it looking at the kill feed as he picks up another. It's the ace on the cards. The ammo runs dry. A 4th round for Apex, nonetheless. A great performance from Penny, and now they're starting to heat up on that side of the stage.
Oh, it would have been an EMEA debut ace. That would have been lovely. Now makes himself positive at least. And you know what? 12-4 up. Game's starting to get a little bit tight. Happy needs a word. He spotted them things he didn't like, Mitch, in those 2 rounds that they lost. And we're going to tap into that now. He's just told them to stop losing and get back
Stop dying to Penny.
Yeah, don't see where Penny is, go the other way.
Smart man.
I don't mind this from Na'Vi, honestly. Like, you're playing obviously quite cocky because of the score. And maybe just spotting a few things like, okay, let's just close this one out nice and fast. Let's get this done as quickly as possible and move on to Sunset. Not allowing them to build up that additional confidence, because I do feel like that's the thing. You've got a couple of new players in the mix, whether they be experienced or not, and it takes you a little bit of time to get acclimatized to that stage once again. But once you start rolling, even if they end up closing this out like 13-8. Those extra few rounds could be enough that they go into their own map choice feeling a lot more confident.
That's it. You don't want the momentum to build up on that side. This is a map where Na'Vi could leave, having their opponents feel like they were walked all over. And if it becomes a closer game, like you said, a 12-8, then Apex can sit there and think, okay, we started slow. We gave them 10 rounds in a row, but we almost had it. If we won a couple of those, it was our game, or at least a much closer one. That could bounce them back into the series, especially with their map pick up next. We come into this round, and it will be a low buy across the board. It will be Penny, same as Alexic. He's gone for that Outlaw. An Angel will already be dropped early on. That Cloud Burst fading, but the shots don't land. Bladestorm online. Alexic invested immediately. They can afford rifles in the next. No need to save it, and it might give them a chance in this round.
Still feels fairly unlikely, but he's had some pretty explosive rounds so far. Looking like after being spotted on this side of the map, they actually used the res. Okay.
That's a lot more commitment. I mean, I already look at the Bladestorm. It's like, okay, maybe you won't have much use in the next, so put it in. The res, though, that seems like a bit of a head scratcher. Na'Vi clearly feeling confident.
Yeah, yeah, the round where most of them don't even have shields. Alexic, he wants this, he wants the fight. Wow, those initial knives have not connected. He's only got 2 left. And now going to start selling the ruse of this A site, hoping that it will get them space. But thus far, it's obviously been very early in the defensive side, but we haven't seen massive rotations. That's a nice shot onto Batu, though. Now this ruse gets a little bit more interesting as he's going to look to face off against Oli Zero. On the other side of the map, though, Avova has already spotted the real deal. Even still, though, Alexic's still going! This man is as good as promised, but the spike has been lost on the other side anyway. He's got it and killed 3 on A, and they're still going to lose the round. There's just not enough time. They need to wipe them out in a second. Oh, he took a I can't believe it! It's a base they've gone thrifty to close out the map. What have I just seen? That was absolutely outrageous. An unbelievable map from Na'Vi. A soul-crushing performance. If you're across the stage from that, that's gotta feel deflating. A solo fake on one side of the map. A man left with 1 knife, and he lands the headshot that then ultimately gives them the round with those last 2 fights. Na'Vi feeling good, looking confident after map number 1. Let's see if Apex can bounce back on their pick of Sunset after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
is a fantastic start for Na'Vi here in Stage 2. Hello everybody, I am your hosting, and I'm joined once again by Minnie, and welcome back Kakuka as well. You got back just in time to see Na'Vi absolutely slaughter Apex.
I almost don't make it. I was running to the studio being like, oh yeah, first map, oh my god, I saw the Corrode is up there, that might be a possibility. Hopefully we get there.
Will we get there just by seeing that performance from map 1?
It's going to be difficult because Apex were consistently giving away picks and Na'Vi just shot a bit better, to be honest with you. And I think that Apex also abandoned a game plan quite early on. I quite like what they were doing in the early rounds, but then they lost like a 3v5 really early, and it felt like they had no confidence after that whatsoever, and Na'Vi just took over.
I like to see though that Na'Vi did have the confidence to take over. They saw that opportunity. They went for an aggressive play in the round that you mentioned, and they lose a couple of the players, but still they rely on just getting their round back, and they start accumulating. In that graphic we saw that the 2 rounds that Apex got on the attack, they managed to get the spike down, the other 2. But I like the fact that Na'Vi was fighting forward. They do not want to be one of those boring retake teams, and I like that approach.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this roster change they made, you know, Alexa coming in for Koala. There were some rounds where I just felt like I was watching Koala when he picked up the op.
Yeah, the op, also the Outlaw, I think that he did a very good job in understanding where and when to invest his money. Of course, the bank for the side of Na'Vi was pretty good, you know, after getting that many rounds, but he also understood the effectiveness that the Outlaw gives you, the position that Apex was with their economy, and how he could take advantage of the most of the situations.
Yeah, I think for a player like Alexa, coming in and playing like a Jet on Icebox is a really good, especially doing a map like this, is a good way to prove who you are in this league. And I think he did that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic debut, you know. You can't ask for a better map 1 than what he did on Icebox, but also for Hero as well. What a performance from him. I know you're a really big fan of him, but all I'm going to say is he gave us a 22-2 map in Stage 1. I'm going to need him to do better than this, Minnie. You know, only 19 and 7.
Only?
Yeah,
he had short in the second half.
He had 14.5 KDA last year in that 13-0 against Giant X. So come on, Hero, you can do better than this.
It's been nice to see his growth on this team. Obviously, was with Fnatic before and was more filling the spot. And on this team, he's required to be more of that star power. And I think he's playing the best on this team so far this year.
One of the concerns that we had with Hero going into this Na'Vi, being like he's one of our child, you know, one of our children that we want to cherish and grow into being a superstar. It's like, oh, is Na'Vi going to be the better place for him to do so? And I love to see that for this Stage 2, this is the hero that we're going to get.
Yeah, and for legal reasons, I was joking. For the people that don't understand sarcasm. And the reason I brought this up is because he actually currently holds the record for the highest KDA in our league. And I don't think anyone's going to beat 22-2 anytime soon, but it kind of just shows the way that Hero is playing so well. But of course, the Sage as well here on Shao. What do we think? Did we like it? I know we barely saw, you know, any of it, but we like it.
I mean, there's always the arguments with Shao on Sage, but in terms of team composition, I'm always going to be going for Sage propaganda when I can on Icebox. I think that Icebox has always required a Sage, and there was that weird period in the past 2 years where people haven't used it, and it's coming back. And I think the reason why is because you see on these retakes, you can use the wall, especially with Na'Vi. They got picks early, play for the retake, come in with the wall, and just retake really easily. I think Sage is too valuable on this map not to play, so I like to see it from Na'Vi.
And it's good to see that it doesn't matter if you're not doing the best in the kills department, as I was joking about, like Shao maybe not getting the numbers. It doesn't matter. The rest of the team was almost flawless, and he was doing what he had to, put in the walls and just being a nuisance for the other team when he needed to.
Yeah, I can't believe the way that this map ended as well.
Amazing, you mean?
Yeah, but first of all, it could have been at 13-2. But then second of all, how was it not 13-5 after the bye that Na'Vi had on that round? But here's the problem with Apex. They're still searching for their first win this year. They have to make champs if they don't want to be relegated, and some of these games are must-wins. So what can we expect on Sunset, and what do they need to do?
They need a home ground. That is what they need to do. They need to find one. They need to find a map that is going to be comfortable for them. A little bit of what that bind was for KC in kickoff is something reliable, something that you're going to be very strong. I like the fact that they chose the Sunset, because this to me tells me, or I want to think that they put a lot of thought into working on this map. Coming into the rotation, so it's not going to be gone very soon. I would love to see some double duelists, a little bit of like what T1 runs or something like that.
Well, let's see. We have Agent Select right now. Of course, live Agent Select. So these so far, they've both locked in. Why not? What do we think about these comps?
So I like that Apex have gambled. They didn't gamble in the way that I suspected. They've gambled with a very strange, awkward composition using both the Deadlock and the Viper. I don't think that plays to the strengths of Penny and Batu.
But is this the Genji one?
But it gets
Genji
weird.
One, no?
I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember the is it Foxy 9? No, it's playing with the Deadlock. I feel like
what does C9 do to you?
I live.
Sorry, carry on.
I leave on a loop, but I absolutely love this composition. They get to start on the defense with it. I need to see Batu shine. I think that we saw a little.
It's Xiao Sova. Sorry, carry on.
We did get Xiao Sova.
Okay, I will be happy for that. I will be even happier if we could get to the third map and Xiao will be on Fade. That is on my Christmas list. I know that we're in July, but I do not care if Christmas comes early. I really want to see Apex shine on this composition, and I hope that they start being aggressive just to regain that confidence.
Yeah, and on the Na'Vi side, double initiator, like I said earlier, I think it's out. So I think if there is a time for Apex to win, it could be this map. And seeing Angel on the KO, I'm not a big fan of IGLs playing KO. I think that KO requires too much micro intensivity. Like, you need to be flashing for yourself and fragging quite a lot, and I don't think that's where Angel will shine. But it does mean that Xiao gets to play solo.
Oh, and the ult is like the most Angel thing ever, right?
That is true.
He loves.
He will thrive in the ult.
Yeah, he'd really thrive. But we pray for times like these, and also, also Na'Vi, they love the KO. They play KO traditionally, historically a lot.
Oh, and I think that Angel is going to be absolutely amazing at it. I also want to see how similar it's going to be from this mid-season event that they played against Gentlemates, and how much Apex is going to take from that.
I've just thought about Na'Vi here. I would love to see Na'Vi just put Angel back on smokes, and then put.
We said it for 3 months.
Can I explain my point without being interrupted, please? Thank you. I want Batu to play Viper. I want Batu to play Viper.
Take it away.
Double controller, please, not double initiator.
I think the double initiator should be. Sorry, we're back, baby. It's time to get into Sunset. This might be a quick one based on what we just saw.
So what I got from that is that Mini really wants Angel to keep playing KO. That was my understanding.
Double initiator.
KO is his favorite agent only when Angel plays it.
Yes.
And he wants him to play more initiator. I think I got that for you, Mini. You're welcome.
It was hard to hear through the noise, but I think that's what the takeaway is.
That's actually Bear's nickname.
Wait, if you disagree, Mini, let us know. Oh, no, he's good. He's good. All right, fantastic. So, Na'Vi Apex, we're about to see map number 2. It was not a good map number 1 for Apex. I think that's pretty fair to say. Penny did look good, though. He was on fire. He had some crazy rounds. On the other side for Na'Vi, everything was hitting. Hero was unbelievable. Alexic was there with some crazy plays. Coming into this map, I think the expectation is that Apex get rolled, that they continue their loss streak here in VCT EMEA, and it's them that have to prove us wrong in the pistol.
I do feel like they've normally been fairly good on their own map choices. I feel like that's where they put the prep in each time, but obviously with a roster change that can really have only started practicing after Toronto ended because of Penny obviously playing there, means that they won't have had a large amount of prep.
I mean, the concerning thing is on map number 1, the times that I can remember the most clear rounds where I thought they've been outplayed, they've been push and pulled. It was Apex in the first 2 rounds, finding the gaps, getting behind Na'Vi. So it's hard for me to then look back on that and think it was anything less than just individuals weren't showing up. But we've seen those bounce backs before. We've seen players step off the stage and come back reactivated. Let's hope that's what we get here.
Bruises, again, Na'Vi is trying to sell these fakes. They've sent a Paranoia in towards Elbow, and they're just waiting for this play-in to be, but no one has really moved. In fact, Na'Vi are trying this very, very late. They have got 18 seconds to try and make this move stick. The spike hasn't even made out of main yet. There's already multiple players here. Their clock is truly ticking down. I don't see any way that they should be even able to get onto the site. This has been seemingly a fun ball. He's going for a knife. He's going for a knife. Well, thankfully, this time, Avova is not peeking. Another wild ride of a round, but hey, Apex have got another pistol.
Yeah, that was most of the rounds in the previous map, so it's important as well that they follow up with that round win. Still, I got worried that we were about to see a repeat of the closer of that previous map where Angel's in a 1v2 effectively with his teammate too far away before time runs out. And right here, shot lands 2 seconds and a Neon that slides just a little too far to get that fight onto Avova. If they win that, game over. Let's just forfeit and move on. Luckily, Apex still come out of there with
you want
the
them
dub.
to Guild X, is what you're saying.
Yeah, oh god.
Well, 1-0. Penny looking for these aggressive fights. As you mentioned, it looked very good in that first map, even with the absolute trouncing that came through. And while for Olizera, I'm glad to see a couple of extra confidence picks. I think that was the main issue for him in the last map, was things went a little bit wrong early, and I don't think he ever quite recovered. For the other players, Angel's going to have that Sheriff in hand, hoping to do a little bit of extra damage, but ultimately this is looking incredibly clean.
Yeah, as it should be. There you go, you're in zone flawless. We saw one of those from Apex in the previous map towards the end. Good to get it on the board early. An economy builder, a confidence builder, and a chance here with a decent amount of weapons brought through to do some damage coming into round number 3. We don't expect them to win it, but we can see them get rolled.
It's right here. Heavy shields across the board, of course, still expecting that Outlaw to be in play. The Na'Vi looking like more of a setup towards A this time around. Early presence challenge for by Alexic, but clearly had the info. It's a dive out from Avova.
Down A.
He's gone for the 1v1 fight, and well, he's taken down Angel, but trade was immediate.
It is one of their better weapons left on the ground. Still have a Vandal to fall back on, a Bulldog, a Spectre, and an Outlaw. Almost a full house on that side. Penny backing off. He's made the right read. They're closing in on that space. The Outlaw won't have any easy fights. Has to be the headshot or the shot on the fallback. Ooh. What a connection from Penny. That's the man advantage now. A solid start for Apex in a round that still has so much promise. Olizera, the one player you don't really want to see taking one of those fights, the Spectre in hand.
There.
And he will avoid it. They're going back into this A setup. Back to the numbers.
Yeah, of course, they got the sensors. Oh, the walkthrough.
Nice.
It's
Spike down
not
A.
the prettiest from Ruxic, but the job was done. Swing. Oh, okay. Hero he's ended up jumping. It is definitely a weird one for Na'Vi, but hey, they'll take down the Apex side. A 3-0, 4 players alive, a lot of weaponry upgraded as well. They are off to a flyer in this map.
That was a great call from Penny as well. Realizing with this Outlaw, he wouldn't really have much to do when it comes to the push itself. They're going to smoke him off. They're going to make it very hard for him to find value. So he calls for Malzy, the other player with the Vandal, to come to him so he can slide in, open that space, draw their crosshair, and hope that Malzy can get the trade. And he does one better. Gets the kill before Penny goes down, leaving him on 5 HP. Penny recovers a rifle and stays aggressive. And that's a great sign for a team that just got rolled on the previous map to come in and still look confident. Batu, Penny showing up here in this one, and around that previously for Na'Vi, you wouldn't count them out with those pistols. They're barely having a heartbeat in this one, put to bed very early.
Yeah, I'm liking the early usage of the net as well from Batu. Of course, with that now regenerating over time, it really does hold a lot of value throwing it out early, and another in-zone flawless, squeaky clean for the side of Apex, with Na'Vi seemingly getting a taste of their own medicine.
Well, again, this is going to bring us back to that previous map with the perspective that, okay, if Apex had found a foundation, had laid it thick or even thin in that first half, they could have built on it. But, they didn't. They got 2 rounds, the pistol and the follow-up, so we wanted to see a connection. We wanted to see some momentum build up at the start of this map, and that's exactly what Apex have found here.
Yeah, of course. The Penny. It's always crazy. I think the age of this player is what catches me out more than anything else. Penny was around back in like 2021, still playing on that international level. Still only 22 years of age, so got a long career still left ahead. Of course, if you weren't watching Masters Toronto, subbed in there And there you go, in 2021 had that 5th, 6th at Reykjavik. I still remember, I think it was versus Liquid, just had a terrifying performance as an EMEA fan. Of course likes fashion as well. There you go. Just a little quirky fact to add in.
Always a big fan of Penny, playing on a roster with one of the best Vipers at the time. Viper usage as a team, back on V1 with Jammies. It's good to see him down here on the EMEA stage. He did us justice standing in for Team Liquid over there in Toronto. His Phoenix on Haven looks pretty beastly. His Jet, reliable. And now we're seeing him here on the Neon, and well, he's certainly delivering early on, but it's been a slow start for Na'Vi. Couple of picks here or there, with the rounds slipping out of their grasp. Question is, can Apex keep up this momentum?
Yeah, they had that sort of big individual early play from Alexic, which seemed to turn the tide, and well, maybe this will be the case once again. Already an opener onto Penny. The tough thing with what they're up against, though, is this Apex composition has a ludicrous amount of delay. Like, you've got the Viper, you have all of those sensors, the potential of the wall and the net that can also go in. Then you have Omen as well, with those additional smokes. Even the stuns you could add in. And while this re-aggression into mid is something that we've seen a few times from Apex, setting up that firing squad at top. Well, the drone, oh, I don't think the drone did spot out Alexic. Now this could be interesting if he hits a timing. Molzy's not looking. The player on the other side is, well, Olizera's diligence is what keeps them with a man advantage here.
It's going to be needed as the push comes towards the B site. Site giving up the wall, blocking it off. They're looking to hold on to control of market. Batu sees the barrel. They know the swing is ready. In fact, even Molzy a little further behind, but Batu gets the job done himself.
Got in.
Hero and Shao. The ultimate active here for Batu. It's not found anyone, but it's a deterrent. It keeps them back with the Viper wall up. There's no way, really, for this round to be secured. 15 seconds on the clock, a 2 versus 4, and a save call pulled into play by Na'Vi. But Avova is pushing up. All these arrows coming with him. They don't want these weapons to be carried through. Looks like Hero's ready and waiting, and he'll grab one in front of the wall.
Now comes down to just holding on to those additional weapons, but even still for Na'Vi as of yet, there really has been nothing. Apex have been utterly dominant, and I kind of want to see them go for something a little bit more aggressive. The problem is they've been caught by the net whenever they have, but also they just seem to be quite disjointed. Like Angel there is alone, shoots something, there's a player just waiting on the other side. The players pushing through mid had basically the wall, what was it, with like 30 seconds left on the clock going down? It just left them in a position where they're just running out of time, and with a lot of reactive utility from Apex, I feel like they do need to be picking up the pace a little bit just to force them to throw some of that a little bit earlier.
Well, it looks like Na'Vi will be picking up the pace indeed, but the stun caught. Alexic won't find anything at the start of this round. Movement towards the B site where the pit is down, they'll bypass it, and a cage gets them through the market. Now Olizera has pressure on him from both sides. Here's the Omen TP as well, but he's got a safe space to hang out inside of. Easy kill onto Ruxic, who was so desperately low, but Xiao drops the pit. It's giving them a chance. That AWP still to contend with, but spotted up close. Now Penny has the info as well. He's gonna use his own wall, 1 shot left. Shorty comes in to hand, and he has just ran away, leaving his teammates to pick up the pieces. A 6-0 start for Apex. Night and day compared to Icebox.
Well, I said they was pretty good at their own map choices, right?
You did, Tom. Well done.
Didn't expect it to be this dominant, but hey, you can always see with Apex when they put work in. I think that this is always a squad that, especially when they have the likes of a Deadlock, I really enjoy watching them play. I think Molzy was playing it a while back on Ascent as well, and it just looked like they have a lot of cool ideas, but as we saw mentioned in the last map, when it comes down to more individualistic sort of styles, I don't think that's where they really thrive. Na'Vi right now, it really does feel like they're just running straight into a brick wall, and a brick wall that has plenty of layers to it, a switch up of where those sensors sit once again. Before they're around middle, now Penny is waiting there. The Viper screen is probably the only bit that stayed static, and again, you see that wall utilized once they're pressured. They're even going to use the Hunter's Fury off the back of it, knowing that some of these angles will be a little bit more narrow, and Batu with the spam has caught that opener as well.
Na'Vi really being hammered in here. Losing the opening pick. getting nothing for their trouble. Space kept by the camera and the trap towards that B site. Apex are now fleeing the scene. Leaving Avova a little more isolated. He hasn't been caught in the close corner, but he stood on the angle, ready for the fight. Spots them and falls back. No need to over-aggress in a round like this. The advantage already secured, with him at the time solo holding, and with those deadlock traps waiting for a player to go running in. It won't be Alexic, obviously, with him already being down. Gives him a good chance when push comes to shove here for Na'Vi, which is right about now. 30 seconds.
Time.
25 on the clock. They need to go.
They haven't even broken any of the utility yet. That's the main worry. They're now going to go running straight in. The net's online as well. That's just been utilized. That's something else they have to deal with. Like, they're not baiting out the utility of Apex, and now they're just running into the site with almost the entirety of the squad just waiting on the cross. 6 seconds left. They need to get that spike down, and well, they have managed to find the kills. They've run out of time. I don't think they've got it. Oh, that was on like 0. That was literally on 0. I don't know how they managed to make that one stick. I won't lie, I didn't believe the entirety of the time. But somehow running in with, what was it, like 8 seconds, they managed to kill everyone at plant?
Swear I saw 3.5 on the board when they went to plant that, but
I'm guessing it was an error at the top.
It must have been. Because that right there looked like it was done, and I have to commend Batu for the fact that he sat back, he waited over on short. Oh, it is a razor wire.
No time. No.
At least we weren't the only ones. We weren't the only ones.
It feels good to be validated like that. Right there with us. Yeah, it definitely looked like the clock was going to be their biggest enemy there, but in the end, they do grab that
especially
plant.
with 4 players there. I feel like a little bit of a fumble from Apex. Obviously, you're the 6-1 in the lead, but when you have 4 players on site and your opponents get stuck in a net with like a few seconds left, probably should have had that one. We'll see if it comes back to bite them. It's worth noting that Na'Vi have had their struggles on this attack side versus mates in Turkey. They managed 0 rounds out of 7. But this one's already looking a lot better over under pressure. Batu's done well. That res a lot quicker than it used to be. Still just trying to sit in the corner, but he has no help up until this run through the smoke, but it's too little too late.
Left the entirety of the squad up against him. They've got the credits to go for this. Only in round number 8. But evidently not worth throwing away. An in-zone flawless on the side of Na'Vi. 5 players left alive. A second round on the board. Now chaining them together. But the good thing is Apex still have that fallback of economy. Still, it's going to start to weigh on them. If you see Na'Vi really kick open this door and walk their way back into the series, considering the fact that that round with time on their side, they should have had that locked in. It just took a half of a second for the player hiding on site to swing out. But they got a little too eager, a little ahead of themselves, and a little caught up in the momentum of the 6-round streak.
It's not even half, it's probably about 0.1.
Yeah.
Like, the difference was ridiculous. Here we go. A bit of a pace change once again. As I said, I wanted to see Na'Vi put the pressure on. Ruxic has managed to get into the backlines very early on. His paranoia is perfect. And now we're starting to see that Na'Vi from the previous map. The confident Na'Vi, the aggressive Na'Vi. Drone going to be sent through. Surely he has to flee. Paranoia even going to be on the other side. And Batu's caught hero. This round definitely isn't done just yet.
No, there is still a heart beating on the side of Apex. They need this round to keep the momentum flowing. Avova dropping Angel. Reveal on Ruxic is perfect, but he's not alone. He's got Alexic here with him. Shao comes out of the smoke to take the fight together. Avova and Malzy now need to combine, but they've been isolated. A 3rd round for Na'Vi. It all comes from that small mistake 3 rounds ago. The momentum firmly in the attacker's favor now. Still, those credits are there for a buyback.
I think we're finally starting to see sort of what I was mentioning, where if you allow them to just have that timing on delay, like, oh, they're pushing now, we'll throw a net. Oh, they're pushing now, we'll throw a wall. Oh, like, just give them that timing. It's a very easy sort of map for Apex, so we were seeing them still with that wall from Deadlock available with, what, 30 seconds left. Now they're starting to struggle because we just saw Ruxic just run it down. Like, that was the plan for that round, just take that amount of space and individually he has now put himself up to the top of the board alongside Olizero. But you can see now that there is a bit of panic. From 6-0 up, very comfortable, up until that blip. And now Na'Vi look like they're back in the game. And what I was mentioning before is, as I said, when they played the mid-season event in Turkey, it was a 6-13 loss to Mates. And it was 0 rounds on the attack for Na'Vi. Like, they had a really troublesome time. In the previous match, they ended with 9 rounds on the defensive side. So it does look like that's where they're favored. That's where they're feeling more comfortable. And obviously for Apex, it's a little bit more of an unknown with them not playing on this map since it's been in the pool. But I like the fact that Danito's getting there a little bit earlier. Oh, is this another stat that's about how Angel's quite old?
I believe it is, Tom.
Yes.
Angel started his career just a little bit after Hero was born. That's, I'm sure he'd love that statistic being shared.
Yeah.
We'll send that to him after. 6-3. And it is for Apex a difficult pill to swallow, knowing that they have invited their demons back into this map. Left the door open, Na'Vi walked right through, and now on half the rounds when previously they struggled to get anything on the board. Good space though for Apex, utility pushing Na'Vi back, orb taken.
But they have A main control, B main control. It's only mid that is even into question. That's the position on the map that they're trying to close in on. So, and Na'Vi, they kind of need an opener just to open a gap on the map. Instead, they're going to try running through. Alexix caught himself with his own stun, but they have at least got the space, and Angel's found the kill onto Batu. Even still, though, an immediate trade.
Yeah, it was a mistake to spam through. Luckily, Olizero's bailed them out, but with Malsey being caught in the rotate back through, that causes a problem. Hero continues the aggression. Alexix was there, and they met up with a flurry of frags and Avova fleeing the site. They've seen him running away. Alexix already speeding his way towards this A site.
Almost out.
They don't want him to save this weapon. They could have a big economic advantage coming into the next. They will anyways, but dropping Avova just multiplies those problems, and it's Alexix third to put 4 on the board for Na'Vi. 2 rounds behind now. A fraction of a second decided their fate, and now they could be neck and neck at the halftime.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. It looked like the second they were broken, there was just no going back. And boy, it seemed like for Na'Vi, the second they got their foot in the door, it was just a completely different map. They've started to really disrespect that utility, even run through a lot of it. Like, oh, you've got your Viper Orb here. We'll stun behind it and we'll run into our own stun if we have to. And well, I think Alexix has done very well to get them some openers in situations where he has a massive disadvantage. Batu once again looking for some aggressive presence. Now, he does have Annihilation online, so could try and steal a player away, but it's probably not the time to do it. He has the net, and the net, of course, does get him information if it catches a player. For now, though, he's going to try and utilize that ult, and it has caught the player, but while Ruxic escapes for a millisecond.
Oh, Alexix running through that cage. Batu ready and waiting on this corner. He's being fed kill after kill, but then Hero and Shao, they interrupt the flow. The dominoes falling no more, and a chance. Plenty of time on the clock. The only problem is that they're being boxed in by Avova, who now has them contained in main. And he knows they haven't made it out already.
I was going to say, it makes me a bit nervous, because Avova's not been having a great time, and while Hero checks the angle, hits the shot, and somehow we've gone back into a seemingly favorable situation as well, and already this swing for okay. I was nervous for Malsey. He goes alone, but luckily this time he does deliver. Both kills found. Apex at least will have a lead.
At least by 2. Great interruption from them. Again, it comes on the back of this 3K from Batu, though. Some mistakes made by Na'Vi, swinging one at a time. Obviously, the first you can't blame. And a hero play by Malsey in the end to shut down that double push.
It doesn't even look happy they won the round.
But I think I can understand looking at that. Like, the fact that Avova gets caught in mid is upsetting. And then the fact that Malsey takes that big risk. That doesn't go his way. This whole half is gone. Another pick for Malsey, though. doing remarkably well. Avova's been able to escape somehow. He is out of there scot-free. That's a 5v4.
Oh, it's not pretty. The hero of last map would have killed him and some, but the job has been done. It does also feel like Alexic basically has to win these 1v1s. Okay, a little pick. But yeah, if he doesn't, the trades are so far behind. There's no one really following up. It does feel like he's left alone in a lot of these rounds. And while it was the same in the last map, but he was successful, now the dominoes are falling one by one. Walking into angles that are being held by Apex, and in the end, it's going to come out as an in-zone flawless for an 8-4 half for Apex.
Switching sides.
A great recovery on map number 1. Apex are here to play. It's Navi that have to climb back up, and if there is a player to carry them to victory here, they move to that second half. You look at Alexic, hero as well from the previous map, who was on fire. See if they can recapture the flame of that first map. Let's talk a little bit, or let's listen a little bit about Alexic, because we sat down with Hero to hear about the new member of Navi.
I would say I have a bigger responsibility now, like compared to back then, definitely. Like back then I was like the newcomer and like people were taking care of me more back then. But now it's more like you learn to be on your own a little more and like you actually like take care of the people that are coming like new to the scene. Like for example, like our new duelist, like I'm trying to like help him as much as I can to be comfortable and like do good on stage. Like Alex coming into our roster, I would say is like I believe a lot in him, I would say. Like he has a lot of potential, and I think like if he's just given like the right things that he can use, I think he'll be like a really good player.
Looking to set up Alexic now coming into this next half for some tempered aggression. Excited to see what this half holds, because they were very slow to start on this map. But we know what their true potential is after witnessing Icebox.
Yeah, I think that the composition that Apex are running is very difficult to break down on the defense. Like they have so much delay and stall, and I think in a lot of the early rounds, Na'Vi really didn't do the best of jobs of baiting out their utility or breaking any of the sensors. It left a lot of players, like, for example, Hero out on an island, and I think Alexic as well. Like, they relied heavily on him finding opening picks. On the defense, for Na'Vi, I feel like they'll have a few more opportunities. Like, they've got that double initiator, so you can kind of expect that they'll be a bit more aggressive with it. And for Apex, I'll say, like, the thing, again, with them running the deadlock, I've always enjoyed their attack side setups. I think they have some very good executes and have shown that at least the prep side of Apex has always been very, very good. So I'm not too worried for them going into the attack. I think this is now their map to lose, but I have to wait and see what they have on offer.
Well, this pistol could be something that secures us, or at least gets us one step closer to that third map of Corrode. Navi already with a great read. Look to the players on the site to not overcommit. They've almost lost Angel.
Yeah.
4 HP to a spam through the smoke, and that's not really the kind of mistake you want to see here at the start. Luckily, he's still drawing breath. Has that flash ready for them to push through, but they've given away the flank with the drone. It's being watched by all Zera, and he will at least survive the initial engagement.
I wonder if they must have just assumed they've been caught, because using the drone, like, it seems almost pointless of flanking at that point, but hey, they've already found one back. They're going to need quite a bit more. Mosey just styling on them in this pistol round. Hero hoping he can find something, and Angel was dropped so low from the spams. It's a done deal in this round for Apex. They'll take their 9th and look to head us towards that map number 3 of Corrode.
9-4, double digits on the horizon for Apex, and Navi looking down and out compared to the previous. They had that streak of rounds that came off the back of, well, a razor-thin wire separating them from defeat and victory over in half number 1. But there hasn't really been consistency. You look at that first map, I remember a point where Hero was 19-3.
Yep.
Alexic was heating up as well in a lot of those battles, and well, it's definitely a different flavor to Navi coming into this one. That's not the nade we were looking for.
Yeah, we saw the net thrown in the last round, and they're using it to catch that player who pressure's on the corner. This time, Na'Vi are fully on the flank. They don't have a drone, so they're not going to be doing that this time. And this is a free kill onto Molzy. As long as they take it, there's still another player to deal with. Ollie, zero, well placed, and only with a ghost in hand, but that doesn't seem to matter. Angel, 22 HP. We've already seen a debut 4K come out for Penny. And it seems like the rest of the team are trying to give the debut ace over to Ollie Zera. First time in the Tier 1, looking to get it over the line. And he will have the ace to boot. A huge step up in this second map. And someone that we should definitely be excited for.
Well, this definitely isn't what I expected after map number 1.
No.
Tom. Not only dominating, but finding an ace with a ghost of all weapons after opening pick found. He returns it ×5. A wonderful start to his career here on the EMEA stage. Ollie Zera 16-9, and Apex 10-4. A chance to run away with this map, maybe even to dish out exactly the same medicine they were fed by Na'Vi in map number 1. It's this rifle round that will decide. Oh, the pace of how this ends, and Ruxic with a double. Well, you certainly put to bed the rumors that Na'Vi are down and out of this map.
Yeah, he still had his individual moments. Round where he rushed through mid and what. Penny has at least been spotted. The thing is, this game's been weird though. I don't feel like there's been a single round where, especially in like a 3v5 or where there's a significant advantage where I'm going, oh, it's done. I feel like both teams have had slip-ups and errors. Now the cam being shot has given the game away. It seems like for now the goal is to just farm up those orbs. With the spike still back towards the spawn, eventually Avova is going to make it into position. Hero is actually pushing, but hey, clearly feeling back to confidence on this defense side.
Definitely a good sign. Now the
30 seconds
Avova
left.
and Molzy left to be dropped. 31 on Molzy. The wall just about kept him alive. Avova on the push-up doesn't know that Xiao is stood on high. It will be an in-zone flawless for Na'Vi. Now, I mean, that wasn't exactly a full buy round for Apex. They don't have everything. Their coffers emptied, but still a sign of life on the other side. And Apex know how quickly this can snowball for Na'Vi after map 1.
Yeah, in zone, they've got to be having an absolute field day. There's been so many flawless rounds in this match. I don't know I've ever seen something like it. Did you say they've got 3 chances? I like that. It's not saying it needs to be perfect. It just needs to be close to perfect. It's been a different looking game. Expectation definitely not still the same. And Molzy already is going to be starting things off well with the Hunter's Fury. It's been a move to complete pace. Ruxic was the hero of the last round, would need to be the same again as Avova's won that fight. And Penny just decides, you know what, I'm getting out of here. We can rotate the spike to the other side, make sure this round is over. I think we call that 2 chances now.
Well, unless Ruxic with 54 HP in the 1v3 is about to make a sensational play.
Probably not.
No, it doesn't feel like it. He's going to bleed a lot of time clearing all these corners, waiting for a player with all that space lost, and them knowing where he was. There's a good chance that someone would be hiding around any one of them. But Apex aren't looking to take risks. They're not looking to offer 1v1s. Playing towards the spawn with 2. Off Penny's contact, Molzy can swing. Avova used as somewhat of a human recon. On his 5 health, just covering the flank, and eventually he's to the rest of the squad.
He's smoked off the other side of the map to bait them that he's there, so they then run through on this side. That's really clever from Ruxic. That is brilliant, honestly. Well played. Like, he couldn't win the round, but he did a lot of damage by doing that. And you even saw in the moment, when that smoke went down in B main, they pinged the edge of the smoke, going, okay, there's a smoke here. He must be in mid, and rotate it back around. Can't win it, but that's incredibly intelligent way to clear all of the guns.
Yeah, he gave up on the round, rightfully so. There was no way that was going his way. If he pushes into them, you could see the setup waiting for him in spawn was a deadly one. So he does the best that he can in that situation, giving Navi a chance to snowball, giving them a chance to break the economy of Apex. Close that gap that now sits at 6. It's a timeout for Navi. They said they had 3 chances, like you said, Tom. We're down to 2. And if they want to win this in regulation, only got 1.
Yeah, I think especially after map 1, like we kind of expect a different story. And as I said at the beginning, I believe that when Apex choose a map, it normally means they're very well prepared for it. I think we've seen that throughout the sort of history of the roster, like when they played Pearl as well, like they would go into that map having that sort of double duelist with Yoru Phoenix. It was very cool. Like they've been an intelligent team in the way that they sort of build their compositions and their setups. I think coaching staff, IGL, need to be given a lot of credit for. It just does sometimes seem like they get outclassed in terms of individual brilliance. And that does make Corrode very interesting, because it means that I ultimately believe that Apex are going to come in with better ideas, but that doesn't necessarily mean much when it's in a very early stage of a map. A lot of the time, you haven't figured everything out yet.
Looking for round number 12. Apex on the attack, a direct play set up. This should be a split through B. Shock Dart primed to already fly through and take down a trap. Batu's about to walk into one. He's being caught. The spam causes damage. Ult goes through, doesn't find them. Xiao's already dead, but he found Penny through the wall. Put Batu down to a sliver of health. He does manage to make it to the site with the rest of his team. In goes the Viper's pit to play inside of. Spam could take down Batu. For now, at least. Plant is secured inside the pit.
This battle could be very important. It's not pretty, but Ruxic gets the job done. Paranoia sent through, but there is still a player on the other side waiting for him. I think realizing that they need to clear this one out. Olizir has done well within his own pit. Ruxic on that flank again. Hero as well. It's left of Over, who's about to be revealed. But finds safety within the smoke. Safety doesn't last forever, though. Tried to make a play, and Hero is waiting. I think that's another round where you really have to give credit to Ruxic. I think clearing all of that backline on his own gave so much space to everyone else.
Yeah, he did a lot of work. It was Batu that he was up against, who obviously was tagged so desperately low after that initial fight.
He got Mosey as well.
Xiao doing so much damage. Yeah, from that point, you look in the pit, never going to be a favorable fight to take, but
this is a nice spot.
Managed to win it out in the end, clear out the pit. It's once all these era goes down that just puts too much pressure on the rest of the squad. 6th on the board, 5 rounds between them, and here's the benefit of Ruxic lurking outside B, finding those exit kills just a few ago. No money left in the coffers of Apex.
I will say, from Mini earlier saying that he was really excited to see the Angel KO, it's been quite weird. He's only got 4 kills, so I don't know. 5.
There we go.
5.
He heard you.
Just about won a kill versus an ecoing player.
I mean, is it really a win when you get traded like that? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
The Mini would say so.
The 1-for-1's
He's
on the
gonna
defense.
kill us. He's been hitting the gym. I don't know if we can take him anymore, even as 2.
He was looking buff.
Yeah, I know.
He opened a door earlier.
That was the main reason I watched the pre-show.
He opened a door earlier. It almost came off the hinges. Looked like Evan. 4v4. Navi still with the big advantage, but the space taken here. A few gaps spotted and taken advantage of here by Apex. They're up close. Xiao swings out with a knife in hand. They know they conceded the space. That's a big mistake. The stun, good. Hero still able for 1. Mini calls that a win. It's a 3 versus 2. Navi on the back foot.
Luckily for them, Ruxic's still alive. He's going to go TPing forward, trying to just bait them into a panic, trying to push them into Alexa. Come on, now he has to do it all. It really has been him trying to save them. And while it was a pay-safe card, Thrifty, a round that really shouldn't have gone the other way, but it just feels like Na'Vi are making error after error. Maybe not realizing or maybe not calling positions that they've lost, but that was a huge oversight.
Well, we didn't know what to expect from this series, but I have to say I was a bit disappointed after map number 1, the winless Apex. Up against a former giant, shrunk down to size of Na'Vi. It looked like it was just going to be a dominant showing from Na'Vi. They would continue the streak of losses from Apex, and what that meant most importantly was we wouldn't get to see Corrode. But how things have changed. 1 win away, 6 chances to close this out. Na'Vi already losing Ruxic, the standout player on this map. Yeah. They have not got a lot of strong weapons to fall back on.
And another solid net lineup that has left a player in real problems. As I said, I always like the sort of tech that we see coming out from the deadlock of Apex. Penny primed and ready. Angel looking to come around the corner. He's been seen as well, so they're going to swing straight onto him. The net from a teammate's not helped, but it has helped out for Malsey. Zhao left to try and do it all. A nice shot for one, but ultimately an immediate response for Apex. A dominant performance on their own map choice. And now, well, we get a treat. We're heading to Corrode.
All the way to map 3, the new map in the pool, and really all expectations out of the window. This will be the debut for EMEA and a chance to split the difference between what is apparently two closely matched teams. It all comes down to Corrode after the break.
a beautiful response from Apex on map 2. We will be seeing map 3 and Corrode in just a moment. But before that, I am joined by Kakuka and Billy. Now, Kakuka, you said we need to see a home ground for Apex. It's very early to call Sunset their home ground, but were you satisfied with their pick and their performance?
I like the ideas behind it. I like how they were putting Na'Vi in the positions that they were. If we can look at the number as well, just turning around some of the rounds in their favor. Still, you know, not the best in those post ones. Definitely have to work on those, but it's a very, very good start for them. It is good, actually, that both of the teams have been very convincing in their picks for week 1, because we've seen it in the past. Like, it's very easy that you get like crossed with a team that has also prepped something very similar. So it's good to see that the ideas are there at least.
Yeah, I think as well, like I was happy when I heard you guys kind of set this up as potentially being Apex's home ground. When we think back to the performance that they had on it last year, right, it's a different roster, but it still has the kind of mega minds behind it, I guess, in a way, with having Danito, having Malzy, who also played amazingly on this map. So yeah, the kind of idea of Sunset is still there with this team.
Yeah, and I want to apologize to Batu real quick, because I didn't know why they would put him on the deadlock, but now I know why.
Yeah, we were talking about in the green room, right, about there's so many players that we have seen previously run the deadlock. For Batu, it was his first time, but we were also speaking about the longevity and the long run of putting him in this position, Billy.
Yeah, definitely. I think I was really excited. I am a bit of a deadlock enjoyer, so I enjoy seeing it.
Me too. It's going to be a lovely stage.
Like seeing it pulled out is just so nice to me. I want to see if he continues this deadlock onto Corrode as well. But yeah, I think for me, I was super impressed to see Batu on this, considering, like you say, it was his first time playing it.
Look at all of this initiating utility, the way that he was using the walls to force Na'Vi into certain positions. Absolutely love to see Apex being capable of doing these things. And again, like, they picked up a composition that has worked internationally for other teams, and they made it their own. I think that they understand the strengths. And even though he was missing the ultimates, we saw it. It happens
talk about that.
to the best of us a couple of times. Yes, Batu, we were watching. It is what it is. Overall, the performance was very, very good.
Yeah, we talked about how Na'Vi weren't afraid to fight. They weren't afraid to swing, but we saw a lot of these fights where Apex weren't afraid to fight.
Yeah, I think this is very important, because this is like the result or the outcome of Apex using those walls and putting Na'Vi in certain positions that they weren't very comfortable in. In some of the rounds, we see Na'Vi even getting that opener, and they were forced into this middle fights that I really, really like. So by Batu putting that pressure with the wall and Na'Vi being forced to make a decision, sometimes they were being forced to fight onto mid, where both Olizera and Malzy were waiting. By the way, Olizera, first ace, good start.
I think as well with those mid fights, I liked how Apex were kind of alternating their setups with how they would fight for mid. Sometimes they had Penny with the op, sometimes they had the sonic sensors so they could punish the opposing Neon pushing through those. So yeah, it was just really, really nice to see. And Malzy, by the way, fucking ideal.
Was a bit of a diff there, was a bit of a tiny bit of a diff there on the side of Malzy. I mean, we talk about how we want to see double duelists out of them. We want to see Benny, you know, in full swing. But
Phoenix? Benny rocking the Phoenix?
Do you know what? We're going to Corrode. I would not mind that.
Well, Batu...
I would. I wouldn't.
If you put Batu and Penny together and get a Benny Phoenix, I feel like a little bit scammed. I'm kidding.
You know, we're not going down that route.
But I hope we get it. This will be something that we see. At least we heard Danito talk about how they do run the double duelist. That is something they have planned. But if they don't have that plan on these 3 maps, then surely it's got to be somewhere at some point. But for Na'Vi too, you know, what can they bring out? They're traditionally one of the teams, Billy, that are not afraid to get weird.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it. I think Chamber Vice...
Yes! Oh my God, it's show on the face!
My God.
Guys, Christmas is early!
Okay, we manifested
still on KO! Can we talk about that for a second? Look at how he performed on that map.
Well, the KO, I have a stat for you here for the KO. Na'Vi, KO is our second most picked agent since the partnership era. They pick Omen the most and then KO the second most. But it's not usually Angel KO though. This is still relatively new for us.
Yeah, it's relatively new. It's also new this year to see Xiao on this fade. Like, this is something that I wanted for today. On the other side, I'm not sure about the Jet. I still have to be convinced about that, but I'm sure that Alexic will make a very good case for it.
I also love how Minnie's like double initiator is not it. I don't want to see it one time.
Yeah. I want want to see, because there's, you know, a lot of flashes on the side of Apex. Speaking about flashes, I want to see Olizera playing on that Vice. To my knowledge, at least, he only used to play her on Pearl, if I'm not mistaken. But again, I think that we've seen 3 maps. We were expecting that double duelist maybe to be a possibility for Apex, but really they didn't consider it themselves.
Yeah, I know, and I'm kind of surprised when I look at it. I think the Yoru is a good pick, and like you say, I'm intrigued to see how that does go up against the Jet, especially when we consider how big this map is. But again, it is that KO, it is that double initiator. It's not things that we expected. When I look at Navi, I was expecting, you know, the way Alexix has been performing on that operator today, maybe a chamber Vice, but no, they're opting for that Jet.
I can't wait to dive into this one. The first corrode of VCT EMEA. Midgeman and Tombiz, have fun with this one.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Well, there was a lot of debate about what EMEA would be playing when it comes to agent comps, and I imagine we're going to see iterations of this change. You're seeing the Sova versus the Fade. I think the Fade's a clear winner, at least in my mind.
Beautiful.
No Viper? Are you kidding me?
It's beautiful.
Angel on the KO?
That sort of. That is what I was going to get to. We had that nice little clip at the beginning of Mini telling us that double initiators are dead, and we have 2 double initiators.
Let's go.
Somehow I might believe that Mini was right, but we'll see after the game.
I'll give him the credit. It was all about Toronto. That's where he was making those learnings from, and this map wasn't there. And a map with so many corners to clear.
Show match. Judge Ace.
All right. Yes, the Judge Ace indeed. But this is very much where I expect something like a double initiator. If you're going to have a map in the pool that benefits from it, a map with so many corners, so many crevices, it makes sense that this would be the one. I'm a big fan of Viper on this map. The mid lurks can do so much. Neither team going for it. I'm curious to see what their ideas are for the late game, for the rifle rounds, for those mid lurks.
Very direct. Pot flash being set up. Smoke just going down. I think the desk was slightly excited by the shower. Fade, the flash is perfect though. And that has allowed Alexix to just walk in and find 2 picks. He's back on that Jet once again and already looking incredibly comfortable.
A solid start indeed. The flash from Angel. He had a tough time on KO in the previous, not providing much value, but walking straight into the Sheriff. Alexix picking up a triple. Another one of Mini's lessons was that this Sheriff can do so much, but the final one will be put on the ground for Apex.
Oh, I thought the final one was have fun.
Not the lesson, Tom.
Oh.
Final Sheriff for Apex. 1-0 start for the attacking side. A solid showing. Talking about the initiators as well, I think you've got a lot of variety in what can be run here. Killjoy, probably not so much. Such a big map, you're often going to find yourself rotating out of that space. But looking between a Vice and Cypher, you have a lot of arguments for both, especially with so many wall-bangable angles. You look towards that A site, even on the B side as well, so many corners and crevices to hide in, to catch them on the trips, but then the delay ability of a Vice is so strong as well.
I think, especially in the early days, you do get one of two. You either get everybody running the same comp for eternity until somebody proves that that comp sucks, or in some cases they don't. Look back to Icebox. Or, and I think more likely nowadays with how many different variations of agents we have, you're going to see a lot of changes. Like they showed earlier in the desk 4 different compositions that were run over in China. And already 2 different ideas being shown out here. At least with the initiators, I imagine there's more to comfort for Angel. Thanks for helping out, Ruxic.
Yeah, that could have been a little bit disastrous. Malzy sneaks away from the reveal. He's got a low HP player there as well, but won't be able to take him. Angel, hot on the heels of his friend, of his teammate, taking the trades and leaving a 4 versus 1. A classic in the hands of Avova. I wasn't tracking what was left behind, but I don't imagine it's anything major on the floor. Oh, it'll just be a ghost upgrade.
Yeah. Na'Vi were always the team that sort of brought through this 3 rifles, 2 pistols, so it's not overly surprising that there isn't a crazy amount to be found. Ruxic is honed in on the angle. Loses it though. Why? It should at least be Hero to be able to find that extra gun, so it's not too much, but that was impressive that he even won that fight.
Yeah. A real chance with Angel so low if he had caught him off guard. That could have been a pick with just 1 bullet. Yeah, not bad. A lot of potential in this round for Apex already. This is really where we get to see their ideas. Rifles come out. We talked about the preparation. and how different it can look when Apex are ready. Their map pick Sunset, almost as dominant as Icebox. I imagine this is one that they're very ready for.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Na'Vi on mid, because when I think back to the initial stages of Split, they're one of the best attack side mid players, and I feel like there's a lot of parallels with that sort of up top window, space being fought for regularly. Penny is actually looking to swing out even while still under the suppression, didn't have that ability to escape, but with Alexic already tagged up, he's now the one that somewhat takes the risk. Now in the last map, I felt like every time he took a fight, he was way ahead of everyone else, be that on him or be that on somebody else on the team not following up. I want that to change for this map.
Apex have taken control over A main. The late push up. Now the thing about the Cypher, if you're against the Vice, you know that that wall's on one side of the map. If they swap it up, maybe you've got space to walk in, but Cypher will always have those trips, not worth committing too far forward. But now Hero's down. That could get the players pushing up a little bit more quickly towards A main, but for now at least they stand ready and in position. I think a large part of that is they need these smokes to deny the late fights. Batu's giving up the space on mid. A push in towards the defender spawn. Will there be anyone to link back up with? They're losing players across the map. Even oh, nice shot onto Avova, but coming towards mid, there's a big danger. Malzy is about to catch the spike with his back turned. That's a free pick for Malzy. 20 seconds on the clock, but Ruxic still flying under the radar.
Yeah, it almost seems pointless though. They need to actually reclaim that. Finally, he will pounce, but in the meantime, they need to get rid of Malzy, and he actually goes down. 10 seconds, they got a full sprint towards this B side and get that planting almost immediately. It will be going down if they could stop him from being killed, and they're just holding on to the angle. Ruxic's up above. Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe not expecting them to just sprint through it, but well, I don't know why Apex wouldn't.
Yeah, with the time as well, they had to read that if he's planting, he should be a bit more exposed. Maybe it would have to be a wall bang, but as we could see, that angle was wide open. Just a huge misread to not have Ruxic still covering that angle. Where, as well, they knew that there were players. They had been fought just a second before that fade of Xiao rounded the corner. He'd been shot at, so there's someone hot on your heels. And they just chose to ignore the danger.
I'm kind of surprised we don't see the other players kind of like try and group back up while Ruxic has that space. Like play around him rather than sort of spreading out and looking for clues. It definitely made things that little bit more difficult.
I mean, Angel wasn't even clearing corners. He was just sprinting to the side.
Wow. Zera had a great recovery in the last map. Tries to play off the flash, but now at least some of his utility has diminished. The wall now being expected as well. So for Na'Vi, they don't necessarily have to play off of this. Just looking to try and clear some of that util early. Batu re-clearing into mid with a pop flash behind, which does land, but they're not able to play off it. And now they'll reset back towards the B site again, where a lot of that utility is faded, just the flash.
Flash doesn't catch the player inside the Cloudburst. Ollie Zera repositioned, though I love this down below, so wall bangable. He has to find value right away. They're gonna pounce after that first pick. Still players rotating in. Two detected on the back of the site. Wrap around from Ruxic is good. He'll drop Batu, putting a lot of pressure on with the heaven peak from Alexic, securing the site. Now it's on to Penny and Avova to fight their way back through. Penny to find the first, but a low HP Angel just about wins that battle. With Penny tagged up, the hard work seemingly done for Na'Vi. They'll be right back to winning ways with the attack side building up to 3. And Penny possibly wanting to save this rifle. You see him backing off, and look how low the credits are for so many of these players. I think it's the right call.
Yeah, my main worry a little bit early in this game is that it does feel like the setup of Olizera was figured out quite quickly. Okay, he's got the wall, he's got the flash up top, and obviously the thorns to delay. So Na'Vi just baited it, pretended they fell back, took the orb, went away, and then came back, and it didn't feel like Apex had really adapted for the fact that he didn't have any utility anymore. It was down to just, okay, can Olizera on half HP find a multi-frag? Otherwise, we give up the site. And okay, the players had sort of shifted a little bit further towards middle, but it still felt like he really didn't have any support. And what with the amount of space that was lost, Heaven taken as well.
Nice surge towards B as well.
It ended up working out quite easily for the side of Na'Vi in that one. At least for now. Gonna have that hero rifle. Something to play around, but not likely something that can change the round unless Penny's going to just pop off once again.
Penny's been revealed as a gate crash to fall back to, but he'll be leaving this A space wide open if he does. Now he doesn't have a choice. The knife has hit. This is the rifle that Apex have. You can't see it go down in an awkward fight. Has to be set up to win. Alizera and Malzy down and out of the round. They may just take this back in the other direction. With Avova down, though, that'll spur them forward, and it's an easy fight. The run through the smoke, gets the pick, and Angel's still watching flank. They had 2 players for that mid control in the late round. A great play by Na'Vi, gets them 4-1 flawlessly.
Yeah, it's sort of what I mentioned as well, though. They seem to very heavily focus on that middle control. And as I said, that was something I was always impressed with Na'Vi, be it this map or take Ascent, another one of their very strong maps in the past with the attack side of Ascent and how they were able to dominate that map control. That Shao fade was a big part of that map as well. And I think they're doing very well to sort of deny Apex that additional information. Like, okay, we're battling for B main, but we can't really reaggress a lot of this control because we just don't have it after the first 20 seconds.
Well, a timeout pulled into play here for Apex. 4-1 down. And again, remember what they're fighting for. This is a team that coming into stage 2, if they want to make it to champions, if they want to keep their franchise hopes alive, it really has to be a deep run. You got to be looking at top 2 for them to secure the champ spot. And they need, more than anything, going beyond securing their franchise spot, going beyond champions and the highest of the highs, they need a win. This is a team that's gone through kickoff and stage 1 without a single series victory under their belt. They don't want to leave like this, and starting off stage 2 on the right foot will have so much value for them.
Well, yeah, and they've also been making roster changes a lot. Like, they have been taking gambles, taking risks. I'll say, like, you can kind of compare them to Gentlemates and how much they're sort of willing to spend to try and make this work, to try and stay within VCT EMEA. Of course, the pickup of Comeback is something I think everybody is incredibly excited for. Penny, aggressive. He's actually been hit, but waits around. Alexic tried to make a play off the back of it, and well, that's going to be an easy opener. It is the same setup once again, but Alizera's position has moved completely. He'll find a second kill already.
Much better face from Team Apex. B-site well defended, Flash, Wall, and Thorns waiting there alongside 2 players and a quick rotation possible from Batu. Na'Vi are making the right call to bring this in a different direction. And Batu, we talked a lot about the wall bang ability towards that A site, but it's worth noting it's very similar here in middle. And you're going to see the Odin in full effect. The problem is he doesn't have the information. A slow contact play from Na'Vi, but here comes a peek. That's the spike on its own. Angel. He's called for a Scooby-Doo, his best Fred impression, and he's down and out of the round. Ruxic at least able to recover 1. But there's 30 seconds left. And again, it will be towards this B site where there's still plenty of numbers waiting. Wall and Thorns to block out that main play. It has to be Ruxic to turn the tide in their favor. A fight up against Malzy that he loses in this round with the Thorns up. It's already done.
Yeah, it's going to be an attempt from Xiao to at least do a little bit of damage. They have the credits that they can still go back into this one, but hey, it has been the case where it just feels like either they are so convinced when they've cleared something that nobody can ever be there ever again, which definitely seems like a huge oversight, or that just Angel's decided today he doesn't want to check any angles. Because that's happening a lot. He's like, right, guys, you say this is clear? Okay, I'm going to go for a straw into this angle. And if it's not clear, it's not my fault. Because that's the second time that's happened now with the spike.
That one less forgivable. Before he was alone.
I think the last one was forgivable.
No, not that much, but here, like, he was stood hand on shoulder of his teammate. His teammate goes Link, and he goes, I'm going to leave you there. I'm going to go my own way. Oh, nice opening, though, by Angel. He's checked his corners! Let's go!
Well, Ruxic kind of did check that one for him with the TP jump, but you know what? Who cares? Angel is fragging. He's pulling out that old school aim. 2 openers already. Well, I don't know if Batu's getting away with that one. Clearly he heard us talking smack and has decided to put his foot down.
Us? I mean, you. I mean, I've always, this is a reason I've always believed in Angel, especially on the KO. I think if I didn't say it coming into this map, I definitely meant to. His KO, I just 100%, I'm all in, 300% in on it.
You and Mini? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, me and Mini, we're great minds and we think alike. That's why we make a great team.
I agree. That between you, there is a great mind.
That's rude, Tom. I wouldn't be so disrespectful to Mini.
Right, yeah, to Mini. Nonetheless, this is looking like it's completely changed from the last round. Angel is looking to get a quad kill, and not quite. 5 HP, won't be a flawless this time, but Hero is quickly there to respond. It was a solid round from the side of Apex, and maybe a little bit more disjointed. Na'Vi just go back to being this more direct team, find that early fight, and well, I'll be honest, a lot of that just came down to Angel winning fights.
It's worth noting as well for Apex, like we're saying, this is a squad that needs... He did. That's a little KO pun as well. I like that. He's deleted them. Cleared the flash drive. Yeah, so for Apex, obviously this is something that has been haunting them throughout all of VCT in this year. No, not Angel. No, the lack of a win. And they've got KC, Team Liquid, and Fnatic to face.
So it gets easier.
I did leave out Koi.
Why?
Don't read into that. But those are some tough matchups.
I've heard they've got a monster on their side.
They do, quite literally.
Man's a beast.
All right. Well, that was a joke not many people will get, and I'm thankful for that. So yeah, looking at Apex, like this is their best opportunity to put a win on the board.
Other than Koi.
Well, you said that, Tom. That's very rude.
And true.
We just don't know how Koi will match up power level-wise, right? That's what I was getting at. You're just a horrible person.
Okay.
So for Na'Vi,
I'm all right with that.
Probably the weakest of the bunch, a team that has 6 out of 10 losses so far.
How many have Koi got?
It's not worth mentioning at this point. It's a different roster, Tom, and I think that's the important thing. You know,
so you're just trying to save yourself when you go back on the Spanish stream.
No, that's I would never be biased.
Okay.
I believe in all. I hope all the teams have fun.
Right. Except Na'Vi, it seems.
Except Na'Vi.
Already, the Steel Garden being set up. A chance to remove the weaponry for the majority
30 seconds
of the players on the other side, and the time is starting to tick down. It's already looking rough. They have taken away the utility on the other side. Now the guns come back to play, but Na'Vi have got to move. 15 seconds left as they look to head into the B site. Stacked up B site. This is where the majority of players are currently sitting. Shock darts going to be combined with a Hunter's Fury, and that spike has dropped to the deck. They have not got anybody to pick that back up. Off the time is going to be the victory for Apex, and well, solid ultimate usage for them this round. They had to commit a lot to be able to bring that one home. But to be honest, with the lower economy that they had, I think it was worth it.
Yeah, I think absolutely. You know, you smell that blood in the water, you get a hint of it, you got to dive straight on it. No point saving it for the next, and then the opportunities don't present themselves for Apex. Trading these rounds back and forth. Shock darts from Batu did damage, and the Hunter's Fury only needed that one pulse.
Nice.
Great commitment from the defensive side. And remember, we don't really know how this map's going to shape up, either one. Because as we move through it, you know, defense, do they need 3 rounds? Do they need 8? With this comp as well, you never know.
Yeah, I'd always, with new maps, I'd always lean it slightly more to the attack side than you normally would. Just because you can kind of group up, you can play into defensive, and having, especially on a big map as well, it's always a little bit more difficult to get those rotation timings there early on.
Horrendous for rotations.
Ruxic, though, picks up the operator off the corpse of Alexic. Managed to take down Molzy. Now, Molzy has been involved in an awful lot of the setup. He always is. Now, Batu is going to try and make a play, and it was a gamble and a half.
You can see the benefit on defense of having someone like a Yoru to make those mid-round plays. We just saw there, TP back towards the A site. Now he's going to be the only defender. If this was any other agent, he'd only be on his way now. He wouldn't be anywhere close to where he is, and this site would be wide open, but still, he has got enemies at the gates, numbers all around him. Paranoia landed, and in goes the nade alongside the C's. Maybe he wishes he wasn't there so quickly. He's just been decimated.
This just felt like another one of those dominoes rounds. But the problem I have with it is they weren't at a disadvantage until they started swinging. Like, okay, Mosey gets caught with by an operator at top mid when you'd already killed the player at the op. I can forgive that one. But then you have Batu swing. Moments later, you then have the swing, I think it was from Avova, just into blind territory. You've got no information. And at the end, yeah, Penny's trying to basically clutch versus the whole squad, but you've already let that round slip away with just a kind of unnecessary aggression that didn't have any supportive utility alongside it. And especially when, okay, at this point you are only on a single initiator, but the first two players to die are both your initiators, it's a bit more of a problem. Angel's going to die to the spike at the end, because why not?
That's Angel, mate.
It was a really tight round where the spike was like ticking really quick at the end as well.
I think there
was no way he could have got out.
You know, he might have thought he heard them tap it.
Yeah,
Just ran back in, threw himself on the grenade for the team. You know, you really got to respect the call. But this was nasty. And the fact that he gets hit by all of that and then Angel just shoots him through the
new
smoke.
New map, new things.
It's the spike radius is different on this map, you know, because there's all of that refined radianite crystal. Yeah, no, that, you know.
I'll be honest,
these
I just
things
want to
happen.
know what Angel's saying at the end of every round.
Yeah,
I feel like it's just a highlight of that.
Here we go, flash through, pressure on, but Ruxic able to get out. 40, sub 40 HP left on him, but that op survives.
Yeah, they've done well to sort of avoid having to deal with a lot of this B site utility. Wall. That's caused them a few issues, but yeah, just trying to bait it. There we go. Got there in the end. But the problem is, the second this happens, the defensive side have to shift. Now, they've already got Mosey in play this time on that side of the map. As said, a lot of the time I felt like Olazero was left alone. But I think Na'Vi have realized that, okay, once we activate that wall, they have to move, they have to go looking for information. So we can just go back wherever we want.
Gate crash faded. There's no way out for Penny. He's got to stand his ground inside the smoke, but the pressure comes around on short. It's Avova up close.
30 seconds.
Backs out after Penny finds the first. They've got the numbers to work with. Damage done to Ruxic from earlier. Avova just about making it out before Alexa can get that angle on him. And the run through from the ult. Find all the info. They've missed the fact there's a player up on the box.
Yep.
They didn't see Alexic. Forgot to look up, and now that's a pick back in the other direction. And Penny gets caught. The other players wrapping around through elbow. They've caught them off guard. This is a great response from Na'Vi. A couple of kills going the other way, but Ruxic with the op surviving that initial fight. Still having a fingerprint on the late round and closing it out as well. Na'Vi up to 7.
Yeah, Ruxic's been really impressive today. I think we saw glimpses of it when it went back to like last season as well, like what this guy can do. But he's currently 12-2. Like, he has not been dying. He's picked up the operator in a couple of rounds, found them openers as well, and then just a safe pair of hands. Like for someone again who's still a young player within the scene, he is playing like someone with a lot more experience. 7-3, another dominant looking first half. And other than like some success with the B setup, which again Na'Vi has started to try and adapt to, there really hasn't been a whole lot of success so far in this defensive half.
Ruxic's looking for a pick, but he's being caught by Avova. Sheriff in hand. Mid push comes out after it. It feels like a little bit of overcommitment. They've already found the opening, and I believe that will be an op down for the recovery. Batu lands one. That corner's been a big problem for Na'Vi. The wall bang recovers it. The number's still in their favor. And having forced those players back on A main, they've at least denied the op being recovered. So all of these fights still relatively easy. Xiao caught in the corner, but he's got backup. He's got cover. And Olazero will only find the one.
The thing is, I feel like the ideas there from Apex are very good.
Yep.
But they just didn't quite manage to execute Xiao. That was the main problem. He had the spike in the corner, didn't have a lot of support, and just about managed to survive with all the different pieces of the utility that were thrown at him. 8-3. It's a closer one. Ultimately, the scoreline is all that's really reflecting at this stage. Na'Vi running away with this. Now, as I said, I think there's still a real world where it's going to be a fairly attack-sided map as we first get into things. But I do worry with Hero on that Cypher, what we could see. That is a whiffed shot. And while they're fighting for this mid-control again, Mitch, it really hasn't been going fantastically well. Mosey's done all right, but the re-swing, I guess he had to, because otherwise he's just stuck in that same corner, but
yeah,
I don't think he was ever getting out of there alive.
I don't mind the idea this time. Like, sometimes it's felt like overcommitment, and I think he can point to the last round as an example where they're a little bit desynergized. Evolva's coming back out, though. That's kind of what I'm talking about. That's maybe that one's a little bit of overcommitment to the fight. 2v3, it's hard to defend the map, spread out and isolated, but now you've thrown the round away. Any chances gone completely, and again, you don't have that extra layer of all these arrows swinging down. I feel like that could be more synergized. But initially having Penny go out, the flash coming in from Halsey, there was an idea. It just didn't work out. 9 rounds for Na'Vi at the halftime. Let's see how attacker sided this map is for Apex after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Three rounds in that first half, but the debate is out about this attacking side. How strong can it be? Or are Na'Vi just the stronger team for Apex? They will soon have an answer to that question. Pistol rounds have been going in their favor, I suppose. That's one thing to look at, but the first half was won out by Na'Vi.
We'll have to see what they have. I'm definitely nervous. Like, you see Angel currently 12-5. Like, he's been able to find quite a lot of value just individually. I don't know if it's necessarily down to the KO, but as you know, you and Minnie have been saying, it's a great agent that you want to see him play all the time. Bruxic, though, has been the real superstar. Like, getting openers with the operator in different rounds, I think he's been fantastic in the trading. And while Xiao, it was mentioned, I think the desk was somewhat excited to see him back on the fade in 9-3.
Sounded like it.
Yeah, you know, just a little bit.
Couldn't make out the words, but I think there were words of excitement through the screeches. You know, the thing is, myself and Minnie been talking behind the scenes, and we said, why stop at 2? What if a triple initiator? Let's level up the game.
You sure you were talking to Minnie and not Pal? They do look very similar now that Minnie has been hitting the gym some.
Yeah. Maybe that was it, actually. The accents are fairly similar.
Trying to steal their Ascent comp.
9-3. It's Apex on the attack that need this pistol. No matter how strong you think the attack can be with those longer rotations, it takes a long time to get from A to B. Without that Yoru as well, those rotations will be even slower, less options.
Oh,
but a pistol round lost, that might just be the beginning of the end, and already Na'Vi in with 2. Players walking through smokes and cages into a crossfire. They'll eventually fall back, but look who is waiting.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wow. That was like a magic trick. Houdini's on the server. Just disappears after the first, and while Alexic definitely not looking to overface and risk throwing this round away, he is happy to just sit back in the spawn. Well, just look at the angles that need to be cleared by Molsey. A deep position from Xiao. They know that he can't go through the spawn, so they know that there's no real reason to have cover on that A site just yet, and it's only going to be if he directly clears it, which he does, to be fair. Molsey is going to check the angle, even has an idea that Alexic might just be watching back towards the spawn. He's reading it well, but he has taken a hell of a lot of damage. A spike plant could be possible, but you could already see Angel smells blood in the water. He's looking to rotate in quickly.
Seen him.
Just try and deny any opportunity to get those extra credits.
He has definitely seen him. They accelerate up. Flash not good. Molsey managed to dodge it, but that gave Angel the timing to post on the angle. Double digits now for Na'Vi, and it looks like Apex is winless streak is going to continue. They chose the wrong side to push, not least because Hero's able to find that through the smoke, but you have 3 players ready and waiting. All angles on lockdown, some even playing anti-flash. And you're running through smokes and cages. That was a guaranteed win for Na'Vi from the jump.
It's only been individual rounds won thus far by Apex, a flash in the pan, or in some cases, like Na'Vi just running out of time. This is already looking like another brutal map. Well done, at least, from Batu. That will be a gun for Penny. I wonder if that might be juggled into slightly healthier hands. Especially with Malsey sat nearby, but for now at least, looks like they want to give Penny the chance.
Well, they're certainly taking their time, but it's going to be worth it. Xiao spotted, Seas goes in, player up close, Xiao wins the fight, 7 HP. He's not long for this world, but he takes another down with him, even makes it out as well. It's Ruxic that goes down for his trouble. A trade so close to being possible. The damage done here onto Xiao. They could have gotten the spike planted, but now the spike's down in the open, and Xiao is a thorn in their side. Well played by Penny, but Angel in there with his 3rd. The KO we all wanted to see starting out this map, 11-3 now. The lead locked in.
He's 17-5. Like, Angel is he's balancing out his stats from the last map. I think he went like 4 or 14.
He might still
be
negative.
Going 17-5. Like, it is ridiculous. I think he was positive on map 1 as well.
Okay, so he's actually good.
Yeah, I think Angel's gonna, you know, he's proven the haters wrong. Unless you are a hater of Apex, and then he might be proving you right. But nonetheless, 11-3. It's looking like from back and forth game to utter dominance. Well, not a whole lot left to play with. They did lose a rifle in the last round, so Alexic is going to be down just on a ghost. Of course, this is a bonus, but realistically at this stage, it has to be such a dominant sweep back in the other direction that it seems unlikely. Especially with the way players like Ruxic have been performing throughout, and Angel, of course. Sorry, I don't want to disrespect what you've been saying throughout the game.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate you catching that before I had to put you in your place.
Yeah.
It's good to see. Good to see you're learning. Let's see if Apex are. Only 3 rounds on the board. Rifles in their hand. Advantage there for that attack. They've put their wall towards B. That space is going to be given up eventually, and you can see Olizera backing off now. The slow shift towards the A side of the map. The drone goes up in mid. It's heard, it's seen, it's spotted. But Apex will still take this control. There's not much they can do to deny it, unless Na'Vi go pushing down. And the read seems to still be towards this B site. Hero spotted one inside main. The second player seen. Avova almost makes the same mistake. Numbers thinning. But there we go. Batu stepping up. Still, Hero makes this a very digestible retake.
Yeah, the only problem is Alexic doesn't have a gun. So it definitely makes things a bit more problematic. Avova is waiting on the other side of the smoke, but there was an immediate trade. Now it's a 2v2 with rifles in hand, and, well, the top fragger, superstar, youngster prodigy of Angel is still alive and kicking.
Oh, what a shot by Angel! Now they've got the advantage. The Thorns will buy a little bit more time. Olizera stays aggressive as well. It's not expected. And he gets one and bails out through the smoke. He goes! But Ruxic deals the death blow for Na'Vi. 12 rounds on the board, and try as they might, Apex, they are stuck so far behind.
There's always this thing. I feel like it's a curse with teams that maybe they're desperate for a win or this game would be really important to them, where Angel then just decides, that's when I'm going to have my game. I'm just going to disrespect you. I'm going to be swinging every angle. And these are the ones where it pays off and everybody is a little bit confused. And right now he is 18-6, which is mental.
I feel like that's it, man. Like, you go into a game for Na'Vi and it's like, it's do or die, boys. Like, we need this win. And he's calm. He always looks so collected. But when you go into a game and you're like, listen, they're going to be really upset if they lose this. He's just got something in his eyes like, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, they might cry, huh? Oh, okay, okay, okay. He's an evil man.
He's just looking over at Hero like, you got too many kills in the first map. Now it's my turn. just. I want to know what Happy's
before you were born.
What
just after you were born.
Even saying in this moment, he's just like, yeah, all part of the plan. Like this is this is exactly what I expected to happen.
Without a doubt, this is just how it went in the scrims.
Of course. Well,
he's probably asking Angel, where was his KO last map, mate?
That is, yeah, maybe.
Sunset drills.
Maybe. He's just warming up. He was powering up. He was low on battery,
yeah,
and he spent that whole map actually just charging.
It looked like he was plugged in.
Well,
standby mode.
12-3.
Angel is powering down.
If you miss out map number 2, this looks like an incredibly dominant performance for Na'Vi. And while for Apex, silver linings have stopped mattering quite a long time ago. This was a match that, even though it's early, if they were going to have a chance, it felt like needed to be a victory. They're going to have to beat some pretty heavy hitters going forward. Unless they can win 9 rounds in a row, there's already a B main stack up, a paranoia set up if they need it. Olizera waiting on the angle. He's got to be careful. Angel's on the other side, but he's managed to put him down. Incredible stuff. Nice. It actually hits the dink onto Alexic as well. Hot flash over, but Alexic, even with 19 HP, is not running away.
Yeah, Olizera saw that dink and felt confident, but he was low too. Shock dart!
See ya.
Lands perfectly. Alexic down and out of the round. They haven't got the rotation off that A site just yet. Those players are still in position and now adjusting for a link to mid play.
Well, you know, Rooksic's still there.
But the thing is, they've lost their vice. Apex have their back wide open, and I think that's why you're going to see this mid push, whether it comes deep or whether it's just a rotate through spawn. They'll have players on B soon, and Apex need to hurry up.
Already. Paranoia, smoke. Rooksic doing a good job of slowing them down, but now they've TP'd into the site. The rotations come in. Rooksic needs to still go ham, but he has a hero alongside him. A quick triple to close things out. A 13-4, well, 13-3 on map 3, and some other stuff somewhere in the middle. It is Na'Vi that will get the job done here today.
Yeah, a really clean read. Like, those players got to the site just in time. Hero ready to swing. Utility in from Xiao. That was pixel perfect in the late stages of that round. 13-3 and 13-4 is how Na'Vi win the maps that they dominated on. Sunset, a close affair in one half, and then dominant from Apex in the next, but not quite able to break their streak of losses just yet. That is 8 in a row here in VCT EMEA. We're going to have to see big changes coming into the next couple weeks if they want their dreams to stay alive. The champs run, the franchise run. It could all come to an end.
Yeah, and a debut win for Alexic as well. Like, I feel like someone that, when put in the right place, especially map 1, looked incredibly strong. I think is only going to grow further into the performances, but ultimately it was the real young gun of Angel on that last map that really took over. An interesting performance, but hey, for Na'Vi, the job has been done. And of course, saying hello to all the fans that are ready and waiting here today.
He was waving at me. I appreciate that, Angel. Always good to see you down there, brother. Said good luck to him before the game. And so I don't want to take credit for that KO performance, but I do feel like I'm at least partially, if not majorly, some would say, responsible for what he was able to put up down there on the stage. A really good showing from Na'Vi as well. You know, we talk about a lot of these teams as ones that do need to make that deep run if they want to make it to champions. I've said it about Apex a few times here, but the same can be said, should be said, and will be said right now about Na'Vi. This is a team that needs that deep run, that top 2 for champs. And this is a step in the right direction for sure, and a great debut to Corrode in EMEA for this squad.
Yeah, for sure. I think they performed well on this map. I think they were very good at sort of controlling the middle of it, which I think is going to end up being fairly important, and especially on their attack side, once they sort of figured out that defensive sort of position on B, like being able to bait out the wall and everything, I think they were able to just dominate it. And then in the second half, it felt like the job was already done once they won the pistol. Also on Icebox, Hero, well, man in your screen, was insane, like just hitting every single shot. So it's definitely shown that they have the players that they need. And while one of them, the newest man on the block, is going to be down with Zoo for an interview.
That is right. I'm now joined by Alexic from Na'Vi. First of all, congratulations on that win. What a fantastic debut from you as well. What's the stage like? How was that?
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. You like it?
like FPS are good, everything is good, so
Oh,
feels,
that's what we like to
crispy,
hear. We like to hear that. Now, a lot of great players, you know, have played on this stage before, especially in positions like yourself, coming from Tier 2. When did you find out that you were going to be joining Na'Vi? Talk me through the process of the trial, coming here, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, like 1 month and a half ago. Month and a half ago, that's what I want to say. Like, I was on trials, it was for like 2 weeks. And then they told me they just want me. I don't know how it happened, but I'm happy to be here.
How exciting is it for you to have this opportunity to play against, you know, the best players we have in the world?
I mean, it was my dream since I was a child, yeah. I wanted to be CS Pro, it didn't happen. I went here and yeah.
Don't worry. Yeah. It's like that for most of these people here. It's fine, you know. You fit right in. You fit right in. Now, after playing on this stage, it didn't even feel like you were nervous. If you were, we couldn't tell because some of the shots you were hitting on Icebox and also on Corrode were crazy. So, did your teammates maybe help you to try and calm you down a little bit and make sure you didn't feel any pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I have a good preparation. Teammates helped me with their experience, and yeah, I was stressed, but it was okay.
We couldn't tell. It didn't look like you were stressed at all. And what's Angel like as an IGL? Because, you know, you talk about wanting to be a CS pro. He's one of the most legendary players.
Yeah, I was watching him when I was a child, when I was like 7 years old, 8, I don't know. So it's insane to play with him, and he is my captain.
Yeah, do you feel that, you know, his leadership on the server and off the server?
Yeah, like his experience, you can see it a lot. And yeah, like I'm really happy to have him as my captain. It's insane.
I'm sure he's very happy to have you by his side as well. And speaking of yourself, coming in, you know, as a duelist, I know you're very experienced on Jet. You've played so many Jet maps in your career so far. But what do you think you bring as a Jet player, as a duelist player to our league?
I don't know. I bring crispy aim, yeah.
Very crispy.
Some good plays and
yeah,
I don't know, like some fun.
We can expect more of that from you think?
Yeah, way more. I think today wasn't my average, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Warm up on this stage. It's okay. Now, speaking of some of your teammates, your teammates from your previous team, you know, Profek has been here for a little bit, Mini has been here for a little bit. Unfortunately, you won't get to play against them unless you guys make playoffs, which I think you definitely are on track to do that after what we saw today. But have you spoken to them? Have you seen them? Did they give you any advice?
We were already out as S3 and talked about stuff. Like I wanted to join them so much, and I'm happy to be here and we are chilling here as friends.
You want to beat them?
I will beat them.
You will beat them. Oh, I love that. But did they tell you what it was like over here in Berlin and also on this stage?
Well, about Berlin, I didn't hear the best things. Yeah, but about the stage, yeah, like. It's not what I expected. I was thinking it will be a bit laggy, let's say, but it's nice.
We sort it out. And a very last question, as you said, you know, you've been watching, you've been playing as well. Are there any players besides Profek and Mini you would like to face in Stage 2? Durka! He's right behind you. I hope he heard that. Why Durka?
Like, he's my idol. For like, I don't know, since the start of my career, yeah, so...
He's waving at you, Oh, I mean, I feel like, you know, he's a lot of people's idol, so I hope you get your chance to play against Durka soon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me today, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, he's mentioned it, Durka is in the building. We're gonna head to a little break, but after that, Vitality will be taking on Giant X.
Because I wanted this so
Na'Vi have started stage 2 with a very important win, and I'm now joined by their IGL Angel. Kakuka is going to be here with us as well before the next game. Congratulations, Angel. It feels like we haven't seen you in ages, so what have you been up to? How's life?
All good, same as always. Just playing the game, enjoying your life.
Are you enjoying the new map pool? What are your thoughts?
A bit not, to be honest. I don't like few maps, like Lotus, Icebox. I feel like it's like a bit meh, but in general I like it. I like new map. I really like new map. It's very simple. It finally have mid. Some maps just surprise me with like either having useless mid or not having it at all. Finally we have mid. We can play.
You have a break, you bring in a new player. Tell us a little bit about how this break has been for you. What have you been investing your time in? And also, you know, the difference between the previous duelist and now Alexei.
In the break, to be honest, we spent just testing players. We didn't like...
For how long?
I think it took us like 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and yeah, we choose Alexei in the end. The difference, it's hard to tell right now because like we played only one official. From Prax, Alexei is a bit shy right now on the server, so everything we're doing is like to make him not be shy, right? To be like more confident, like more cocky, if I can say so, and yeah, just play his game.
I mean, we just had an interview with him, and not to, you know, I'm just. I'm going to say this in the nicest way possible, but he was saying stuff like, oh, when I was a child, I used to watch Angel play CS, you know, that's my captain. I'm so happy to work with him. We're getting to that point that these kids coming in, you know, how does it feel for you? I think Hero says something similar as well.
It's very weird. This generation is cooked, I'll be honest. It's like people just sitting in their phones like this, like wherever I see them not on the PC, it's like this.
Yeah, but they're watching you though. He was watching you.
Maybe, I don't know.
He looks up to you.
I think people right now, new generation, should live more, like live the life, you know?
Oh.
Go outside, like...
Okay, what do you do when you go outside? Like, what's your...
I stopped doing it. I did it when I was young. It's enough. It's enough.
Oh my goodness, I was hoping you would give us some recommendations.
No. I'm a chill guy right now. I like to stay at home, no one touches me, no one talking with me. All good.
Honestly,
real, base.
Yeah, honestly, base.
At some point of your life, you just...
Yeah, honestly, base. I wanted to ask you, of course, very dominant in the first map.
Very undominant on...
Do you want to talk about the second one?
No, we skip. First and third map was good. Second, like, I'll be honest. I told guys, after the Vito guy, I really want to play Karod. So somehow we need to lose one of first two.
Oh, it was
you can also pick it, you know?
They thought I'm joking, so I had to take it in my hands on second map.
I actually really appreciate the fact that you wanted to give us some entertainment.
No, not entertainment, no. I just want to play Karod, that's it.
So why didn't you pick it?
Not be talked to.
Why didn't you pick
Because Happy was speaking, like I didn't have time.
Wait, so Happy has more authority than you on the team?
Yeah, imagine.
Angel, you need to do something about this.
I will. We'll have a long talk with Navi.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. But as we can see here on the breakdown, Angel, the fragging IGL, you on KO, you know, you guys run KO so much, by the way. Do you want to guess what's your pick rate of KO out of all of the agents you picked since 2023?
Who? Team in
Na'Vi,
general?
Yeah,
or
Na'Vi in general. Do you want to, like, in terms of rank, let's say in terms of most picked to least picked, where do you think KO
like top
sits?
4.
Yeah, second most picked
Second?
agent. Yeah.
Cool.
But it's not always you playing the KO. So how are you liking the KO?
After update, I think like KO was in general on top of my ranks before. It got buffed. Not like super hard, but this gives you like extra 5% to see him on a lot of maps. If you know how to play it, if you use the knives properly and not throw the game like I did on map 2, it's pretty good.
I saw you also missing a couple of flashes there on map 3, but
wow,
it's a new map.
I give you no. I will give you that. And also, I love the C's and the nade combo that you were doing with Xiao. Speaking of Xiao,
it was random. It was not planned.
It was not planned?
Yeah,
it's a natural synergy.
Actually, yeah, I just throwed Molly and Xiao like also throwed the chain at the same time. So
wow, didn't have to speak
together for too long. We were seeing the compositions. What do you think? Like, what is the biggest strength? You know, without giving too much detail, why did you decide to go for this double initiator for Corrode?
A lot of corners. You need to check those.
Why Fade and not Sova?
After evaluation, like we started with Sova, then realized like Fate just provide like more utility, just pure quantity, right? And ulti is easier to play. We found some really good eyes, which actually like make the decision very easy. So just more versatile for the start. Because I'll be honest with you, like when you just new map came out, you need just some base level of like comp. And then you change like one agent, then you understand like I don't know, Astra is very good or Fate better than Sova, and you evolve or you see some idea. So yeah, as a ground level, it's very good comp.
Yeah, I loved what you guys brought. And very last question before we let you go. Who's winning Vitality versus Giant X? Give us your prediction.
Cloud for the win, Giants.
Cloud for the win. You heard it here from Angel. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next week. We're going to take a quick break and see on the other side of this if Cloud can take down Team Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice.
It is time for our second matchup of the day between Team Vitality and Giant X. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again, joined by Minnie and Billy. Very exciting game we're about to get into, but also the fact that we're seeing even more new faces coming back in. Billy, some roster changes going on.
I told you, it's roster mania. It's been absolutely crazy what's been going on during this little break that we've had between stage 1 and 2, but you're so correct in saying that. We have roster changes on both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. I think that with Giant X, it feels like they're kind of upgrading their roster. With Vitality, it feels more like a rebalance. Obviously, at the start of the year, we were calling this a super team, and it feels like the super team is kind of not really the right term anymore. It feels like a very balanced approach between having still your goats of Durka and less, and now bringing in Unfake and Kovac.
Yeah, and for GX, you know, we saw our own Flickless already. We know what they can do. Grabinho, we're so familiar with him at this point, but it is the question marks of the new players of Team Vitality. But I want to just, okay, they're having just as much fun as you are, Minnie.
Yeah, I think
Where is Pipson?
At least they had the sun, right?
Why is Pipson not on a bounty castle?
I think I need to give her some tips.
Yeah, yeah, I think you should go out there, but if we're gonna get them on a bounty,
Fade is there.
Fade is there. Where's Pipson? This has really upset me that we're not seeing Pipson on this bounty castle. But I do think we need to set up the narratives of these two players coming in for Team Vitality, and particularly Unfake, because very much like Sociable, he's not really a rookie, Minnie. He's been around forever.
Yeah, I cast my mind back to even 2021, I believe, that we were playing him in Fnatic, and he was a very specialist solo player back then. I think I trialed him at one point for Fnatic in the recon position. Always been pretty good. Last year it seemed like he had a bit of a role swap in terms of his out of game, like he's now an IGL. He's always been a recon specialist, but now he's an IGL, and they've seen him, picked him up from the tier 2 to replace Safe in that position.
Yeah, of course, he's been playing in the French league as of recent, coming in from Job Life. So I think as well, like, you kind of have to feel a bit of pressure on your shoulders, right? You've probably been waiting for this moment, considering he has been playing since the inception of the game, since 2020, right? So, like, it's kind of a big moment for him to be able to step into those shoes, to become the IGL of Vitality, the road to Paris as well, of course, that we have to consider. Like, it's a lot that's on his plate, I think.
I'm glad you also mentioned the game against you back then, because you had no business winning that best of 3. I don't know how much of it you remember. But he was out there top fragging, causing so many issues for you guys. I'm Bind in particular. I don't think I ever forget that. I think Doma bailed you out a little bit.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, Doma bailed you out.
I've told the story. He made me throw up that game.
Wait, hold on. In what sense? We need context here.
Like, we just joined Fnatic, and I was very new, and I was very scared and nervous, and then we're losing to this random team.
Yeah.
And I threw up. Out of
in the middle
reaction.
of the game? Oh my goodness. This was back in the online days as well.
Online, so the boys had no clue. I was just in the toilet, but you know what I mean?
I mean, Billy, if this guy is making Mini throw up out here, he's got to be special.
It's scary, yeah. It's scary when you think about it. You throwing up against... Okay.
He was incredible, to be fair. He was an amazing player back then.
But can he do it on LAN?
That's a great question, because he is in the building, and I had the pleasure of catching up with him a little bit earlier, and this is what Unfake had to say. I am delighted to be joined by a new face here at VCT EMEA. Welcome, Unfake, to the arena. Now, for those that don't know you that much, I wanted to sort of get to know you. First of all, you're not really a rookie, per se. You've been grinding this game for a long, long time. So what does it mean to you to finally make it to the big stage?
I'm really excited to finally be in the VCT and play on stage. As you said, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I've been grinding the game from the first day, from beta, and yeah, it feels amazing.
And there's some faces that you're familiar with too, right, here in this league, and also some of your teammates too. You've played against them in the past and so on. So how are you finding everything so far with Vitality?
As I said, I'm pretty happy. There are a lot of people in VCT that I already know. There's also like already 11 Polish people. So we have a pretty big group, I would say.
I also think a lot of people, they respect you. They know you've been grinding. They played against you, scrimmed against you. They know what you can do. But what, in your opinion, do you bring to Team Vitality?
I can say that I bring like experience. I know I play with Les and Derke. They are really experienced players, but I can say I'm also experienced. I focus on the macro stuff. I like to min-max every round, so I think that's what I bring. And also I'm pretty calm in game, so I think that's good to have.
It's also not an easy time to come into this league, right? There's a lot of pressure, especially with a team like Vitality. I know you guys want to make champs. The fans want to see you make champs. So how are you dealing with this expectation?
I mean, we have really big expectations. We want to achieve champions, as you said. And we'll do everything we can to make it.
And in terms of on the server, what agents do you like to play? You know, what agents have you played the most, in case people haven't seen you play in Tier 2?
My main agent is Sova, obviously. I played it probably more than 200 games already. I think I know everything on this agent. But lately I'm playing also other agents, but that's what you're gonna see on stage.
Oh yeah, I mean, anyone that watched any Valorant, I think, back in the days, remember your Sova on Bind. It was fragging Sova too. So how do you feel about coming in, you know, wanting to show everybody that you can also frag as well as IGL?
Yeah, that's what I want to prove to everyone, because most of the people think that IGL can't frag. But I hope I will show to everyone that IGL can frag and call a good macro. And
last question, when it comes to some of your teammates, you know, people always trying to speculate and guess what's it like to work with superstars like Les and Derke. And so I know from your perspective behind the scenes, what is it really like to be around those guys?
That's a great feeling. You can ask anything from them. They are really helpful. They know a lot. They probably know, they for sure know more than me right now, even if I'm IGLing. So and if I have any problems or I don't know something, I just ask them, they explain to me, and that's great opportunity. That's a great feeling.
Well, thank you very much for your insight. I can't wait to see you play today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Imagine not having a frag in IGL. Couldn't be me, but let's talk about who he's going to be going up against today in Giant X, because they, at least towards the end of stage 1, Billy, were also fragging.
Yeah, they were. I'm so happy that they've brought in RM Flickless. Of course, they've kind of graduated from the academy team of UCAM, so it's nice to see them come into this. I think as well, like, we were all kind of cautious of, you know, how are the teams going to perform now that they've made these roster changes, but I think when you're bringing in RM Flickless, that have already built that synergy, they're that dynamic duo of that Initiator and that Duelist. They've had this a length of time playing together. It's just whether they've been able to gel as a team during that time.
Yeah, in their first game, they should have beaten Fnatic in my opinion. It's a very close game, they couldn't quite close it out. So if they can have that level and it wasn't just a one-off, they could be a scary team.
Yeah, maybe Dark Horse, you feel?
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially? I mean, on paper, Vitality are still favourite, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think when we look at Vitality, they are still favourites. I think I have a couple of questions around the roles, which we'll get to look at when we come into Agent Select, because I still don't feel like they have solved the issue of who is the primary smoker.
I'm glad you asked that question, because, Billy, we'll find out in just a moment. It's time to welcome back Giant X and Team Vitality back to the stage.
When I'm gone.
It's been a while since we've seen both of these teams play in an official and in VCT EMEA as well. We do have some new faces, but we got to talk about the veterans. Angel mentioned Cloud. We have Durka and Les on the other side as we take a look at the Map Eaters as well. They have to perform today, Mini. They got to step up and they got to get a very important win off the bat.
Yeah, I think it's Durka and Les are now the players that need to come to the limelight. Both didn't have amazing split ones, and it's now time for them to do that. I think Sunset, Bind, Lotus, these are all maps in which someone like Durka could be looking at the Rays. I wanted to go back to that, not the Neon. And then good maps for Les to play some Viper on, maybe Bind and Lotus. I think getting those comforts in and having them perform is key for Vitality today.
I think it's really interesting that Giant X have picked Bind going into this one. I think that that one might be a little bit traumatic for Vitality to go back to, considering that they were undefeated at Masters Bangkok until, of course, they went up against G2 in that upper semi-final. So a little bit of trauma there. Of course, they have made variations to the roster since then. But I think as well, Lotus, a map that all of EMEA have been super strong on. So I think both teams will be happy to go to this as a decider.
Yeah, that Sunset to start off with is interesting too, right? I think GX, let's look at them here. We talked a lot about Vitality already. Cloud is now the veteran player on this roster, the person that has the most experience, the person that is probably arguably the greatest player to never win anything. I think it's crazy to think that Cloud have been here for so long, hasn't won anything yet, but now he does have some tools, Mini, some talented players that could perhaps help them in at least making it to playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's time for him to shine as the IGL. Like, he's always shined as a player, but is now putting those pieces together, him in the duo with Coach Pipson, trying to make this team work. Because it has to work.
I think as well, like, Westside is one of the rookies coming into this year who's kind of impressed me. So I think adding another 2 coming up from Challengers. You know, we really are seeing this sort of new beacon of light and this new talent that's really kind of breaking through. But I also want to think back to Vitality and the new talent that they have coming up from Challengers as well, right? We've not really had the chance to kind of speak about Kovacs, but this is a person that's been in VCL DAC League for a very, very long time playing on alternate attacks. And I'm just waiting to see if this is the moment that he can really step up at that tier 1 level and be tested.
Yeah, and what is he going to play? You mentioned it already a little bit. It seems like they're allergic to signing Smokes players, you know?
Well, this is something that actually I bumped into Pipson, and he was saying that he was struggling to find Smokes players this year, and you've seen him have players that didn't play Smokes playing Smokes, and now he's finally come around to the idea of getting Robinho as a kind of stable Smokes player, and Vitality doing the same kind of thing where they don't really have a Smokes player. And it's interesting to see if that's the right approach or not. We've seen it work where people are transitioning to it.
Kiko? Yeah.
Kiko, a fantastic example of someone who I think actually plays better when he's on Smokes than the duo. But yeah.
Well, we're going to find out here in Agent Select. And it's Kix that is taking on that role. And Dirk is playing Neon.
Dirk on Neon, I mean, he is the kind of person that would have been grinding to this point. Like, Dirk is the kind of person that, you know, he had a bit of a weird Neon early on, but he's had time to make this good, so I do expect, you know, when he's got the back to the wall, Dirk performs. So I'm not going to bet against him, even if it is on the Neon.
I think this is really difficult for me because, again, Mini, we are going to see double initiator on both sides here.
It's double initiator, 0% non-mirror win rate today, is all I'm saying.
I think the move to Omen from Kix, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it at the moment. I think that even if you look at the Vitality comms videos, he's so vocal and so great in being able to play with that pack. So him moving on to this agent as Omen, I don't know, I want to see it before I start criticizing it, if that makes sense. But the fact that both teams are still deciding to play Breach as well is a surprise to me.
Cloud versus Unfake and Sober in 2025. I'm so excited about this, considering that Unfake, he wants to show up and prove that he's a frag in IGL.
Yeah, and I think it is a good head-to-head, really. Obviously, both of them in the IGL spot, both of them in the kind of really understanding how Silver works spot. Like, these are two players that if you're watching for your ranked games, you would watch these players.
Oh, it's super, super exciting. And do you know what's more exciting than that? Introducing your casters for this game. So chat, this is a good one. It's time to bring back Pansy and Hypok.
Really thought Yinzu was calling us chat there.
Yeah, for a minute.
And over to chat, I guess. Thank you. And yeah, really...
Be back.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Fresh.
Are you? Fresh enough. Fresh enough.
Yeah.
Lots to talk about, right? Kind of two polarizing choices that were made here. Giant X made that roster move prior to the break.
Yeah, we actually talked about this in detail about it being, a little weird maybe to pull the trigger in, what was it, end of week 3 going into week 4, I believe. So, but the benefit being there that we had a couple of weeks to get, you know, standings didn't matter. And again, almost then, new players coming in, you almost get a good example there, or a good opportunity there to kind of, I guess, shake off any sort of confidence issues that maybe that our own Flickless would have stepping into VCT. But now, I guess this is where we're really kind of testing what they've been working on. Yeah. How well these teams, how well actually these players have been able to embed into this roster. Because again, we're at that point with Giant X where we're looking for results. We need them.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I kind of want to touch back on is kind of our expectations for these teams as well, because they're in very different spots too. Vitality, you can't really call them the super team anymore as such in the way they've been crafted together, but they've taken a risk on some, I don't even say newer players. It was already highlighted how experienced some of these players are coming in, even if they haven't been at that forefront. Already, proactive beginnings, at least on one side of the map, so very indicative of this pressure coming up through. I do like Dirk's positioning though, but he's going to have a lot of work on his hands if they do path through middle. Let's see the options here. Yeah, so already lovely from Dirk. Kind of questioning how comfortable he'll look on that Neon too, but so far so good, ticking the box, but it's round 1, so you know, it's all with a pinch of salt. But it's getting a little bit weird now, looking for other opportunities at that site take now. Not feeling too comfortable, so taking a fight, and Dirk looking very comfortable indeed. 3 for him in the first, and Vitality with the pistol.
I think Mini hit the nail on the head as well. Dirk historically is a player that, I guess, in that transition from agent to agent, we've seen him really, really start grinding. I think actually it was Neon as well. It was post-chamber when kind of dipped his toes into Neon, where, again, the ranked grind is just relentless.
We've all had that clove.
So yeah, if this is something that maybe we do see with, I guess, the pool changing a little bit. Well, even here with the roster changes, well, maybe just to, I don't want to say getting back on track, but spur things on a little bit for Vitality, because we were certainly left wanting more.
We certainly were. And I'm sure he was as well. I mean, Durka is a highly competitive player. I think that's something
self-critical as well, very self-critical.
Absolutely, a really good mindset for it. So overall, I think just kind of keep track on it as we go along. We're going to hear these rotations too. I'm pretty sure you saw that being relayed there from Durka, who's heavily invested in pressuring towards that top mid side. So far, nothing really much to talk about here. It's just that Sheriff with Cloud. So looking to see this kind of default continue to play out here. Looks like they've kind of done the minimum look and decide they want to head towards A. That one way is in place, can be disrespected quite easy.
It's going to expire now, so Grabinho definitely has to be the one to respect.
Caution here.
See with a stacked up creep here from Vitality. Still on the angle, just tagged up. Forced a little deeper now, and probably be the green light for Vitality to try and find some space.
And I'm happy enough to see Vitality being quite considered in this approach. You don't want to take too many risks, but there is a little bit involved when you allow this timing for rotation. Now, luckily for them, they've got Durka at the forefront, well supported too. And yeah, just farming it up. 2 away from ult so very early. Now for the last 2, trying to just keep themselves behind default, see if they can catch a player. Not to be, in zone flawless, round 2. Again, tick in the box. So if we're talking about, I guess, Giant X in my mind here, because we can talk Vitality to death, and we will do, but they're under a little bit of a different spotlight. Giant X results-wise, where are we looking for these guys? Because obviously they wanted better than they've had, right? That's almost a silly statement to make. Where do we want to see them look good? What are we looking for? Give me a couple markers.
I think we're at the point where I guess as a name, as an organization, we're really looking for them to kind of find their place within the region.
Yeah.
Again, the proof's in the pudding, really. The roster change is the positive to kind of build upon, but I think it sounds harsh, but it's fair to say at this point we need results. And they're going to be thinking the same thing as well. It's not as if they're going to be happy about their track record across the last couple of years, but I think now's the time to start asking harder questions. Yeah. Vitality now probing towards B. Will throw out a little bit of util, but Spike not committed just yet.
Really kind of allowing Dirk to keep this attention towards B. They haven't caused many rotations, though. This hasn't overly panicked them yet, but now you're going to start hearing that from Ara, right? We're going to make a couple moves towards leaning on towards that B side, putting a lot of pressure towards West side, already removing some of the strips, but a lovely little collection towards Dirk. We know that Unfake is there too, but still at this point, they feel pretty secure in this. That slow creep through market. Playing on the push through the smoke. Oh, beautiful from Flickless. Finding both on that push through. Very aware, actually, by Giant X, keeping track of these players. None of that over-rotation yet, no panic to it. They've got the line drawn, and they've got the spike here, less an Unfake. It's not looking likely yet. Very well controlled. Mike, I'm pretty impressed by this. Yes, it was on the bonus round there, but even with that in mind, the control and the discipline from Giant X was solid.
I think reading the split perfectly. I think just out of earshot, actually, for Vitality to hear maybe the second body in transition, but even so, it's Flickless here with this double that probably shuts this down.
Yeah.
West side a little laboured on the second onto Unfake, but shutting down Durka is the important kill here. Giant X find themselves an in-zone flawless for themselves to get on the board here. They said bonus, so Vitality going to come back in flushed out. Durka just one away, so on the ultimate, make things maybe a little easier on a repurchase.
This looks pacey though. Enough seen and heard that they want through here. This looks very fast in comparison, but
Westside wins out on main.
He's done really well here. I was a bit worried how much pressure he was under in that bonus round, but he's now got himself a good bit of room. He doesn't know there's no one else main, but the smokes are still in place, so he can play off the corner. Beautifully done. Westside does really well, outdoing in his own depth there, but now we can see the cross controlled by Cloud. Giant X with a good grip on this. Still going to go back and forth, but it's a 1v2. Numerically favorable towards Giant X. Spike's still not in hand, and Kovac is going one, he's wanting one here.
Oh, Hara just slips around the corner.
I'm pretty sure he's seen enough though, surely.
Yeah.
A good understanding of where he's possibly gone. Should be an execution. It is. Simple stuff. And now you're looking for the final player. That one unknown. Grubino hadn't been noted until this point.
Kovac had an idea, maybe with where the spike is, of how they wanted to play that based on Ara's position, but the backstab comes through. And X will tie things up 2 apiece, and the trade's looking really, really clean here. Again, that first kill going in favor of Westside once more. Makes it very easy for Giant X to just kind of dig their heels in and almost kind of just sponge this hit. Westside, I mean, the only really criticism here that maybe he's a little ahead, but he's trying to swing off the trip, wants to catch that first player getting onto default. Can't really fault that. Again, you go 1 for 1 after finding the opener. In that situation, the rest of Giant X, I mean, they just need to win out the gunfights.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I'm impressed with Westside. I'm liking how they're looking. Gear shift and the brakes. Big stop there. Vitality looking, trying to be pacey. Build off of Durka's ult there, but instantly handled, Mike. That felt a little bit desperate. And again, for Vitality, we're talking about these different expectations. They're a team with some big names in it. It's not just Durka, you're looking at Les. You're looking at Kick still in that squad too. But the 2 big names, obviously, bring a lot of reputation and expectation. Now, for Giant X, we're looking at just need to get some results on the board. You know what I mean? Post up some numbers, get the balls, rolling.
Hey, and for me, I'm starting small. I'm thinking map wins first. Let's talk about series. Yeah,
we
talk
take
about
that.
Series further down the line and standings in general, but certainly
Vitality,
for me, looking for the smaller wins.
Yeah, you're looking for a little bit more. This is early days, but this is their choice. So I want to see a degree of identity, a little bit of maybe synergy starting to build here, because they've been working in the off season, right? That's the thing we're looking at here. Over, do what he can, but yeah, it's a losing game for that. Giant X answering back perfectly. I can't actually fault them in this. I like how well they handled that pop from Durka. He's now been hindered, right? He's been set on 6-3 for a couple rounds now, not finding that impact any further.
4 standing on the anti-eco, so Giant X a big buffer now in terms of the finances, especially with
good job, boys.
Being passed across now to Cloud. It's going to be problematic for potentially Kicks and less, but in the front line, or at least Durka initiates on a full shield, so yeah, that's bigger. But Kicks has fallen off rip here.
I love this.
That's it. This set piece is
nice.
Beautiful.
This is really the fruit of the labor, isn't it? They've been working, you can see it in their approach. Just isn't their map. They've got these lovely little set looks coming out here, and look at the control it's got them. Rubino doesn't need to outdo anything here. They've got the surround on the side, they've got the flank in play. It is just stunning. Now it could do with a player giving them a bailout here for Vitality. And that's a big ult to go for, Mike.
Ara found 2 though in the background.
Boy, this is surely done for. Kovac, prove me wrong, it ain't gonna happen. Giant X, Mike, talk me through that start, because that was actually fantastic.
I mean, for starters, it catches Vitality completely off guard. They're kind of standing almost to contest this early A main pressure, but I mean, the Hunter's Fury to follow up. The aftershock, there's just nowhere to play. You can see Ara's here so quickly, and the pinch through tiles didn't even catch that initially. That was the kill onto Kicks. At this point, I think Vitality's just feeling like they need to pick up the pace.
Nice, boys. Let's
Look
go.
for the weaker side of the map, but it certainly isn't weaker, Lauren.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. I'm thoroughly impressed, because again, roll our minds back to previous, I don't even say iterations of Giant X, but let's go through some of the things that used to be standing points. How many times do you see them sit on ults, not take that kind of initiative, take that space? This, I'm loving what we're seeing. I really am. Cloud, beautiful investment of that.
Yeah, I mean,
intention behind it.
The criticisms were never kind of macro things. It came down to, dare I say it, misplays and again, fundamentally not looking good. I think the one thing from a coaching perspective of Giant X was they were never huge macro concerns. It was more about execution. So that's all around a real positive to see here opening out stage 2. Vitality probably just want to take a breath here with the timeout.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. It was a banger. It sounded a little similar. You didn't hear it? You didn't get it?
No.
No? No?
I've had that on repeat.
You have. It's plagued our ranked games.
Yes.
Now you can save 50 per person. It is living in our heads rent-free. But yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, since the gun round hit, we've got 4 in a row for Giant X. And it's not, I guess we're gonna have to start really kind of putting the microscope towards Vitality now. What's going on with this team?
Definitely going to slow things down now. Vitality maybe
Take flight.
they put on high alert. Any sort of proactivity Giant X want to employ. As well, no, Giant X probably going to have a good idea that Vitality going to play a little deeper, allow this early round to really develop. It's a slow creep now, but there's adjustment here for Westside. Maybe in anticipation of a slow hit towards A. So the read looking great coming out of the timeout.
It's a treacherous path, though, that could be here for less. The timing.
Just can't pin him down. And that's actually a big kill here. For a second player from Giant X, though, Grabinho, looking to kind of solidify that position. And he might even catch less in transition once more.
Second challenger fails.
It is still less on the other side of that, yeah.
There's some vintage moments there from him, right? It's like, okay, you may have been doing all right, but let's keep it calm. But still 3 against them. Cloud, Flickless, and Westside are cleared. That was just a straight shot in the dark. I don't even know if anything pinged that. I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we'll see it back. But all 4 players now piling through. It's cleaned up. Beautiful from Vitality, simplistic as well. And just a very simple in-zone flawless, Mike. There's really kind of won and lost, I think, there by Less's positioning.
Yeah, I think crediting Giant X in terms of the read coming out of that, but maybe biting off a little more than they can chew. Like I said, it's still less in the backlines here. Still capable. Yeah, Unfake was completely blind in there. Westside, he's been the one to kind of stand his ground and go 1 for 1 in terms of these sight hits. Maybe humbled back towards the B site now. See him setting up now. Positive for Vitality to maybe stabilize on the back of that.
But I'm going to put a pin in it because that was a round that Less hit too. Ara had a bit of a messy shot there on him. He had the drop. So let's kind of put a pin in it, but maybe that's enough to spur on this next look forward. We saw already that tempo change from Vitality, slow and steady, but here, a bit of a different start. Less to once again control towards mid. On his plate. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Ara as well, if you're talking about investment now. That operator not going to be given away yet. That's something they've yet to note.
Durka, probably wise to the possibility, but being the operator is the deterrent towards A site. There's 3 members of Giant X, semi-committed towards B side, particularly towards Market, and West side very much committed towards main. Wants to play off his trips here. Get his 1.
One shot dart, that's all he had, goes in. It clears 1, not the second. Less again. The savior of Vitality finds that foothold in. It's stunning. The 3rd almost feels excessive, but it's exactly what they needed. That impact late through Market, just as they almost cancelled what looked like a little set piece there, a little trap plate. And Less now left to go loose, go hunting. Brilliantly done.
So, yeah, just catches Ara. So going to probably be able to remove the operator here. See the sidelines actually all the way from elbow. Yeah, Flicker's going to catch this. Again, the information firmly Vitality's hands here if they do want to chase this down. Again, funds-wise, pretty good for it. With an in-zone flawless in the previous round. Maybe justify a rifle or 2 to try and remove this operator.
So calm when you watch Less doing that sort of stuff. Can these 2 maintain? Yes. So they will be able to keep those prize possessions. But again, as much as I was saying, it was just a Less round. He had the impact. Well, he's done it twice now. That's half of Vitality's rounds now gathered by Less. So quick little timeout looks like for Giant X. Maybe they've hit enough of a bump in the road and they can't really just chalk it up to being 1 man because now it's repeatable.
See if there is any sort of adjustment here from Giant X. Again, with the operator probably leans towards maybe not being as proactive here. Although actually wants to get aggressive with it. Ultimates, West side on the neural theft, still got the TP for Grabinho, but Cloud and Flickless missing here on the side of Vitality. Nothing available. Closest being Kicks with his TP. So yeah, in terms of the, I guess, control here, seen both teams kind of capitalize on a shift in tempo. Certainly Giant X now the ones that we'll see adjust ever so slightly. Like I said, the operator probably key to that.
Yeah, see how it looks. Aura did have nice impact earlier, but need to see him start finding his footing consistently now as well. Stuck on those 3, and we know that he got 2 of them in that singular round on that flank. So I'd like to see him find the impact here. Not on his plate though, not an easy task, even with the operator. Said though, what's the start looking like here? Kind of the same beginnings. The Vitality really like to stamp at least a touch of authority towards that mid take early on, get less set up, let him go where he wants.
Yeah, 2 positioned towards tiles here. I'm not sure if Kicks is going to commit towards that. At least the smoke will allow Vitality to progress up mid.
There.
It's looking like Giant X might just leave Aura anchor here on the back of the one-way.
It's that poison chalice almost at times with that operator, right? It's that temptation is, okay, we can spoil him with the one-way, and that's about it. But a single lounge drone, he's trying to disrespect it, but now he's actually in a lot of trouble. Could get closed down on, but they obviously don't know it's completely...
Oh, hang on, it got caught because of the drone. But yeah, pinging out on the map exactly where Flickless is.
That's naughty.
Maybe they were just tunnel vision there on the back of the stun.
Where's the teammates, like calling it or something? Like,
that's what I mean, were they tunnel visioned on the stun?
I couldn't tell you, mate, but I hope we catch it on a replay. Giant X, I mean, you'd be grinning off of that start, right? Now, Kicks and Kovac would like to make a go of this one. Spike is in a bit of a problematic position. Cloud doesn't fancy the same fate as Unfake, so backs away. Kovac going to try and claim the space off this. Push a little further forward, but it's a brawl just to pick up the spike. That's it. That's the main task at hand. You've got a firing squad on the other side. Attempts being made, but not really finding anything.
Kicks now on a 1v4. Opted not to use the TP to try and recover the spike here. Maybe looking for a kill or 2 to make it a little easier. Hey, like robbery to get away with that, but Aura positioned here. Should have a freebie. Absolutely does. And a 5th on the board for Giant X. Yeah, I'd be curious to see, and when I'm talking about tunnel vision, whether or not the 2 people that were actually positioned next to Unfake were out of line of sight.
Please, EMEA.
The stun comes through from tiles, so...
Where are the others?
10 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
That might be a yellow card or 2, I don't know.
Foul. There's a flag down.
Yeah, that's...
But yeah, well, what I was thinking is whether or not they'd kind of come round the corner to try and follow the drone and the stun.
But there wasn't anyone
That's one of those ones that you need to know what's going on in comms and whether or not Unfake's just too slow to react here.
Yeah, it could be called. Again, these are some of the things that I'm not saying are forgivable, but...
did I miss it? I know that obviously the drone caught with the stun, but was he stunned so he couldn't move quick enough maybe? Coming out of the drone? Not sure.
Maybe. Oh, Dirk was next to him.
Now.
Yeah, look, we're here to yap. Absolute nonsense. We're making it up. We'll just say someone did something. West Side. Complimented him before. What? Come on, man. West Side, you shouldn't be living through that. Everything was just poured towards that position. He still gets 1. It's a 3v3 and the spike's not down. Giant X can just slow the roll for a second. If they just calm this down, let Aura work a bit closer. Oh, yeah, you're not going to get that against Durka, who already checked on it, but a lazy walk back, maybe not noting the market was open. Grubino gets 1 that he probably shouldn't have even had, bring it back down to a 2v2, make it a 2v1. They got to know about Kicks as well. He was spotted earlier on by Cloud. They know he was in this position.
And Cloud reading that maybe he was looking to position and take that fight towards CT, but still here on default now and actually getting run down. Cloud low speed on Kicks! He finds the second!
How's he isolated 2 1v1s out of that? I do not know.
And they were both terrified with the HP level. The fumbles or crumbles at the end there. Like I said, I think Vitality may be looking to fight towards CT. Just doesn't align for them. I mean, Westside catching, 2 or 3 blinds. Still finding a kill here.
Oh, I mean...
Yeah, he's looking composed there in the Red Bull clutch. Big round for Kicks to find. Struggling to get online here on Sunset, and
hello.
Speaking of online,
we're on for a
Giant X
fifth.
straight down mid.
They're fighting in spawn, Michael. What am I watching? Even Dirk are probably loving this one for a second or two. He's got 2 out of it. Yeah, come have a fight. Come have a fight. We're literally only leaving spawn now.
Flickless desperate to, yes, follow through on that. Now feeling as if, I think Vitality is saying, look, yeah, Flickless is kind of posturing up here. He's probably the solo player here left, and Unfake will find the headshot.
Haven't said much of the man's name yet, but an opportunity here to get his name.
Sightline's so awkward. Cloud's going to miss all of these crossing. He maybe feels as if he's got the angle to catch top of someone's head. Kovac will get the rolling thunder off this plant. Again, looking to just stun off the back of maybe the dart and the TP, but the site is wide open as we can see.
Spike planted.
Shouldn't really get much play on this, no. And the layering on the util and the swings here, not making it easy to get any multi-kills out of it. So Cloud's opportunities are gone. Nicely handled by Vitality in the end there. I got to say something, I guess not even really from this round, but the one prior. Kovac, to me, looks like someone who might be a little bit of kind of the... I don't want to say like aura farm or any of that nonsense, but more just kind of like the hype guy for the roster. He's actually getting them pumped up, getting it all out, because you look at the rest of the team, they don't really have that. They never did, you know what I mean? So,
I mean, you look at the rest of it, it's like Durka, Les, and Kicks are fairly quiet,
quite calm
composed players, yeah.
I quite like them having someone who's a bit more, a little bit of energy to them, could do well at kind of keeping that. I don't know, I like the concept. We'll see how it goes. If he has an atrocious game, is it still there? You know, these are the questions we can start answering throughout this season, really. But as it stands, I like the concept of him being like that. For now, just trying to get an idea of what's going on. Too much uncertainty here.
Hunter's Fury, Grabinho and Ara both have ultimates here as well, but the key being Rolling Thunder that came online for Kovac. Big ultimate to have in terms of a sight here in the last round here. First half of Sunset. It's being caught here by the drone. I was going to say, could be indicative of an A hit coming. The Hunter's Fury sent from downtown. Will catch 2 tags on separate players and actually follows up on Kovac. That's the Rolling Thunder gone.
How is he always so good at landing those as well, Cloud? I feel like he's always got one. Somehow it always works. I like this reclear though. Les should be dead, Les should be dead, Les should...
So lazy.
Yeah, it felt a little overconfident.
Yeah.
And now you look at that advantage, seems massive now, this 2v4. What are they meant to do with this? Durka and Kicks. Looking lost.
They were teed up for a really nice sight hit here as well. Giant X prevented that. Did just catch a pixel there. Maybe just timing, but I mean, Durka certainly caught Cloud, but he gets shut down with the headshot.
Durka's ults have been rough for him, and Kicks is stunned up. He's been spotted. Paranoia. Bloody hell! Can he get a break? Leave the man alone. 3 seconds. The round's gone already, and Giant X. I've got to say it, this is a competitive map, Mike, and this is Vitality's choice. 2 teams in very different positions, but by all rights, I'm impressed with how they look. Let's find out how it looks, however, after the break. All right then, Mike. Give me the rundown. Give me the thoughts so far. It's still early, right? 6-6. Still very early in this.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Brilliant, thanks, Mike. What would you like to discuss then? You know,
no, I mean,
give me something.
Look, again, not to kind of beat a dead horse, but you come out, we're looking for results. This is a tick in the box to come out in your opening game, a 6-6 half here. You could argue with Vitality also going through a little bit of a transitional period, sure. Again, I guess the actual changes is probably a discussion for another time, maybe for the desk. But yeah, certainly here for me. I'm just looking for something to believe in across stage 2 here for Giant X.
Lyrical of you.
Thank you. So yeah, for me already a big positive to see them coming out and look at this. But actually, they've been putting some serious work in.
I'm with you. I think you've summed it up well there. It is that kind of concept of just on the same page. We don't know where to really place Vitality yet, though. That is one thing as well. Are they actually? And
we haven't for 2 years for Giant X.
Yeah, that's also
to be brutally
a fair point.
honest.
Yes, you've raised a valid point there. We'll also check back in on how we feel about Durka on the Neon. I think so far, fine for me. Not been an issue.
I think Durka did just catch a glimpse here, but he could be overwhelmed.
And I complimented him. It's gone poorly. I shouldn't have done that. Kovac, though, holding the corner, and Grabino completely another one.
Oh, no! Nicholas!
Oh, dear. That's what you're feeling. Your gut. You've made an absolute meal of it. I don't know if he was blind at any point or if he just made an absolute mess.
I hope so.
Give us the replay. Replay, I'm requesting.
Give me Flickless Pov, please.
Give me joy in my life. Oh no, Cloud. It's not time for the knife to be out here. There we are. Show me it back. Show me back. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Maybe finding redemption from round 12 and not getting that rolling thunder towards the site. Shut down by the Hunter's Fury here.
Cool.
This is the wrong POV. I want to see the other one. I want to see that. There's no way. Oh no. It's just, I mean, Kovac.
But also, nice replay there.
Insane Kovac.
I like that.
Kovac.
POV. Oh, and the player's reaction. Americas could never.
Gotta go.
Got to start that off early.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? Okay. Prius couldn't even imagine catching either of those perspectives.
He would have been a free cap. So, oh!
There, go, go, go.
No. He's read you like a book. Turn around on stage. Believe him. Oh, no. What are we doing, Michael? What's going on?
Well, I mean, Les is one out on the other side of this, so maybe not an issue just yet. Nobody there to react off the trip either. Still, man advantage here. Les barely clinging to light over. Durka and Kovac line him up. Just west side left. Les has got around the world as well.
Yeah. The timing of it is... NT's in chat. Nothing more you can really do there, is it? But
a little bit of threat there, but well handled by Vitality in the end.
Yeah.
Still 4 standing. A couple of shields to be repurchased, but it's inventory-wise. I mean, I'm taking a Sheriff, right? So not a huge casualty. What did you see?
Nothing. Just I'm building my thoughts around Unfake as we go along. You know what I mean?
Well, keep us posted, please.
I will by the end of it. Don't start. Don't start. It's so early. This is the first game.
Durka looking to maybe set an early precedent here in terms of this A main control. Greeted on the other side, and actually, not to say there's absence from Giant X, they're just playing a little deeper here. There's a rotation on the back of that aggression. Giant X capitalized. No, kept in check by a second one-way. I think with Durka not catching anything in tiles or mid here. Wow, there's the information back across. Draw Durka back towards at least the A side of top mid.
Caution here.
Great information denial here, but the cycling from Unfake, the fact that the bolt is shot, probably going to be indicative.
Yeah, Unfake needs to play this right, though. He's got the support, at least from Kovac.
Don't overcommit here.
But yeah, it's just take a little bit of space and then fall away from it. Don't get caught out by these stuns. Durka does go down. Kovac now tries to play forward. Nice from Unfake there to find Ara. But the trades are great from Giant X. The timing and the tempo of scaling up towards the site was perfect. Plant now next on the cards. Less and Kicks pretty far away. And let's look at the post-plant util. Already, you've got Flickless looking solid for it. Cloud still there if they need it, but that's 3 players on default, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that could maybe be a concern.
Oh, no, it's 2. I've lied. Oh, okay. Okay.
Cage trigger.
Did I underestimate Less once again? Have I made a grave error?
Looking to swing through here. A chance to get at least the first, but once again, the trade's looking good. Giant X only come out with 2 rifles, but a well-considered approach here. Standing their grounds.
Obviously many games played during stage 1, so can't take too much away from that, but the fact that we saw him for a moment or two, as a Giant X, the ones who kind of went for those roster changes prior to that downtime between, at least for them. And now we're starting to look at the ults coming through as well. 7 to 8, still a close affair. Less
Well, actually eating, yeah, the trip dart that was sent through, I imagine.
Temptation tried to stick around just for that maybe moment to catch, but the paranoia too good. And the backside now controlled. You have to draw the lines of the divide.
It's all in from Giant X though. Everything through main. They do have deep side control as well.
All that cam in main, looking for all this. Giant X just fight forward. Actually doing very well. Grubino still managed to get 1, which is surprising, but Less and Unfake outnumbered. There's that cam that was still in towards main, still in play, bear in mind. Unfake needs to land the shot and does. Down to a 2v2, shock dart for him still to play with.
Not sure if he did spot Flickless there.
Oh, instantly dinked down to 2 though. This now falls into Less's hands. He needs to be the one to do it, and a 1v1 is very possible. But Cloud got the dart back on. Less down so low. It was a nice try. But that's all it's going to be. Cloud controls the end of the round, and we're tied all even at 8 apiece.
Right down to the wire here. Less almost just has to commit to that 1v1. So a little while, but again, this aggression is kind of what mitigates the Rolling Thunder. You said Grubino gets 1. I think he actually got a second. Well, that was before or after the stun came through.
Nice try, nice try.
And those are the 2 pivotal kills in that scenario. Like I said, to really negate the impact that Rolling Thunder was going to have, or potentially could have had.
Put the money in the bin, hasn't it?
Yep.
Oh, is that a Chico? You call it.
Well, Less is...
More.
Well, certainly less in this scenario. Yeah. Full belt of util, but not investing just yet. Still sitting on a classic. You hate to see it. Hate to see it.
The crowd is not going wild for that sort of behaviour. Atmosphere, not even close to electric.
Initial probe here from the stun though. Giant X back into position to descend upon the A side. Oof, Ara looking to get onto that angle. Kovac almost isolated there with Kicks being forced a little deeper. Off kilter here with the smokes as well. Does still have the paranoia to potentially slow things down, as Durka's looking for something elsewhere. Again, good read from Giant X here to just stack up or rely on the trades.
Enemy tag.
One of these weapons being cycled across.
Here comes the flank. This
stun could be good. Didn't catch though.
It was just around the corner. If actually the classics worked, it's got 1.
Less is more.
1 enemy remaining.
And now it's on Kick. So 1v3. Observers sticking on Grubino. I can't believe it. He got this. Don't think we're in trouble of it. Oh my god. Hold on, go on. Have a go, Kicks, have a go. West side. Got that little 1-2 step down pat. So Giant X taking the lead here. It got a bit dangerous, right?
I mean, all things
Lost 3
considered,
players,
yeah,
it's
big
not a
win
bad
for
round.
Vitality to find as much value as they did in the fray. Giant X, not necessarily any concerns coming out of that. I mean, Ara down to 100 credits behind this, but one away from the ultimate, so let's have that to look forward to.
Nice, Westy. Nice. Let's go, boys.
Find themselves one round to the good here in the second half of map 1. Need I remind you, Vitality's pick. Durka now on the operator. Ara caught with a ton of spam here.
Oh, Ara's in a really tough spot. He looked panicked almost. Tried to play it forward and he just fell into the hands of Vitality. And there's a lot of presence on this A side though. Look at the lean here.
Yeah, a heavy lean, 4 members. But less in a bit of a predicament, but delivers here on the front line. Flickless elsewhere, another double for him.
Yeah, that's big. That's kind of opened up so much possibility, but Trips they can't really do much with. They can't work with at this point. Now the plant's going to be in. Still got that cam towards main.
Yeah, they've got to be aware of that. Cloud!
What is this? Vitality walking back in like you still had that access
they
to
own
the
the
market?
place.
Like, what were we thinking? Les, yes, had this sort of main control, so you'd imagine they're playing CT, they're playing market. Ah, that worries me. As it stands, though, Les going to make an attempt. He's being given very little here, and Flickless, if you look at it, is kind of the full stop to the sentence of any possibility, so Les might need to just step away at this point.
It's only really going to be Kicks that can afford anything in the next. Everybody else flat out broke, except for the ultimate for Durka. Dynex, double digits though. Now 2 to the good. Really hitting their stride here in the first map of this series.
Like the man on the screen did well there, Mike, but I'm still just a little bit baffled. If you have main control, that you're walking in so confidently through towards market. I mean, and maybe Cloud just hit a banger, right? Maybe, but...
I mean, it's an awkward angle to be caught on, but it's a little complacent on the way back in for sure. Now, that's probably why we see the Vitality timeout here and some interesting facts here.
Run me through them.
But, well, I mean, take it away.
I don't have my glasses on.
28 years old, probably, yeah. What percentile for EMEA is that, actually? Because I did not read something where we have the oldest players.
It's probably just Angel messing with
Well,
stats,
Angel's the anomaly that kind of just throws the average completely out.
Oh no, you missed the others. You just told me his
Well,
age.
we focused on 28 years old. Can we get that back up, production?
28 years
Still got
later,
time.
we cannot, actually. That's it.
Have we got time to get it back up?
Oh,
we do, yeah, here we go.
Go.
So, first place in VCL France. Split, well, I imagine that's split 1, 2025 with Job Life. Second best fragging IGL.
That's big.
Yeah.
That's kind of big.
Favorite Polish food is...
That's one for you to say.
Where's Mitch when you need a pronunciation?
No.
Shabawi. Shabovi. I'm sure somebody... So where's Lothar? We need our...
Oh, it's been a minute since Lothar's been in, mate. Christ.
I need you.
Please come back.
Please. We need you back for this one specific instance.
Give you a day rate, mate. Come on.
Come on.
No, we haven't casted in too long, and my brain is not. I can't.
You can't throw fun facts up at 10-8. Come on.
Have a giggle at the new one. Here we go. Right, ult's in. Let's have a little onboard, I imagine, with Ara trying to take the space here, but no one really challenged on the site, so it is going to be down to the catch from market, the pressure from that side. You're looking at Les being the one, but...
Did the tank come through there? I don't think the range was there, actually.
Not much to be done with it. Les trying to creep further forward. He's trying to dodge every piece of utility and find a bit of space to play in, but... I mean, so far it's all West side. That's 2. And finally, Les has to get involved. Takes down 1, the 4 not in. Still outdone as Grubino eviscerates the others. Les, a valiant attempt, but a one-man army isn't stopping Giant X.
Rubinho going huge here in the chaos and finding 3 to shut this down. Beautiful stuff. I mean, both the initial Hunter's Fury comes through. I'm not sure if it's a range issue here, but not finding... I mean, I think in terms of space, not just damage, but isolating some of these trickier positions to clear out. Going X here, up to 11. A broken bye here for Vitality in a string of 5 rounds now in the second half.
I'm worried, Michael. This is not how they would have imagined starting this split. It's not over yet, though. 8 rounds, still very workable, but as you said, the purchase here is a problem. Yeah, ult there with Durka. And he's still doing fine. We're never going to doubt the individual impact of some of these players. We need to see that synergy being on that same page. It'd be interesting to see the kind of time scale.
Certainly would. Unfake now trying to garner some sort of info here. The drone.
There.
Because he was. Cloud in response, though, will clear the same space. He gets a much deeper hold this time around. Les will be tested once more. Delivered a few times here, but chance here to go one with a kill trip. A very, very deep trip here. It's unfake to capitalize.
And again, I'm not discrediting Les. I think we've been complimenting quite enough almost, but again, you look at the Giant X still trying to dig in deeper. I like the attempt, but Vitality this time, the synergy there between Les and Unfake, really nice.
Yeah, this is Vitality almost kind of daring Giant X to continue digging deeper.
How far do you want to go on this? Yeah. I mean, it's nice to see that, your deeper setup, having that option of being able to kind of fall back into those positions, still have,
I mean, Giant X have been winning out on those deeper fights. Over behind the site. See even that Cloud with a shorty just bounding through that smoke. Rubinho TP and deep into the back lines as well. Vitality well equipped to deal with that though. Exchange back and forth here, but Ara isolated way ahead of the curve here.
Yeah, no one can really help him on that. But again, you've got to keep your focus in even scorelines like this. Yeah, it could be yours, but there's a lot of pedigree on this Vitality team that won't feel pressure until they see that final round, that final kill. So let's see if Giant X can get across the finish line, because a close game is not a win.
Some weird trips.
Les is getting creative, and Westside is baffled. He's like, where is he? Where's he gone?
Leaves the deeper trip. Still in market, so still, I guess, some comfort to Les in terms of posting up this deep. He's really punching up there, Lauren. Not rewarded.
It looks like almost that, I don't want to say confusion, but that doubt about the rotations here. Unfake. Oh, mate, that's a horrible feeling. Westside so sharp with it. And now Vitality drawn back to this almost standardized hold, but a man now down. Plant's going to be in play, but you look at the HP. Cloud on 6, Westside on 12. There's a big chance here for Vitality. They get the ball rolling.
Can't give away another kill.
Forward, though. It's the only one who sits really healthy, barring Flickless.
Now, Kovac's fallen. Cloud's found Durka as well.
Get out of here. Come on, man. It's a 3v2 now. Les and Kick slowly and cautiously taking towards the side, but we can see the positions. It's rough. This isn't going to be what they expect. Potentially, Les does really diligent work, though. Every corner checked. But look at Westside's HP. 12 HP, but this was his site before. And it's his site again. 12 rounds for Giant X.
A third found here. Would have needed a 2v4 here from Vitality. It's just not there. To at least afford a purchase there or thereabouts for the final round, but there's Grabinho to continue applying pressure so deep on this B site once more.
Where are you going, bro?
Not giving Vitality any room to breathe here.
And the confidence for Vitality will not be off to the races. It's something I do want to consider with this team. They could have done with a good start. Put up a couple of good numbers and a nice map to begin with. Their choice here. As it stands, they trail. As you said, though, still a buy here.
Still an operator in the hands of Durka.
With his ult, that's been there for, I think, around now. Unless I missed one cycle of it, but here we go. Durka just going to be staying posted on this. We do have Util on the other side. Cloud's still got the Owl drone. We've still got Flickless with all of his. Paranoia for Grabino. Plenty. Oh, the double walkout and almost the double death. Aura down so low. And Dirk is not really wanting to back from this. He's not fallen all the way back here, but a commitment on the TP. That's audacious stuff, and it's dealt with. Now Dirk is still, as I said, unrelenting and unwilling to give this away. Fights hard and fights back. An in-zone flawless, and 10 now achieved.
You can understand the commitment to the TP, but I guess the spacing, maybe not there. Maybe reading this as potentially a body lighter on this A site hold. Just can't capitalize quick enough on Rubinho's distraction. But I guess in between the middle of that equation being Durka, the one to shut things down. Lots to consider here for Giant X. On the brink of their first map here back in Berlin.
How do you feel back in Berlin?
Pretty, yeah. I mean, a weird day today weather-wise.
It has been, didn't know I wanted to
Yeah.
do it.
Really
Oh, we're
good.
so old.
Yeah. It's the top of any list, any discussion topic, weather.
I mean, there was sunshine, it's been rain, all sorts.
I mean, all things considered today, I mean, we've had, what, 3 mapper in the first series, Sork Road.
Yeah. I'd like to cast a bit of Road.
Yeah, I was a little bit,
I mean, we did the show
jealous.
match.
Yeah, yeah.
Not finalist casters, but show match casters, we nail. I need to reel it in. It's day one, mate.
Need to remember we're back at work.
Well, how dare you drop that? You can't drop that at round 23, map 1.
But I'm still hopeful here, Giant X.
Nah, they're going to crumble, mate. What do you mean?
No. They close out here.
No, it's OT.
Go!
Feeling really good about it.
Writing that down. Called it at 12 to 10.
Maybe not this round. 13-11, if anything.
Okay. You don't believe in him this round?
I mean, Cloud's got a share if anything's possible. That's true. Rubinho's got a stinger.
Yeah.
He's upgraded.
You doubted him. You doubted
He's
them.
upgraded.
Oh dear, Dirk is dead. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is not how it's meant to go, Michael. This is not meant to be the round.
13-11.
It very well could be.
I mean, Ara now with the operator in hand could really solidify this post plant.
Here we go. Now, getting past Ara is really the main hurdle if they even make it that far. There's still plenty of hurdles in front of that almost. Unfake. Oh dear, here we go. Paranoia not going to affect Rubino, so he's still good on this. Avoids just a moment or two of respite before swinging on the flash. It's nice, and it's not nice enough. It's all on Kovac, and it's a absolute disaster of a start for Vitality. But for Giant X, Mike, this is dreamy stuff.
Absolutely how you want to kick off stage 2 here, if you're Giant X. Especially with some of the newcomers, still call them newcomers, into this roster. Certainly excited now for the next map of Bind, which we'll see coming back after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
There must be something in the air because Giant X are the ones to take map 1 in this series. I'm your hosting, so I'm joined by Kakuka, Billy, and Tombiz. And Tombiz right here. But this is where expectations are so weird because usually it's GX that have a really close map, gets eco'd when they shouldn't be getting eco'd, and then lose. But this is just a fantastic start for them.
Absolutely. Even though they lost both of the pistols, they rise up with the 13-10. And look at the right side of your screen right now. Grubinho, top of the scoreboard. If you remember at the beginning of the year, he was not having the best time in Koi. But right now, also those first kills, 5-0 in them, being absolutely a menace from the defense.
He's really looking like a different player since moving on from Movistar Koi and coming on to this team. I mean, I think as well, something that we kind of spoke about was the kind of experiences on Omen between the two Omen players in the server. Like, you can tell that Kix is still kind of trying to warm back up to that.
Yeah, and I love the input Tom gave as well. Completely agree with him, what he was saying behind you there, Billy. But the defense, let's talk about this. GX, very diligent, Kakuka, very disciplined, and it just looks like they're having fun as well.
Yeah, I really like that. I like some of the things that they were putting on the board, like being a little bit aggressive here and there, especially on mid, trying to condition a lot of what Vitality was putting on the board. From right from the get-go, we could see it from the pistol round. And even though in some of these rounds they did not win, that did not stop them from getting on the board and looking for a secondary plan. So to me, it's not only that they had these ideas, that they were very varied and very different, not only in the pistol round, we also saw it later in the game through mid, but how they were being consequent with it. Vitality took a little bit of time to adjust to it. It doesn't matter that they could get here, a kill here and there, because obviously Vitality was also trying to win this map very fondly. Yeah. But I like the fact that Giant X were thinking about something out of the box to do with this map.
Yeah, it was this round in particular, Bale, that I think we really see it in round 7 as well, where you could see, like you say, in the early rounds that they were testing the main pressures, seeing what they could find, and then as soon as Vitality were going on to those full buys, Giant X had the read. They were just able to just completely collapse on them. They were using so much initiative, pushing down mid as well, like you say. It was just really nice.
And my takeaway is they're not losing 5v2s, 5v3s. They're closing them out. They're not getting eco'd. They're closing out maps as well. Billy, this is the GX that we've been praying for, I think, for the last 3 years.
They're closing out maps that isn't even their map pick.
They didn't run out of time.
It wasn't even their map pick, and now we're about to move on to Bind, which of course is their map pick. So this could be the first time this year that Giant X actually end up beating Vitality.
It's the control that they were had, like getting a couple of kills, walking back. Some rounds, don't get me wrong, were a little bit wonky and they got lost. But to me, it's really the fact that they were able to get onto the drawing board and just keep on playing round by round, keeping bringing the ideas.
And I love the way that we set up Unfake versus Cloud on the Sova, because these two players have just been playing Sova for 5 years, both recent IGLs, taking on the IGLs. And I love the confidence from Unfake talking about how he is, a frag in IGL. He's very confident. He wants to come in here and prove himself, but it's so much easier said than done.
And I think that Cloud heard that and he was, hold my Red Bull. I'm going to show you how to be a frag in IGL. We can see it right from the get-go. Cloud feels so comfortable. We always speak about very highly of him. And I don't think that he ever has like a truly disappointing performance.
Yeah, I think for Unfake, it is very bold to come into the competition on your first day as well and saying, I'm a frag in IGL, and going up against someone like Cloud, like we say. I don't know what he was thinking before he said that, but now we're just going to have to
I like the confidence. You fake it till you make it.
In fairness, I was on his side because he is someone that really does frag a lot. He frags so much, in fact, Mini threw up when Fnatic played against Unfake. And wasn't even, the thing is, everybody remembers that game is not Fnatic versus the team. It was Fnatic versus Unfake, because this guy was just insane. So I understand why he said what he said, but also it's game 1. You're playing against, you're playing against...
It's a lot of uncertainties. You have... Bear in mind, we have Sunset, and now we're going on to Bind.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where I have never seen Unfake get like less than 25 kills on this map. I don't think I've ever seen
we're writing that down. 25?
I think he might even get 30.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so confident. I'm really, really confident.
OT or no OT?
I guess OT. I'll give him the OT. But this is where I think Vitality should feel a little bit more comfortable, at least. A map that all of them, at some point in their careers, have thrived in.
Yeah, probably, and they have to, right? Like we're seeing them now on the stage. They know obviously the bind is a possibility. Billy, you were mentioning in the pre-show that it is a map that they have a lot of experience in.
Yeah.
They have some traumas.
Global events, yeah.
From the past, of course, we know that there are some new players here and there. But my question is, what's gonna happen with Giant X?
Yeah, do they play the 100 Thieves comp? You think? Is that still good? Is there legs for that, the 100 Thieves comp?
Oh, this is something that I like. Having
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Is he not going to play Sova?
I feel like we're all just waiting in anticipation to see it, whether or not that's going to lock in. He's toying with our feelings. He is toying with our feelings.
I mean, on the other side of this, we have Astra Viper. Fun times. We got a Sky coming out as well. And of course, the smoke duty is going to go to Kovac this time. How do we feel about it?
I mean, I'm just a little bit surprised. Like, I like the fact that we have the Sky. I don't think that they're thought too much out of the box. I want to know how much time they've actually put into this, or how much they thought that Giant X was going to come into this with this composition. Love the fact that we're seeing the deadlock. Giant X got a very good feel of what is playing against the deadlock when they played against KC. A very, very close affair that they weren't able to close.
Yeah, and these two, they're just so funny. Unfake and Cloud, like, is there something going that we don't know?
I bet that he probably Unfake looked over the thing. I was like, Cloud, what are you picking? What are you picking? What are you picking?
Oh, that's so funny. No, I do want to revert back to that Kovac on Brimstone. So, like you were saying, I'm slightly confused by it. I think that in that last map, as much as they didn't manage to pull it over the line, I think part of seeing Derka play so well throughout that sunset was a lot of the supportive utility that Kovac was able to set up with him on that breach. I think that they looked really, really great. So yeah, him playing Brimstone is interesting. And I do like the deadlock. I've already said today that I am a deadlock enjoyer. So I'm intrigued to see how they set this up on Bind.
Less on the Viper comfort picks, I would say, from most of the side of Vitality. Not very different from what they were running. They remove the Tejo, and they just put Kovac on the Brimstone. That's why I think that we still have some questions on how much these compositions are prepared and thought through and adapted to the new meta, or like the new wave, or this new stage. We still have to yet to see and to decide which is the strongest composition that you can play on this map. But again, bringing back KC and that home guard that they had to the entirety of kickoff that made it so strong and they were completely flawless on, had that deadlock in.
And we get to see Derek on that raise again as well. I know that that's something that Mini was quite keen to see, but I think the question for me at the moment is, did Team Vitality expect to come into this today and play Bind? When I look at this composition, I want to see how prepared is it. Of course, Corrode, they definitely wanted to get rid of going into it. So yeah, I think Bind, I want to see how prepped they really are to play it.
I hope they are, because they have had 60 days to prep for this. So let's jump into it and throw this back to your casters, Pansy and Hybok.
Well, thank you very much. And Sky in 2025, Michael. I can't believe my eyes.
Pinch me.
When was the last time we casted Sky?
It's been a hot minute.
It's been a minute.
It has.
I like a bit of Sky. I've always been, you know, I've always been a little bit of a fan.
But just to add on to that, I really like Giant X's comp.
Why do you like it, Michael? What's thrilling about Deadlock?
Absolutely nothing, and that is why I'm excited to see it.
No, because it's
the fun police are here.
No fast hits, guys. Better get ready to crouch. Woo! It is time for Deadlock indeed. Billy and Michael, absolutely.
The only two people excited for the second map here.
And look at that. The main man on the screen right now, Westside. This is truly his story on the Deadlock now. Yeah, we'll see how it looks. I mean, yeah, it's solid for a reason, but we're going to find out, because map one already a bit of a surprise to most people, but right off the rip, it's pacey here.
Vitality, no secrets about this on the way in. Themselves into sight very early on, but a lack of short control. Giant X will capitalise.
But Reno didn't stand a chance. Yeah. This is, it's just Dirk's playground.
That was the one win condition here in the post plant, really, for not Giant X to rely on.
Flickless and Westside up.
Last player standing.
Yeah, no. Here we go, the MVP, the man of the hour. Deadlock enjoys now, wait with bated breath. Clearing through. 1v4. Frenzy's out. Bim Steekens over towards Shower. Nice shot on the first.
Barrier deployed.
Couldn't even get past Wingman. So Durka, good start there for him.
pace to kick things off here on the second map. Potentially just catching Giant X off guard, although almost looked like a rehearsed setup here to prioritize short. But then the real question mark being leaving Gravino. And that's no, he's always going to get overwhelmed. If you don't get this contact on short, you've got to read. That hit's coming elsewhere. With the amount of util, like I said, no secrets on the way in. And we did just catch it out.
Yeah.
A 29% pistol round win rate for Vitality, so certainly a positive to potentially build upon here in the first half.
And maybe this is a better test or judgment of Vitality. You know, this is the strength of them when they get the map veto they need. So we're still learning what their map veto is going to look like as well, right? We don't know much about this team yet. Obviously, they had to go do all the trialing and get everything ready, how far they've been there. Dude, Les is so calm.
Les was almost going to play with that a little bit.
Yeah.
But
nah, it's nice to see. It's good to see. And again, this might be the better test, right? This could be the one where we can look a little bit heavier at Vitality. Maybe know that, hey, their map pool isn't there yet, but within maybe the areas they're comfortable in, this is what they could look like.
Chewbacca moment there. Post round 2.
You can do a mean Chewie impression. That's mad you just sent it.
You can't ask that and not expect.
Oh, no. That's going on my soundboard so quick, you have no idea. And it looks like that pace isn't really dropping off yet. At least a little bit of an attempt down towards long here. His bonus does have a lot of bite to it, but Cloud already with a great beginning in a corner to play
Big flash.
The flash! What? I thought it was going to be money, but actually Kovac's still standing.
Vitality actually went out on the back of that trade.
Got the spike.
Two members of Giant X trailing here in rotation. Les could get it. There's a little gap behind this.
Hello. Oh,
Last player standing.
And sadly for Flickless, he's only on 5 HP. Kovac does win out in the HP battle.
Certainly with the regen as well.
Excuse me? What are we doing?
Completely misreading that situation. So just the 5 HP, all it takes for Giant X to find the first round here on Bind. Almost looked teed up there.
Yeah.
To convert.
I'm a little bit confused, but it's a good replay, that one.
Tension builder.
It is. Less looking focused. All good.
But I mean, all things considered, it's again, that was a bonus. So come out and it's only Flickless left standing. Again, the purchase going to suffer for Giant X for sure. Durka actually bringing a scope into this one. One away from the showstopper. So if he does find a pick on one of these light shields, actually only the regen on Flickless as well. So certainly an opportunity
right there
to answer right back here for Vitality.
There.
He spotted enough of Flickless there.
Well,
okay.
Maybe not enough.
Yeah, I thought that was free all day, but apparently Flickless just swings it, no fear, which is actually kind of impressive to pull off against Vitality, but map 1's certainly going to be fresh in the mind, so going to be working up against this deadlock. There it is, Mike. You buzzing?
Yeah. Showers, lockdown.
And it does buy time. The thing that everyone obviously gets on their feet about. But still Flash, still got the dog. Still got plenty of util. So just going to be a numbers game, but 3 of Giant X on this side. And now obviously with timer and the foot shown. Oh, it's just stunning.
Spike
no wonder you get excited by it, but Westside making it look actually pretty
30
good.
seconds left.
Kicks. Having to take a seat. Ooh, it's a horrible predicament, isn't it? And the spike being down there too.
Don't really have any support here from Les either. A little bit disconnected here. Les looking to try and catch somebody in rotation.
10 seconds left.
Gonna come to anything on either side here potentially. I mean, less a consolation, sure, but Vitality left to try and hold on to these rifles. And yeah, big win here to maybe stabilize Giant X a little bit, certainly in terms of the scoreline.
I mean, And again,
certainly in terms of the economy as well.
Look, if this is the map where I'm going to be judging Vitality a little bit more harshly to their standard.
Sure, and actually, on that premise, if you are just tuning in, next one map to the good in this series. Certainly here the ball firmly Vitality's court. It's obviously Giant X's map choice here. Some investment around these rifles. The showstopper, further investment also. See if Durka can find anything. Space, yes, but the reward is found. Flickless will fall.
Yeah,
maybe a lack of respect there.
From the Ultra West side, but not going to have it to play with just yet. Hard to clear this site now as well. Still got Util on Ara, still got on Cloud, so they've got options to try and clear house. And Rubino's flank last time did get caught by less, but this time a little bit more freedom, but a lot of players towards it. And you can see Durka just dealt with, actually gets away with his life, which is quite surprising. Ara going to find Unfake. It ain't over yet. 3v4 now, getting a little bit tense. Durka forced to fight back in, does get West side, but now starting to dwindle in numbers. Starting to see that timer being an issue, seeing the layering of the utility. It's not quite a checkmate, but that one pretty much seals it. And Ara, I think it's time to back away.
Yeah, doesn't want to mess with that at all. So Vitality, on the back of that investment, will find themselves a third. Really get their foot in the door here in terms of this attacking half. Durka does really well here to get out of the trap in lamps, also then find a kill with the Stinger. Potentially even a second there if he dealt with the first a little quicker, but job done.
Job done. Also, still got Ara's here, and now has West Sides to play with too, so that's going to be in hand. Other side, 2 away for less, and nothing really otherwise close by. And again, you're looking at these little set plays coming out, and it's Kovac the one to send them back. Already going to deal with the players trying to push down through and out of B. TP.
A little curious, actually.
And this now looks scrambled, but Cloud's rewarded. Oh my God, what is this deathmatch we're seeing?
Very bizarre. And then Unfake caught on the backside here. Still, advantage for Vitality. So the TP gonna suit them down to a T as well. Actually, yeah, an awkward plant for Giant X to deal with in the retake as well, but Kicks misses the pass on the first.
Last player standing.
Don't necessarily know about the second play on short either just yet. Well, there you go.
Yeah, all good in the end. Durka there. Look, again, this guy, even in the losses, still looking solid as a rock. Here, going to get them up to that 4-2 scoreline. And again, you talk about the capability of this guy who barely made it into the top 10 of, I believe it's Plat Chat's, you know, all-timers. Yeah, wild stuff. I think Sliggy had him in like 17th, which is bad, right?
That's
I'm lying.
diabolical.
I'm lying.
That is diabolical.
I just like throwing people under the bus with just reckless
He's
lies.
like, Sliggy.
Yeah, well, yes, after what he did recently, it's actually, if anything, gotten worse. No further need for conversation about that one.
No
Sheriffs are out, and just a stinger for Flickless. So this should be a safe round. Unless Giant X can find a couple of ways in, but you can see the caution already being shown. Look at the positioning coming out from Vitality, very aware.
Certainly almost reading into the possibility. Playing a little deeper on this, less still rewarded though. Cloud will fall, and Ara actually gets the better of him.
Oh, not bad. Okay.
You take a trade in a round like this for sure. No upgrade to be found though. Kicks policing that weapon.
But I quite like this reposition as well. Trying to get in towards showers, do something with it. Yara gets lucky. Maybe. You're hoping for someone being a little bit lazy on the way back through or losing that focus of possibility. And his Kicks on the other side, who's going to get caught, brought down, and that is a recoverable weapon. Plant, though, looks like it is going to be in.
So now, advantage to Giant X, but still, rifles in hand for Vitality.
I love that. Unfake taking a bold step forward.
Yeah, because it doesn't even really slow things down either.
No.
Durka on the rewrap, though, could be rewarded.
Certainly looks like he is going to be. very aware. Really making him work for this, even just to try and get back towards the spike.
Got the satchel, but it doesn't push him off. Kovac's got to check this.
Oh, Flickless so aware, so heads up. Durka has to fight in. And again, I'm looking at some of the steps being made during that round. I didn't love that Unfake wanted to get more space there. I think they could have played that a little bit safer. And the Thrifty getting turned now. That's worrying for me, as that opens up so many opportunities. Big ults now coming in for Giant X, and watching this one back again.
I mean, maybe this is just anticipating it's only one member of GX coming from CT, but again, everything kind of aligns perfectly for Giant X.
Good job. Good.
So many moments in that Giant X took the right initiative, taking the space through showers, fighting it in the right ways. I'm enjoying what they're doing, which, again, I haven't been able to say in a long time. You know, this new look that this team is bringing out is impressive. Ready to be checked on there. That's 2 players noted, the dog from Sky, and of course then the swing from Gecko. So a little bit more presence, but less, still going to find value. Punished over on the A side. Does that then change the plans now? But a re-clear. Oh, and the timing is divine. Cloud going to catch Kovac, trying to backpedal this. That may be indicative of this rotation. Free up that additional player. Aura can now cheat over towards A. Get Flickless ready. They're coming towards this site, whether you like it or not.
Snakebite will slow down progress initially. We'll burn up a little bit of time on this one-way.
Monster on the loose.
Tank showing behind. This could be a problem. Damage done. And Unfake will fall to the op.
Yeah, and it feels like they're very aware of what they can give and take, and his Flickless falling back just far enough. He wants to swing off this as well. Take the space away, and Flickless, does he get what he wants here? Durka is on guard duty, but the flash!
What?
How does Durka still get that? He had no right. He was blind as hell. And now into 3v3, but no plant.
30 seconds left.
Spike's in a weird spot as well. Grabinho now with the backstab.
One enemy remaining.
Cloud to follow through.
There's nothing more to be done. Giant X look absolutely locked in here.
A little bit of frustration starting to show as well, particularly on the face of Durka. Vitality maybe just, like I said, I mean, edged out in a couple of these rounds, sure, but I mean, this is wild. The utility is beautiful from Giant X, though. It's so well orchestrated. That's even with Durka in the mix there, getting a kill he has absolutely no business finding.
Yeah, an over-delivery.
Remix on the timeout. Why do we both go to the same
One
place?
brain cell. That's
One singular
That's
brain
all I
cell.
got, bro. I'm absolutely cooked at this point. And it's got to be frustrating, though, for Durka, because he sat on 12-5. He got them a bailout kill in that, it felt like. Maybe finding a little bit of stability in what felt like a very turbulent round, and then it still goes astray. Now, beyond that, though, going to need to see a little bit more coming out from Vitality here, because it does seem a bit frayed, right? It does seem very hectic. And as it stands, Giant X are coming out on top. Keep in mind the first 2 rounds, well, first round, the pistol did go to Vitality. They came out with what looked like a set piece, right? Really pacey, nice crunch, and good ideas. But beyond that, it's now starting to look a little bit like Giant X seem better prepared here.
Sure, and I think you can see fruits of their labor in terms of what they've been working on. Certainly with a composition here that does require sort of a lot of
watch and learn
choreography, almost.
Spot on.
In terms of some of the util setups and the way to find value with this composition.
Smoke.
Well, they know their win cons. They know them damn well, apparently, at this point. Here we go. Right, so you've got less still on the Vandal. Aside from that, it is the Sheriffs. Now, we already saw Giant X turning one of these, so for Vitality, they could certainly do with something going their way. But Flickless, I've got to feel as well here. He's out on what, 5-5, but he's been very, very tough to clear out of this position easily. Let's see if he can keep up to that sort of caliber. Westside looking to try to play in on this. Oh, the flash fumbled.
Not
the
deep enough.
second dealt with, and yeah, this is looking so easy. Oh my God, it's just send them scurrying. Anyone to save him? I think Unfake might have been nabbed at this point. Yeah, just taken away. Daylight robbery and the spike with it too.
The perfect kidnap to find here on short. All but concludes round 9 here. I doubt that Durka and Kovac can swing a 2v5. Showstopper sure, but
Obscuring
30 seconds left on the clock. Rubinho already
in there
looking to make moves. Yeah.
Every time. You thought Dirk was frustrated before. Wait till you see if Rubinho gets a kill on him.
Hang on. I mean, Dirk is not looking this way. He's looking towards short, so a freebie found for Rubinho.
10
Just 10 seconds left.
So when's the voiceover coming, Mike?
Ooh, when's the kill coming?
Flawless.
West Side.
He's making wingman noises.
Hey, you can do the announcement. I'll just do a wingman cover. That's it. Yeah. Mate. Vitality, I'm a bit worried. Thought this was going to be the redemption arc. Oh, I mean,
it's not a good PRV to watch that at all.
There we go. And just a freebie on the way out. They seem so prepared for that too. And that Sky Flash not making it out of that smoke as well didn't help matters.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if that utility on short was kind of reactionary from Giant X, but whether or not even the flash was... I mean, certainly I think it was Westside, right, that was playing close on dark, so he certainly would have eaten that flash.
Entire kit of used to no avail.
No
What are we up
confirmation
to?
here.
That I don't know what the plan was. I don't think you've done enough to completely be comfortable about taking that space. Unfake's having a bit of a mare too. He's on 1 tonight. It's not a pretty performance from him yet. Hoping to see a bit more from him. A lot of pressure, of course. And Flickless has been a nightmare to handle. Does get outdone. Okay, so the two heavy hitters at least going to take some space here. Cloud's still confident though. Sky Flash not really going to do too much, but the entirety of everyone else then flooding in certainly will do it.
Flip a 4v5. Potentially back in their favour here. All right, got to imagine he's probably going to want to hold on to this operator, especially with Rubinho falling, but the money's there. Could still look for some further damage to the finances here for Vitality. Less on the hunt here. Maybe senses something up, but finds the timing and finds a fourth. To tie things up 5 apiece here on Bind. Certainly a chance here for Vitality to catch a breath, it feels like.
Yeah, and I don't want to be a scoreboard warrior because I do think it's unfair, but I need to see more than the Durka and Left show at the moment. Even if it's just through utility, if it's just through comfort, if it's through taking space. It doesn't have to be kills numerically, but I think just the impact alone, I'd like to see a little bit more. Again, this is first showing on the big stages for some of these guys, so I get it. You know, there is a pinch of salt with that. Just want to see a little bit beyond what we're seeing now. So it doesn't have to just be the kills, but let's see how they look now on this site take.
Sure, to play devil's advocate there, Vitality aren't even really getting close to some of these site hits. Been a few times that got over the first hurdle. Durka looking to pop here, but caught slowed down a little bit on the way in. Flickless will find it.
Flickless is spacing. He's got a really good sense of finding those moments. And again, Cloud swings in. The synergy here is just off the charts. You're not getting fair fights. You're not getting the 1v1s you want. Giant X firmly in control.
Les now stuck in a lurk. It's going to feel excruciating in terms of the time that will pass here. Rubinho get past the first. Les shut down. Giant X on 6. I think, yeah, as soon as this composition can shine on the back of that contact, all of this util is just so overwhelming.
Yep. I love these little counter swings. You can't get.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about on map 1. Giant X fundamentally looking
drilled.
A cut above where they have been previously.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
I think that's probably one of the positives you talk about with such an experienced coaching staff behind this team.
Yes.
So when you get not necessarily youngsters or newcomers, but I guess inexperienced players, those are things that are very, very easy to work on.
Big focus towards the site here. Oh, come on. Ooh, you take one back. Okay, at least it gets the trade and they take down the deadlock, so it could open up some opportunities towards the site at this point, but still, See the rotation coming in, and I like what we're seeing again. Grubino is being so greedy almost, but in the right way. He's taking space away. They've got no threats through showers unless the TP gets taken, but he's in a very unorthodox position. It frees up the rest of the team to rotate. Ara can now go and support. And it is the right call so far. Now, obviously, they haven't had any further confirmation, right? They haven't seen any util yet. It was just that early exchange, but the right read here.
Absolutely. And Flick was able to slow things down enough that Giant X can reposition. And again, I mean, bigger picture-wise, you take that trade all day long. Durka for West Side. Now looking for the response here from Vitality. Smokes come through.
30 seconds there being so many bodies here, though. And Flickless once again going to be a problem to get past. 25 seconds. Vitality can't get past the starting blocks. They're stuck out here. Look at this layering of util, something we're complimenting again and again. There is no option. There's no step forward. Less and Unfake left in the undesirable position. And it was all off the back of good information, good beginnings, and Grubino taking valuable space.
That's a fantastic defensive half from Giant X.
Unbelievable.
To come out 2 ahead versus Vitality here. Obviously where this composition probably feels like it shines, but there's still certainly plenty of opportunities to make this work on the attacking side. To check in how that looks in the second half.
Giant X, the way they got here is impressive to me. We kind of keep in mind that Vitality did get that pistol, right? They converted the second two. Take those away. I'm a bit worried about this team because of it's not they've been over ambitious and it's fallen short. It's just those fundamental synergies don't look in place yet. And again, I don't know how much time they've had, and maybe there's an interview, maybe there's someone out there discussing it, but they don't look like they're on the same page at all.
No. Again, certain allowance to be made. Obviously, with it's a big change to bring the Unfake and Kovac into this roster. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. There were problems before, obviously, with Safe and Steve offshore, but again, there is a certain allowance to be made. Giant X certainly capitalizing on that very fact. A chance here potentially to close out a 2-0. Confirmation of aggression towards B long here. Orb retrieved here by Durka. Not necessarily spurring anything on in terms of this default that was spread pretty thin. Concern will be now if on the other extremity Giant X can find a kill. Vitality haven't ducked away from this. They are now exploring. Unfake has found Cloud.
Okay. Full roll. Ooh. I thought that was West Side. I mean, it doesn't really matter where it came from. Durka, though, nice. Good damage. Don't get out for free. I think he can. And they're willing to fight on this one, too.
Yeah, certainly now.
That is a prized possession. Ooh, nice from West Side. And now Kix has got to be a little bit more cautious, doesn't he? Yeah, falls away from that. Fighting enough to get the spike back in hand. And I'm looking once again now at this point towards Grubino, right? He's been brilliant at taking that kind of mid-round space. Here he's being kept in check by Kovac on the other side, who's got the kill. Bit of a trade coming through, and now down to just Kicks really in his position. Doesn't need to outdo anything now. Play his life, play calm.
Barrier deployed.
This side has the work to be done. 15 seconds, he's got to make a choice.
It's kind of egging a peek out of Kicks here, but it just doesn't come through.
Spike planted.
Will be respected here, but Kovac probably going to try and close the gap between him and his teammate. 13 HP. It's going to be the prime target here for West Side.
Please play together. You found where he is now. And West Side's confident. You can see it.
He can isolate this.
Yeah, he absolutely can. 2 bullets, gets time on the reload, knows where Kicks was, spots him again, good damage. Not got the kill though, down to 19, and now there's problems. Trying to go together, trying to play together. Oh, but now West Side thriving! It's outstanding from him with a Red Bull clutch. And that's where the heartbreak could begin here for Vitality.
A great map 1 performance and a fantastic pistol round to open up the second half here on Bind. To put Giant X firmly in control of this series now. A Red Bull clutch to really reinforce a fantastic performance here.
West! Good job, Bratan.
In their first series of Stage 2.
I'm enjoying this new Giant X. I really am, and I didn't expect to see it, but they look different. They again, it's
revitalized.
They do. Individually, they look more punchy. The way they're playing together looks fantastic. I'm really, really impressed, and I hope we see more of this as the season goes on here. Obviously, for Vitality, maybe too early in the day so far, but as it stands, it's going to be spectators, it looks like, in this round. Plants coming in. That might get denied here. Actually, all good to go. Unfake's position seems to be considered too, so Giant X knowing where to draw the line, but can Vitality get under the skin at all?
I'm just going to slow things down a little bit here. An exchange of util. Actually, the flood comes into Lamps and slowed down even further. Just so much util to bypass here. Giant X finding all the kills they need. Kicks a response, sure, but
Okay.
second consolation, 4 left in the mag.
Somewhat gone at this point, but yeah, it was a valiant attempt. But the problem is, it was never meant to be close games that Vitality wanted starting this season. It was meant to be a new dangerous-looking roster, maybe back to some winning ways, but so far that has not been on the cards, as Giant X making it up to 9 with little to no resistance.
It's going to be with the scoreline now. A problematic bonus here. Could seal Vitality's fate today. Have to wait and see. It's not as flushed out as you'd hope for Giant X. Really looking towards Ara to find some impact here to make it a possibility. But West Side quietly, well, say quietly, after that round 1 performance, just one away from the ult. That could really swing around like this.
He was tempted to. Players on the side of the map for Vitality too. The right read so far, if it continues on this, but
I mean, they're looking to make a play for the TP here.
Yeah.
They want to keep somebody interested. 2 spotted here with the dog. That will be the catalyst.
Fake's not had the smoothest of map 2s now. 3
That's
kills.
going to reach here, so not going to be cleared. But Ara with the spam.
He's so aware. Super heads up and able to jump in front of all the util and take the space over towards Trybox. Some security flash through and a swing. Spots him. Nice from Kovac. Good clear, but a quick trade. It's numbers. It's all looking like the numbers simply sit with Giant X once again. Less is far away. So Kicks has to pause. Has to wait. And it becomes more and more obvious as time passes when no one is playing back in yet. This flank could be coming through.
Territory, my
and the old buying time, really. Less slow and steady, but Grubino on that deep angle. He was the one flanking before.
Nothing there.
Kicks uncaught.
One enemy
There
remaining.
it is. Flickless, excuse me, the one in that position in the end. To find him. And Kicks, time to back away. This is 10. Mike, I'm really impressed with Giant X. I didn't expect it.
So
to me, as well, I've got to say, Flickless has been the quiet MVP in my eyes because everyone else has been doing kind of, not what I'd expect them to do, kind of to their standard that we saw. I think he's elevated a bit here.
Yeah, for me, the two headliners here, Flickless and Westside, have really, really been delivering. Certainly here, map 2 an argument to be made for Ara.
Yeah, he's been solid.
Yeah, very, very impressed. Like I said, at the moment at which these engagements kind of kick off in these rounds, Giant X just looks so comfortable to take these fights, play for trades, which is something that's been severely lacking historically. Like I said, the macro itself was never really a concern. It was always the execution.
Vitality on the ropes. Sheriffs. Bit of utility here and there, but not much to make a fight out of. Durka, the one with the rifle, and that's it. Light shields to supplement. Oh, very close by for Cloud now. This time looking more intent towards his finish on B.
Again, is occupied by 3 Vitality. Durka with a rifle. Getting anything done here on the way in.
That scaling, we compliment it again and again. Durka's paint shot did do well, and Les still in a position. There's still a fight here, Les though. The one in the headlines once again. I mean, the name looks good up in lights, but still, Cloud and Flickless would love to make something of this. 40 seconds still to play with. It's not like it's with no validity. Already there, Les noted. Flickless trying to find anyone out of place here, trying to pry Les away, I can imagine.
30
He's going
seconds
for
left.
It. His unfake over towards long as well. It's so dangerous. He's so worried about CT, right? He's so worried about a crossfire, but there isn't one. He gets to isolate a fight. Cloud is outnumbered here, but apparently that's no problem. You're not losing a 2v... What was it, a 2v4 at this point?
Oh, you maybe are.
Yeah, you absolutely are. It's 11. Giant X ripping away that last opportunity, really, to turn this back to a playable game. Now at 11-5, you feel like the door's shutting.
4 unanswered here in the second half. Pump of the brakes for Vitality in terms of this timeout, but Giant X. Again, it's rough. This isn't as if they come in rifle v rifle. Certainly here, Giant X, a course correction in round 16 could be just what the doctor ordered here.
I'm just thinking about that round, Mike. I mean, you could see how hesitant Flickless was to try and close down towards Les. And
Yeah,
right,
but
so
that swing just
normally
never
there's a
came from
crossfire,
Vitality.
right?
Yeah,
Where was the support?
Nothing came to. I'm not saying it's not black and white. It's not
No,
like they
of course
can
not.
bail Les out in that situation, but that's the opportunity in that round.
If someone's so hungrily trying to clear him, surely you're going to try and capitalize on that. It looked like they tried to double down the value of elbow. But
The isolation towards Cloud potentially, because we saw 2 players stacked up there, but when that door kind of closes, it's then, it plays right back into Cloud's hands. He can slowly creep onto these angles and really dissect that setup towards elbow. Very, very tough start to the second half here for Vitality. Operator in hand, showstopper here. Obviously this first ult cycle just about coming online as we enter round 17, but certainly not coming in here if, well, when you'd argue this is the must-win round for Vitality.
Let's do what we do.
It's only the showstopper available.
Go.
Light shields, actually a couple of gaps in utility.
still solid. Still being good. Just not enough to change the outcome of these rounds.
Monster on the loose.
It's going to be dedicated towards this angle.
There.
No rapid to showers either of the Thresh, so just going to post.
Oh,
Does he finds Gravino close?
Yeah, he does.
Kicks on the TP crunch as well, so a 4v3 now.
Not looking like it's over yet. They're still in this one. Ara and Westside. You're not losing a 2v4 this time. Surely Vitality.
That's beautiful named.
I mean, Durka is herding them round this map. Ara, last man standing, a 1v3. Confidence to work on this, but time.
It's not going to find it.
Not in time. Unfake played that well as well. Working around Durka, but again, Durka controlling space there, Mike. It felt like a classic round from him.
Fuse here talking about this old cycle, so Seekers available here on the back of the defuse. Unfake as well. Will have his ultimate. A beautiful setup here.
It could all be coming apart.
They've really blown the lid off that round. Left in tatters.
Repetition though, easier said than done. Durka again, right place. Played in a little there. Boombot gets broken, but they seem ready to deal with him. But he did get the tag on that though. Ara down low, but he can't stand. No one there to really save until Les plays it forward. Tries to make sure it's not all in vain. They do at least get that 1-for-1 trade out. Fate gonna note the player on the other side of Showers too.
Weaken the pop potentially for Giant X. They've got satchels for Ara, but down at 5 HP. He's going to be squishy on the way in. Less one away from the pit as well now. Slow creep up short from Giant X. Steps will reveal their intentions though. Oh, there's a chance there for Ara, but Les shuts it down. Actually, the TP play was potentially on the back of Ara finding a kill here.
Toxin screen down.
Well, they tried to go for it.
Yeah.
Les is still on guard though. He's got the 2 kills that have got them in this round. Leaving kicks to play out from the corner. There, Les is. He's doing brilliantly. Some vintage looks from him. He's going to find Flickless, caught through the smoke it looked like. There's Cloud. Now just watching the round fade away really. As this one
10 seconds left.
is going to slip a little too far. Maybe a challenge here though. See?
Do they want to get the operator back for Durka?
I mean, he's quite valuable with that weapon.
The poison fruit.
Yeah, they're like, no. So opting to not go for it, but a lifeline given. But I want to see a round where it's not just Les and it's not just Durka. We had Durka on the operator in Shower doing well before with that nice pain shell that forced, I think it was West Side out of that tri-box position looking up towards heaven. Now we've had a masterclass from Les. I mean, these are your high caliber players. Absolutely. I want you as well. You're just on the corner. Fair play. I want to see this collective. But for now, can they just stay alive? We'll take staying alive. Won't we, Michael?
We will. I'm still a little concerned, but sure, we'll take that. A couple of stingers to complement Cloud's rifle retained to round 19. Obviously some rounds to play with. Sorry, some clowns to ray with.
It's been a minute. Away we go. Pacey is the name of the game. Bring those stingers right into range. But hold on. Les just got swept aside. He's still standing, but barely alive. 28 HP, and he's now smothered. He's got too many targets to handle. And Giant X just kick it up again. Go back, though, up to the challenge of 2, but does get dealt with. Durka now asked a big question.
Pace
close.
Completely catching Vitality off guard here. And as soon as they find the win on the way towards site, the pit really to seal Vitality's fate, potentially here on Bind. Very good Valorant. I mean, you can turn B in now. Vitality, 4 ultimates available. Don't really have any opportunity to invest. I believe the Seekers in the pit to bring into this round. Sure what else, and yeah, frustration certainly starting to show. Like I said, this was 4 stingers, Cloud's rifle.
EMEA is learning the ways of the Americas. Slowly but surely. We're a year late, but it's still good for West Side. Man, just slipping that smoke, feeling confident enough to take that fight is just sick. Kicks is gone.
You are divided!
Now what's the game plan? Ults, apparently, is the name of the game here. West Side blind sends it, doesn't get what he wants. He might be able to find Kovac. No, Kovac outdoes him. Les still going to contain some space here. Ara, not safe either. You're making brave plays. These are big boy plays. The flash is so good. Very heads-up work for Unfake.
4v2 now for Vitality. Gotta feel like an 8th is on the cards here.
Has to be. But it is Cloud still. He was one of those 2 of the previous who won it. Not clean enough. Better. Much better from Vitality now. Finding some safety, some security, and maybe salvaging what looked like a lost scoreline.
Frugal as well, no investment in terms of this ult cycle. It looked as if Giant X was certainly going to find the upper hand here, but to be honest, the kill onto Ara is what's really, really crucial here. Heads up play from Unfake to read that situation. So a response is found, but can Vitality build upon that?
I was worried.
I was really.
I didn't
Music
see...
cuts and
yeah, it was just silence.
Like, okay.
We don't have tech borders anymore. They're a thing of the past.
Just Mola. Just Mola.
This one is a Giant X timeout.
It is.
So all good. Maybe not wanting to let this go too far away.
Yeah, like I said, some rounds to play with, sure, but certainly don't want Vitality building any momentum.
No, and this does allow for the Vitality coaching staff to have a conversation as well, right? And you've got a lot of ults with Vitality.
Well, this is the thing, bigger picture-wise, let's look towards the next buy round for Giant X. Vitality is still going to have a massive advantage. If Vitality have to maybe dip into the pot here to convert what will be a, I guess, a fragile anti-ego, considering the scoreline.
They did. They don't have them. Oh, I got one. Oh, no, sold it. All right. No, cherry.
Boring. Boring.
We've lost our filter, bro. This is actually so dangerous.
So still, we'll pack a little punch here in terms of the purchase for Giant X. Durka looking to strip away any early control, but again, West side. What?
How's Unfake gone down there as well? What was the spacing? I'd love it to see it from West Side's perspective, because taking down Durka was job done. I thought that was good, but Unfake going down too.
Again, they're just caught off guard in the early round, where they feel they're probably going to feel pretty good about themselves in terms of an operator here, plenty of ultimates to rely upon. It's pacey from Giant X to isolate the opener and a follow-up for West Side.
West Side's kind of nuts. I'm gonna be honest. The guy is kind of nuts. I'm on board. Look, I kind of like Flickless too. I'm kind of on board
I'm filled up.
here.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, well, wasn't the dizzy of your dreams, but kicks from the side, from the corner, sprays praise and gets what he wanted. Kovac as well, unable to move, but he's still holding on here. The West Side. Come on, make me a bigger fan. Nah, that's fine. You did good. You did good anyway.
Fantastic recovery.
Yeah,
from Vitality.
genuinely kicks. That was a nice look from him there.
And the crunch coming through just at the right time. Oh,
god damn, that was pretty nice.
As well, Seekers, you can throw it into a round here where it's maybe, like I said, a little concerning to concede like that. So he operated back in hand for Durka, and actually just 2 away from the showstopper. He was the one to, I guess, have his ult ahead of everybody else from Vitality. Looks like they might set up for a pit here for less on the back of contact. Cloud humbled away. Not able to really dip his toes here into Less's pit. But still, actually, a third player committed towards the B-side hold.
I was gonna say,
Durka finally making moves.
Leaving it to Kovac and Unfake here. I want to see a bit more support with them. Left in the dark as the wall goes up, but Durka wants to check behind that. Not what we were after, but the molly going to come down. Flickless plays it forward. Nice from Kovac. Find security in all of that chaos.
Maintaining showers control as well. Grabinho has to do something to answer back.
Now the plant looks like it's on. Grabinho looking to challenge the space here. Try and maybe pressure that line a little bit. They don't have much place to play this post plant. That's far too many P's in a sentence. Now Vitality have opportunities. And We are seeing the ult coming out from Cloud. That's going to be an issue. Ara swings off. It doesn't get what he needs on the follow-up at least. Oh, but Cloud absolutely clotheslining Durka, but the defuse going to be denied as well. Drawn away from this, but Vitality clearing house. Grubino is going to have to go nuclear. It's a valiant attempt. Another bullet, another chance. Kovac is just holding his breath.
I was curious of when that smoke was actually going to expire there, but the timing played to perfection.
They've survived,
by
Michael.
the skin of their teeth. We'll find a 10th. Actually, probably back in control now of this map. Still trailing by 2. Giant X still with a purchase. Still with a showstopper. This is probably the...
I like Coach Camps.
Yes.
Oh, Vitality, this is mad, this is mad. Okay, it's a 1-for-1 trade. What do we have here? Durka's so quick.
Wait.
They have no idea. Didn't quite get to bend the bullet, but apparently they won the entirety of the map. Suddenly...
Unfake's delivered as well.
Yeah. Where'd this confidence come from?
Barrier deployed.
Oh, no.
Not reading the short aggression coming back in here.
Last player standing.
But it looks like the plan's all out the window. Flickless in a 1v4. The door got left open and Vitality taking steps here. Back in the game at 12-11.
That's a gutsy play to pull out here in round 23. Force Giant X back down on a rough purchase, but 11th in hand now for Vitality, and certainly now an advantage. Only the ultimate from West Side available here for Giant X. Rubinho one away from the divide short. If they can maybe get that orb in showers, Durka certainly. Jump check. Precarious approach now from Giant X, rightly so. Vitality to force overtime here. Again, not a sentence you'd think we'd be saying today.
The explosive though now, isn't it? 3 on the site, dedicated. Ara plays it forward, tries to play it quickly towards Showers, pathing to try and pinch, but he doesn't get what he wants. It's Grubino to get the kill. Vitality are winning the fight until now. West Side does well for 1. Didn't get the catch on the ult either. Divide gonna come in. Grubino gonna place that. It looks like he wants to try and play with Grubino here.
Keep your eyes on this flank though. Here towards short.
Okay, plants in play. Grubino and West Side want this in regulation. Vitality want OT. The flank is on the way. No
Timing
consideration
on the smoke's a little
yet.
early as well in between the boxes on site.
Oh!
Big win here.
His understanding of timing is just perfect. West Side. Even a 1v1 here. No, the timing not right for Grubino again. Threading the needle. And now it's on Unfake, who's not been having the best performance, who's been struggling a little bit here. Has to try and clutch up against Grubino, who's already on 3 kills, who's already doing so well. Grubino has played a blinder in the end as Giant X walking away with a 2-0 victory.
And just to check back in with expectations, like I said, maybe I'm a little harsh.
Sure.
Talking about map wins, but to close out a 2-0 here, got to be feeling fantastic in the Giant X camp.
I think it's, you know, the hard work looks like it's paying off this time. They've hit the ground running, they've looked solid, and it's really visible, tangible changes in the ways that we've been asking for this roster for a while, and the newer players looking brilliant too.
Yeah, like I said, that adjustment in the period, I guess, towards the end of stage 1, certainly now paying off because you're almost a week or 2 ahead of other teams that have had to make changes. So certainly here, but again, Vitality, certainly positives here, but maybe first showing something for us to come back and review, but certainly here for Giant X, a big victory to kick off stage 2.
I'm
and lots of
impressed.
positives to take away
Yeah.
from today.
No, I'm really impressed with this team and what they can do going forward, right? They're a team that I think people weren't sure where to place them with these changes, seeing it, as said, in that transition period at the end of that first split. They look good now. They look dangerous, genuinely a scary team to come up against because they're not going to be in that same position as they were before.
I mean, we've never been in the situation to say, let's see Giant X build upon some of these positives, right? Where can they go with this?
Yes.
What's the next step? We've never even got there with Giant X. We haven't even got to the first step.
No,
so
you're right.
Really excited to see how this pans out for Stage 2, Lauren.
And I don't think we even have enough time to go into the Vitality conversation, but I'm sure throughout the season we will be checking back in on it and seeing that progress as it goes. However, Cloud and Rubino will be joining Yinzu and Kakuka over in the post-plant, so do stick around. We'll be heading over there right about now.
And welcome to the first post-plant of Stage 2. We will be joined by Cloud and Grabinho in just a moment. But for now, Kakuka, Pansy was saying that they didn't have enough time to chat about the Vitality situation. So let's talk about it real quick before we have the GX boys joining us. How worried should we be?
I mean, I think that it goes back to the idea that we had of Vitality at the beginning of the year, how they built this super team, how we had champs at the end of the year in Paris, and obviously Vitality being a French organization, they wanted to put all the eggs that they had in one very big basket. I think that we have to be fair for both of the perspectives, right? We say that after a break, it is the best moment to play against the strong teams, right? And it is when the underdogs or the people that have struggled the most can bring out a surprise. And today, we have seen a Giant X that has overcome a lot of their demons. Not throwing certain rounds, winning ecos. Those are the things that we were always like, guys, why are you doing this? Like, we know you can win. It's like you're doing this to yourself, right? So I think that to me today is more about the highlight of that than to focus on all the things that Vitality did wrong. Because Vitality is a team that has already throughout the year suffered so many changes that most of them were not expected, were not desired. And I think that we also have to give them the time of day because to me, this is the Giant X that I was expecting at the beginning of the year.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. My takeaway is that I'm happy that Durka is completely unaffected by what happened in Stage 1, all the noise going on. He was, you know, even though he lost, he was still one of the best players on the server. So that's a good sign.
Same goes for Les. I think that both of them in a map that they know so well, in agents that they feel so comfortable, is just a moment to...
Yeah, we are now joined by Cloud and Grabinho in the studio. Welcome. First of all, massive congratulations. Second, we have to just address the things we've been talking about, which is didn't run out of time, didn't throw any 5v3s. You closed out 2 maps that you were supposed to win. You won. Anti-ecos were beautiful. Your eco rounds were beautiful.
What happened?
Cloud, like, what is happening?
No,
We're so happy.
To be honest, it was like a big topic for us for the last for the stage before, because we have thrown a lot of rounds. And we had really to focus up on it. And I think we did a really great job. And also, like, we got players who are really quick to understand right now. And yeah, we're just fixing stuff really fast.
I mean, Kakuka was talking about how this is the Giant X she thought we were going to see kickoff and Stage 1. Do you feel like this is the Giant X, so we finally reached that point?
I mean, yeah, we definitely didn't play our A game, but it was like pretty good game to play, you know? When you're not throwing your rounds and even winning some extra, so it always feels good. And yeah, to be honest, we expected to play like these stages before, kickoff and stuff like this, but yeah, it didn't work. Pracs were insane, but when we were coming on stage, everything was different. But this time it's pretty good.
Yeah, and Grabinho, welcome.
How are you?
Yeah, to GX and your massive 2-0 win. How was that?
I mean, it's pretty good for me. Like, I didn't feel it for so long, I would say. So I'm pretty happy that we can start like the split 2 with the win. And I hope like the next game is gonna be easier for us.
Do you feel any different as a player? I know that it hasn't been, you know, so long, but how would you define the difference between the Gruby that we saw in Koi to the one that we just saw and that we're going to see for the rest of the stage in Giant X?
I mean, if I compare like first year in Koi, not the last split, it's pretty similar because last year was rough, not only for me, but for my old teammates also. And to be fair, like there is not like so many difference from my first year in VCT than now. Only like difference between last split, which was like hard to play. But now I hope it will be just better.
You're smiling, Cloud.
No, I think right now he's playing much better than before.
Oh,
like
why?
As a player.
In what sense? What's the difference?
I mean, he had an amazing first map.
I mean, I feel like let me find the right words for a bit. I think like he's feeling more free right now, and like the stuff that we are doing pretty comfy, like strats and calls, pretty comfortable for him. So he feels much smoother in the team. You know what I mean? And he is a good player, like insane in my opinion. And even when we rewatched his last games in Koi, we always knew that this guy is good. You know, and he just need the like right way to approach to him, and he's insane.
What was your process like to find the player? I mean, it ended up being Grubinho, but was the trials long? What were you looking for? You know, how did it end up being this way?
I mean, to be honest, trials were not long. When the coach asked me like which player you want or you're considering, I always said Grubinho. We even talked about him before, but it was some problems like that we couldn't get him because Koi was like still playing and stuff like this. So yeah, it was like he was a lot of times on our topic to get into a team, but it just happened this stage.
It's a great decision. I mean, that 2-0 was so clean. Let's take a look at the stats, what ended up happening, and most importantly, the comp. You guys have been cooking. Is that what you've been spending your time off doing?
Where did
cooking?
you see this composition?
Yeah. What was the inspiration?
I mean, to be honest, we were just like, okay, Deadlock is pretty strong. To be honest, when Deadlock came out and I was running around on Ranked with this stance to TPs, I felt like it's insane for this map, to be honest. This crouch nade also, like, this buff takes a lot of space. Like, full garden, full lamps if you want to take. So it's pretty strong, and for defense as well. So this kind of combo in defense, Viper plus Deadlock looks insane, you know? Have fun to
And also Astra instead of Brill.
Yeah.
Astra, yes.
But you know, you speak about how good it works for the defense. What happened on the attack?
A win is a win.
Yeah, a win is a win, but still, you know, I feel like, I think that especially when we've had Pips on, when we've had you guys, you've been like in the moment very critical of like, you've really known what has gone wrong, what has been difficult, because you were very close to not closing the map.
Yeah, I agree. But to be honest, I think I did not the right calls on bind when we were executing gate, because they were always playing for the right side of side, for showers and triple, and I think from the beginning we needed to crunch them instantly. So I think that was our problem, and they were playing around showers. We needed to find the solution. In the last round I called like the showers crunch, but Tara like didn't kill him, or I don't know what happened there. But I think that was the problem on A, to be honest. And on B side we were mostly winning any round.
I'm telling you, the GX that we used to know would have gone to OT. Pipson would have smashed a desk or two, and we would have not be sitting here right now. So we love progress. We love progress. And for you, Grubinho, because we're seeing a trend of players who aren't controllers moving to controllers, maybe in between splits, maybe teams that don't necessarily have a smokes player, a dedicated smokes player, but you've been playing smokes for a while now. So how valuable do you think that is for you to join a new team and already understand this role?
I mean, like, I played for quite long already, so it's like when you join like new team, like it's not also new team because you've been like with core, like kinda already you played like 2 games before, like in split, like at the end of the split 1. So if you join like with a lot of hours played on this role already, it's like easy to like understand what your like coach, your IGL want you to do. So it's just like easier like to learn even like new stuff that they want me to do. And I think that's only it.
I think it goes back to like people have been saying, coaches and teams, that it's difficult to find like good smokers. Do you think that is like people don't like playing the role? Is it more difficult than the rest? What do you think?
I mean, it depends, because I know some people like maybe they don't like this role because I heard this stuff that like they feel they baiting the team or something, you know. But like it's sometimes like this, that you're gonna be the last one or something because you're just like operating your smokes.
Yeah.
But I think maybe people just don't want to play it because it's a bit boring maybe for some people, I would say.
Do you like it? You enjoy it?
I enjoy.
Yeah?
I play it like already like 2 years.
Do you have a favorite agent out of the controllers?
I would say Omen. Omen is.
Oh.
Omen is, I think, the best.
Buff Clove.
How's it?
Oh,
Oh yeah, I like.
Not fair. It's
Yeah,
not
I'm
fair
okay
for the
with that.
rest.
What are your views on Harbor?
Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't play it for so long. But if they buff it maybe somehow, maybe we're gonna find out the way to play it.
Carl was
Maybe.
like, no, I don't want to put him on the Harbor. But do you know what was a good choice? The West Side deadlock. I mean, just in fact, I think West Side in general has been, very, very good. We were talking about, players coming into VCT and having really good debuts. And it's weird to feel like West Side is not even like a rookie anymore. He's played for a while. So talk me through this decision, putting him on the deadlock, and also how's he doing,
To be honest, we played first Prague, the nades were awful.
No, he was throwing his bricks, no? He was throwing bricks.
He was throwing some weird lineups, he wasn't hitting it, it was like super hard for him.
Oh no!
But then after he just got used to it, plays a couple of rankeds and he adapted pretty fast. We didn't play for a long time bind, but he did really well, in my opinion.
But was he reluctant to do it? Like when you went to him being like, listen, I feel like we want to put you on deadlock. Was he like down for the challenge, or is it like he played one time, he was like, man, I cannot do this. I am so bad at this.
Oh no, he was like, yeah, I really want to play deadlock. I mean,
Good
super
choice.
fun. Yeah, for him it's super fun. He really enjoyed to play deadlock. So it was right decision.
That's good to know. I mean, like I said, he's been developing a lot. So how's, I guess, everyone's sort of confidence? How are you guys feeling right now?
I mean, we're feeling pretty good, to be honest. Like in terms of team, comms, our like confidence is good.
I'm
overall.
not used to seeing the happiness.
Them sitting in post line.
No, just like everything's going so well.
It's so
it's
weird
infectious.
to
I'm
see this,
feeling
like
it.
a month ago it wasn't this. It's
I mean,
so weird.
I don't know if I was ever there, but maybe it's my first time.
No,
It's fine. It's fine. Just work pays off, and that's it. And you can see the results like on stage and stuff like this.
Should we start believing? Would you advise that we
No,
take?
it's better to put us in Black Horse soon.
Yeah,
Okay, Dark
that's what I
Horse.
said. I
Yeah,
said
Dark
Dark
Horse.
Horse, but I think after that, because you beat Vitality.
Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah.
ask you about that. What did you expect coming into today? What did you think of Vitality? How did you think, like, did it match the expectations that you had coming into the season and starting off with Vitality?
I mean, to be honest, they have some players that are really good on stage always. Like, for example, Derek, Elias, who are playing for a while in VCT. So you never, coming to the stage against them, you never know what they can pull off, and you just play the game and enjoy it. That's it. You do your stuff that you have done on practice. And if it works, it's good for you. If not, you have to adapt.
What were your feelings about? Because Unfake, obviously, you know him. Everybody knows him at this point. Who are the as in tier 2. He's not some like 18-year-old kid that you've never heard of. He's been playing this game for a long time. We had an interview with him. He was talking about the importance of being a frag in IGL. And I think he has caused a lot of trauma for other players he's played against in the past because he's always been very good with his shooting. So did you feel, what was that like playing against Vitality with a different IGL? Did they do anything differently? And same for you as well, Grabinho. Was his presence felt, you feel like?
I mean, I felt like they were not having that freedom, like with a proper IGL. Probably they were trying to do proper things most of the times, like proper splits, proper executes, and you could read them pretty well, to be honest, because it's not like crazy things that they could do before, like picking some Versol and stuff like this. But right now they're playing pretty structured, in my opinion. And a lot of the times we knew, like on Sunset, for example, in our defense, even though we played 6-6, but most of the times we knew where they're going and we were stuck towards this side.
Do you think that they're going to do well in this play? Do you see them making it to playoffs?
I mean,
you have to respond as well. You cannot dodge questions.
Maybe I will. Like for me, I think they played still like really good, and I think it was also first game for Unfake on stage. So maybe he had some rough times, like playing also. And I still think they're playing good, and they will win the next games.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at the Champs Point update, because as you guys know, there's a couple of teams that will make champs based off of making a final here, stage 2. But there's also teams that could qualify by just having enough points right now. We're in like a weird situation where nobody's going to be locked on points until probably quite late in the season, and there's potentially upsets coming in. Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic needs 4 points. Liquid are also in there as well.
But they also like depend on how Liquid and Vitality are doing,
Yeah, and you guys obviously, you know, wasn't the most points you could have picked up at stage 1, but this is an amazing start for you. You can still start getting those points on the board, but
doubled your points.
Yeah, and looking at the rest, you should say doubled your point. And looking at the rest of your opponents, because obviously you will have to play Heretics, Mates, Foot, and BBL too. And I think all of 2 of those teams made changes. How do you feel about going up against, you know, Foot with CNED back in the mix? I'll just go team by team. Let's start with Foot.
I mean, Foot, I feel like, to be honest, is downgrade. Because switching from Jet to Omen player, like, controller is pretty hard role, to be honest, in the game. Like, you have to throw smokes properly, be ready, like, in any situation to do crazy move, and at the same time you need to play passive sometimes to have smokes. So I think it's downgrade, but you never know how they're gonna play. They're all good shooters, even, like, in my opinion, Mr. Fallen is insane on IGL. Always top fragging, like, he's playing really good. So I think they're good.
All right, Grubini, I'll give you BBL. Because I think everyone's very hyped about BBL right now.
You're
playing them next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, in my opinion, like BBL gonna be the hardest opponent for us. Like maybe on first place with Heretics, but I think BBL gonna be the hardest because of the playstyle they have. Because they are like really good like as a solo players. They like to do these moves like solo walk hammer or something. They are not scared of it, and they're shooting hard also. And this team will be pretty hard for us to play.
I think I agree. I feel like, you know, they've been doing pretty well. What about Heretics? I mean, you mentioned already a little bit on par, Cloud, Heretics?
I mean, Heretics, I mean, they're having some like downfall.
But they are back now, no?
Then they're back again, so you never know what to expect, to be honest, against them. It feels like they're either on a S game and at the same time D game, you know? Can happen both in a game day, but we're playing them last, I think.
Yeah.
So what do you think they'll be then? S or D?
They might have S actually, and then we'll see.
I mean, they always make playoffs, right? They're kind of, as of late, a playoffs team for sure. And Gentlemates, the other team that made the changes coming into this, Grubino, what do you think about them?
Like we will see after their first game. Like they have good roster, good coach also, and like I don't know what to expect from this roster, and how they will play we will see on the stage.
Cloud, any scrim bucks? I guess you don't scrim against the teams in your group, right? But
Nope. I mean, I think we scrimmed them a long time ago, but to be honest, with the time everything can change. They could change comps and fix a lot of stuff. You know, so.
Do you guys like Corrode?
Yeah, insane map actually. I really like
me when I lie.
No,
me
no,
when
actually,
I... Oh,
really
no?
good map. No, I like it.
Really?
I like it a lot, yes.
Okay.
You like it, Guri?
Yeah, it's like something different, like a bit different map because there is a lot of angles, like to pick, to hold, stuff like this, and it's something different in Valorant, I would say. But I think we all in our team enjoy the map so far.
We just get lied to a lot, especially on this couch. So I wanna, you know, I wanna just
fine,
make
we're
sure.
honest right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Pipson lies to us probably the most out of everyone on this couch. Yeah, he's
let's
up
not
there.
open that box.
We should do a tier list if you guys want, maybe next time for content. But thank you very much, you two, for joining us. We loved your performance today, so keep it up, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you so much.
All
Thank you everyone for support. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go, GX.
And sick video. I absolutely love that video.
Yeah, it was a great video. You guys should definitely go check it out. But we will be back with more action tomorrow, of course, here in VCT EMEA. So make sure you all have a lovely evening, and please enjoy the Herman Miller Gaming end of day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Let's have a weekend. Let's go.
Nice skills, Hero. Well done, brother.
Bro, oh my god.
A firing squad waiting and put to bed early, 10-2. The game's barely started, but it's looking like it might be over. Hero, 13 health.
They need to wipe them out in a second. Oh, he took a
No. What have I just seen? An unbelievable map from Navi. A great recovery on map number 1. Apex are here to play it.
It's too close. It's too close. It's beautiful, beautiful, bro.
We get a treat. We're heading to Karok.
All the way to map 3.
Bro, I deleted them. New map, new things.
A hero alongside him. 13-3 on map 3, and some other stuff somewhere in the middle. It is Na'Vi that will get the job done here today.
It's time to welcome back Giant X and Team Vitality back to the stage.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
So the trade's looking really, really clean here.
It's a go.
Whoa, no! Oh, no.
Where are you going, bro? It's all on Kovac, and it's an absolute disaster of a start for Vitality.
What are you doing?
There's nothing more to be done. Giant X look absolutely locked in here. Giant X firmly in control.
Nice.
It's 11. Giant X ripping away. What are you doing? He's already done it so well. Grubino has played a blinder in the end as Giant X walking away with a 2-0 victory.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 먼저 몸을 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틀면 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 박하겠어 네 몫을 내 못해 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or zero 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 넣어 bus